Chapter 18. The White House Oval Office. When? Jeremiah Allen asked his National Security Advisor, Elliot Parks. He had just strolled in through his staff access on the room's north side. Elliot and Chief of Staff Shannon Sarr stood up from their seats on the gold Oval Office couches. Snake Charmer walked over to glance at the small electronic clock he kept in his top left desk drawer. He kept the habit of wearing a watch, but not at 03:45. Why can't these jackwads ever wait until daytime? Most of the secretaries are en route, sir. Ambassador Hilton will be queued up as well. Chairman Montgomery and DCI Chen are already in the Situation Room waiting. President Allen was still in his royal blue bathrobe. Then I'll head back up and get dressed. I'll see you down there in 5 minutes. He strode back out the door he'd come through and found the night steward standing by. Ronald, would you phone JJ and let her know I'll need my first couple of hours cleared? Right away, Mr. President. Jeremiah went east along the corridor, finding the private stairwell up to the presidential residence, guarded by one of the graveyard shift Secret Service agents. I'm sorry I didn't say hi when I came scrambling by, Cheryl. Not at all, sir, she said, continuing to scan the hall. She called in his return up the stairs, as was protocol. It had taken some getting used to, having his every move recorded. Jeremiah used to feel sorry for the agents on a night like this, the kind where he was back and forth because of emergency meetings and wandering around in his bathrobe. He returned to his bedroom, and Frances picked her head up off the memory foam pillow. False alarm? Wishful thinking. Jeremiah frowned. He took 4 minutes to relieve himself and brush his teeth. He learned the hard way to make sure he took a whiz before he went into an unplanned emergency meeting. Switching to a pair of Eddie Bauer sweatpants and a taupe sweater, he slipped right back into his slippers and made his way back down the stairs. When he'd achieved getting 2 floors below ground, his brief respite of peace and quiet was over. The pair of Marines guarding the entrance to the hall snapped to attention and saluted. Jeremiah returned it best as he could without stopping. So, who's leading this? He asked Elliot. The DCI, sir, along with an analyst General Montgomery brought along from DIA. Jeremiah turned left, leading Elliot and Shannon into the Situation Room. He took his usual position at the end of the table, scanning. Heather must still be on the way. He didn't blame her, knowing the vice president would have been notified a bit later and still needed to transit over to the White House. The USS United Nations Ambassador Alexis Hilton was standing by on one of the video screens. Morning, Alexis, Jeremiah said. She had attended graduate school with Jeremiah's younger sister. At 9 years younger, he'd never been much interested in anything other than her intellect. He'd met her at a Pennsylvania fundraiser when he was a local state representative and knew immediately she was the smartest person in the room. As tempting as it was to tease his sister's college friend, he'd had to learn to turn that kind of normal American behavior off. Morning, sir. I have feelers out to Ambassador Zhu and Stoyevsky, but we've not heard back from them, nor the Security Council chairman. Thank you, Alexis. All right, folks, where do we start? He asked the room. Sir, as you know, Joint Chief General Montgomery started. DIA picked up on some chatter that we felt compelled to run through CIA. Based on both our and their analysis, Jeremiah immediately looked to the CIA director, Rosamund Chen, who was nodding in agreement. We think we're about to see a Chinese first strike against the Russians. If not today, certainly tomorrow. Define first strike, please, General. And can someone find me a cup of coffee? As a Navy audio-video technician found himself scrambling to the corridor, the general looked at the monitor that was projecting the thumbnails of several satellite images. Number 3, please, he said to the Marine major who was controlling the feed. Low intensity, sir. Tactical, not strategic. Looks to send a message by sealing the border, but no apparent invasion plans, yet. If you bear with us, we'll explain why we think this is a non-nuclear strategic strike. The president looked at an infrared image of a series of land-based cruise missile launchers set up in a valley. These are DF-10A cruise missile batteries, sir. They have a 2,000-kilometer range and a 500-kilo warhead. This is just one picture of a launch facility that has sprung up in the last 2 days. This one is north of Wangqi. Jeremiah was moving his mouth as he counted. What differentiates this from normal training, General? I see maybe a dozen launchers. There are 8 such deployments, sir, and when we map their ranges out, it creates a bubble that perfectly overlaps their entire border with Russia. Okay, we've been expecting this. What's new? Sir, the Chinese are notoriously fickle with their training budgets. Director Chen jumped in. For one thing, they've never shipped the fueling trucks out that support these mobile launchers and the required station generators full before. Jeremiah squinted. Okay, I'll buy those are muddy tracks, but come on. You mean laser measurement? General Montgomery explained. Our satellites always measure how deep their ruts are and have built tables to account for rain as a factor. Gah, yeah. Jeremiah audibly guffawed. You mean to tell me that the depth of a muddy tire track tells you they're about to attack? That's just one piece, sir, Director Chen said. It's going to take a couple of hours to review everything in detail. She grabbed a glass of water from the set that had been placed on the table in a haste before the meeting. Understood, Director, and I want to hear it all, but give us the Cliff Notes version, so that the ambassador is prepped when her UN co-members call her back. Very well, sir. They are heavily reliant on fishing the Amur River and its tributaries to feed their citizens. Fishing activity has decreased by 90% in the last 2 days, along the entire 2,700 miles. We have heat blooms on their military satellites that indicate increased power consumption for highly encrypted transmissions. The power-generating stations at every one of their cyber warfare centers have been sucking their cooling ponds dry. And we can't say too much to protect the asset, but the Australians have 2 independent sources inside the staffs of the Standing Committee members that confirm it. Also, sir, the recorders our sub recovered from the floor of their 2 North Fleet bases were able to give us direct conversational intel from their fiber optic lines. General Montgomery began to add. Someday, General, you're really going to need to read me into that program. Just how on earth can we tap undersea fiber optic cables? Nanotechnology is a hell of a thing, Mr. President. He left it at that, as both of them knew there was a reason political leaders were sheltered from knowing too much about how the intel was gathered. Point is, sir, not only do we have snaps of them loading their ships for a major sea engagement, we have phone and email conversations validating it. Aye. President Jeremiah Allen muttered in exasperation, wondering for the latest of countless times why he ran for the office in the first place. Anyone else want a coffee? Or is it just me? Tucson, Arizona. Lou woke up in the nameless highway hotel. After so many in such a short time period, he was just starting to see them as different versions of the same bad and mundane dream. He didn't make it into Tucson until after 9 p.m. A quick text with his buddy had confirmed that the VFW was closing. We're all old-timers, he explained. Nobody here drinks like we're bulletproof anymore. Other than his encounter with wandering into a seeming twilight zone of Americana, his only other event of the previous day with any significance was paying $25 for a paper map of New Mexico. The cost was reimbursable to him, as was his whole trip, a mere grain of sand on a 1,000-mile-long beach of U.S. taxpayer debt. My dad used to have these gazetteer books with detailed maps of all 50 states. I sure wish Foss or I had kept those when he parted his estate. As he passed through Lordsburg, New Mexico, memories came flooding back of a ski trip he and Julia had taken back when he was stationed with the 355th Wing at Davis-Monthan, his current destination. Terence had still been a twilight dream at that early point in his marriage and career. Julia had sprained her ankle during snowboarding lessons, and they spent the bulk of the long weekend snuggling and working on starting a family to keep warm. The happy memory instantly turned his mood sad again, as the thought that Julia and he were done swept back over him. Foster is probably right. Maybe I'm using this job as escapism a bit. But I've lost her. I've lost my house. This retirement thing is the only bright thing I have going for me. I have to go out on a good note. The Kia made the noise of an old Sherman tank as it started to cross the rumble strips. Lou jolted out of his daze and corrected his course. He surveyed the post-dusk desert darkness. It was largely pitch black, and Lou couldn't tell if it was darker than normal due to rolling outages. The next morning, Lou got himself groomed for the day as best as he could in a hotel running on generators. Gonna need to figure out a place to do laundry, he thought as he gave his clothes a sniff test. Tonight. Brandon will probably need to as well. He realized he may not own enough skivvies for traveling in the American West during the worst blackout period in modern history. He put away the bottle of vodka, still 2/3 full, despite having been purchased in Norfolk. Don't need the poster boy giving me any crap. Lou stuffed the old-school key into his pocket, thankful that the hotel had been able to switch back to them. The modern key card had led to more than one customer being locked out of their rooms in recent weeks. Lou took the internal stairs down the 2 flights. Definitely not riding elevators anymore. He headed for the lobby, where he found a woman staffing the front desk. "Is there an Air Force Federal Credit Union near here?" he asked the clerk, a Mexican-American woman in her mid-30s who bore the name tag Mary. Lou was in the easternmost reaches of Tucson, an area he hadn't been familiar with all his career. Mary pulled out a paper brochure of Tucson and flipped it over, showing a printed breakdown of the immediate area. She circled a spot, saying, "On the right, just past the Taco Del Mar," with a friendly smile. "But I'd call first," she advised. "With the blackouts and internet issues, a lot of them are only doing online transactions now." "Kind of makes it hard to get cash, doesn't it?" Lou asked, rhetorically. "I suppose," she agreed. "My husband and I recently took almost all of our savings out. It took several trips, as our bank had imposed a withdrawal limit." "Is that even legal?" Lou chuckled. "My instant reaction would have been to close the account." "I get it," Mary agreed, "but both of our jobs require direct deposit. We're kind of at the bank's mercy that way." Lou thanked her and left. As he got to the car, he went to check his paper map that Mary the clerk had made for him, suddenly recalling her advice to call first. He discovered a fast, busy signal, which spurred him to drive there. Mary's guess was correct. They were closed for the afternoon. "I really don't want to run out of cash," Lou thought. He returned to the Kia and texted his old pal that he was on the way. 9 minutes later and 15 minutes early, Lou was parked at VFW Post 549. He got out of the car and heard a generator running behind the building. He wandered into the Veterans Social Club. "Looking for Mark Salem?" he asked the bartender, a pleasant-looking black woman easily in her 60s named Phyllis. "Sign in," she half-ordered with a smirk as she pointed toward the logbook on the wall near the entrance. The room had a dark wood interior and the blinds on the windows were half open, allowing just enough light through the slivers for Lou to make it out. The back door was open, and Lou could see what he presumed was a designated smoking area out back. He could see it was covered and had very Arizona-esque gabion walls around it to shield the picnic tables from desert winds rolling off the hill behind. The walls surrounding the pool table area were covered with all too familiar pictures of A-10 Thunderbolts and other USAF craft, along with a few action photos from the other branches. In the corner of the seated dining area was the MIA homage one would find in every VFW post in the world. It was a place setting permanently established in honor of the fighting Americans who never made his or her way home. He wandered over to the book. "What the hell is my member number?" he wondered, retrieving his billfold. "Don't look now, everybody!" he heard an obnoxiously loud but familiar voice call out. "We got us a super bird in the house." "What's happening, witch doctor?" Lou asked in a noticeably more subdued tone. He was immediately both impressed and appalled at his old friend's appearance. Retired Light Colonel Mark Salem, about 8 years senior to Lou, had been out for nearly a decade. The shorter man was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and tan cargo shorts. His balding head ended in a puffy ponytail that resembled something one might see on a fat, park-fed squirrel, if the squirrel had gray hair. Behind a pair of Coke bottle glasses were the eyes of a man who'd become accustomed to drinking VFW beer way too early most days. His 3-inch beard was what surprised Lou the most. It was jet black, almost as if Mark had been dying it. Mark strode over to Lou and gave him as big of a hug as a short man could. "Good to see you, Lou," he yelled. "What's it been? 9 years?" 12. Lou corrected as his buddy released him and headed for a small two-person table on the wall past the pool table. "And I see your hearing aids still need batteries." Nobody was playing pool at that moment. Other than Phyllis, Mark, and Lou, there were only 2 other patrons, both sitting at the bar. Well, it is a weekday, Lou realized. 12? Mark questioned in disbelief. "I didn't see you at the squadron reunion here in Tucson." "No, I was at the one in Florida," Lou said. "Huh?" Mark said quizzically. "I guess the years start to become smudged, don't they? You still in, you said?" "Yep, on a special detail right now, in fact." "Yes, that's what your text said. You definitely got my curiosity piqued." "Hold on," Lou said, cutting off his old friend. "Let's catch up first." This led to almost 2 hours of swapping stories and catching each other up on personal details. Whereas Mark had been extremely saddened to learn of Terence's suicide, he could relate somewhat. His wife had been diagnosed with a rare form of brain cancer 7 years earlier. It had taken her life in just 4 months. Lou specifically left out the recent event with Julia. He just wasn't ready to be peppered with judgment about why he was on the road instead of at home handling his life issues. He noticed that despite the story time, both he and Mark had both only barely finished their second beers. The place had acquired close to a dozen other patrons, most of them regulars. "I noticed they were both a bit slow," he said as he glanced down at their mugs. "Well, I've obviously lost the battle of the bulge," his friend joked. "I try to sip them now. The older I get, the less it is about getting buzzed and more it is about just sipping on something." "Same," Lou wrongly agreed. "I went through a rough patch of drinking after Terence," he confessed. "Not that I'm a medical addict, but I think I've probably been hitting the bottle too much lately." The thought of cold puke on the bottom of his foot was still fresh. "So, tell me more about this special detail," Mark said while ear-quoting the words. "Sounds cryptic." He pulled out a pipe and tobacco pouch and stood, leading Lou through the back door to the smoking area. As he stuffed and tamped his pipe with a sweet cherry-smelling leaf, Lou gave him the best version he could without saying who he worked for directly. Mark kept his pipe lit, pulling on it with an intense gaze of interest as Lou filled him in on most of the trip. He finished by letting Mark know that in less than 2 hours, he had to go pick up Brandon and needed to switch to water and coffee. "The duty van at the receiving hangar can give him a ride to the transport center. Just tell him to catch a cab or a lift or something," Mark suggested. Lou smirked. "I suppose I could do that, but I need to slow down a bit. Like I said, no judgment from me, brother. So as much as this trip is about unit integrity," his old friend summarized, "you're also out here trying to see how us grunts live without power and internet." "Something like that," Lou laughed. "But what has me more concerned is the devolving nature of people. Seems like more and more people are prone to tempers and violence, and I'm trying my best to avoid cities. The cartel thing has me worried too. What if Denver was just the beginning? What if those reports from Washington State are true?" His friend had grown eerily quiet. When he failed to continue the chat with a new comment or question, Lou finally spoke up. "What?" He could practically see gears turning in his friend's head. Mark put a finger up silently as he pulled his cell phone out. "Give me a second." He shot someone a text. "I got someone you should meet. Text your leatherneck and tell him how to get here." A half-minute later, buzz. Mark scanned the reply. "This guy will be here in half hour. Member of the Post. Formal Special Forces officer from the 90s. Lou was very curious. What about the words Denver, cartel, or Washington triggered that response? He wondered. "All righty. Guess we should get another round then?" Chapter 19. Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, Hawaii. USS James L. Honeycutt, chief of the boat, Darren Jorgensen, walked through the noisy, furious dry dock, impressed with what had been done so far. In the just over 5 days since his submarine had been sitting on the fir and oak-topped concrete blocks, the shipyard workers had converted the giant concrete box. What had been devoid of anything but the submarine and her setting on that Sunday morning was now filled with scaffold, electrical panels, cables, hoses, and a collection of large machinery from one end to the other. While the goal was to assess and repair damage as quickly as possible, the opportunity to perform other maintenance couldn't be lost. Screens that protected large seawater intake valves had been removed for cleaning and valve maintenance. Locations of the submarine's special sound dampening coating had been encapsulated in large plastic containments for heat and humidity control repairs. From afar, the honey might resemble a piece of dropped candy with ants crawling all over it. "Follow me, Cobb," the shipfitter boss yelled through the noise and earplugs both were wearing. Darren had requested the chance to go see what was happening at the damaged ballast tanks, lest he could somehow support the yardbirds. He followed the supervisor up 2 sets of tight metal stairs on the scaffold, rounding a couple of corners on the proper level. He followed the young lady through a slit in a virtual room of fiberglass and Nomex material hung for spark protection. The intensity of the grinding noise amplified as Darren stepped through. He banged his hard hat on a low-hanging pipe, unable to see it due to the plastic bill on its front. "Sorry, Master Chief," she yelled. "The custom levels of scaffold in here to get us into the various pockets through the damaged metal are all over the place. Move slowly and keep looking around." "Thanks for the tip," Darren thought as he twisted his head back and forth, trying to see if the new crick would pop itself out. Nope. His safety glasses started to get a mild layer of vapor on the inside, a byproduct of his age and weight not reacting too well to the tropical temperatures. "Looks like Godzilla took a bite out of us," Darren yelled above the noise. There were large grinders and cutting torches in several spots along about 40 feet of the 2 ballast tanks. Much of the damaged hull had already been cut away and removed with cranes. "One good thing about her design, Cobb," the shipfitter yelled. "The older subs keep the air bottles along the side." "Yes, I recall the banana bottles in between the frames," he acknowledged. He'd served on 4 other subs over the course of his career. "They mimic the curve of the hull. You think these larger, more traditional cylinders saved our bacon? Do ya?" "They're still doing the NDTs," she hollered. Various engineers and testing departments were performing a variety of non-destructive tests all over the ship, but particularly to the pressure hull and over critical pieces in the damaged area. The tests involved a variety of procedures from using fine powders to X-rays to look for cracks and damage that might cause issues under the weight of the ocean. Ironically, there were certain shapes and sizes that did not require immediate addressing. Those would actually become more water resilient under pressure. But ultimately, all facets of ensuring that the ship designed to sink could reverse the process were amongst the most highly regarded in the Navy. In the 1980s, after the loss of the Space Shuttle Challenger, NASA had come to the Navy for technical guidance in how to improve their programs. "But from what I've been hearing, your pressure hull and bottles are good," she added. "What's that mean for our schedule?" Darren asked. "And is there anything you can use sailors to help with? I got tons of those, and some of them could use something to take their minds off Washington State." "This noise down here goes right past the earplugs and just vibrates your bones, doesn't it?" Darren thought. "No wonder these people get paid so well." "Sure thing," she said. "I could use 3 or 4 for fire watches. That'll free a few of my folks to do other things. Swing shift, too. Can you manage that?" "No problem." "As to schedule, we still have a ton to do. See all this damaged piping? And your secondary propulsion thrusters are toast. Once it's all repaired, there'll still be a couple of weeks to test it all. The fitter shop is already lofting and building your replacement outer hull, but even when all of that's done, it takes weeks to get the outer paint and coatings installed properly. I've seen jobs like this take a year." Darren laughed, though she could only see it with the noise. "I guarantee you we don't have a year," he said. "Big Navy is going to throw everything they got at getting us back to sea." The supervisor considered that. If there's one thing the government has taught me, it's that they can suspend, change, or cancel the rules when it suits them. Maybe with some paperwork lifted, we could get this done at a World War II pace. Would you guys hit? She asked curiously, knowing the tight-lipped submariner wouldn't tell her. Big frickin' mermaid, Darren yelled, moving to exit the contained area. Once back out on the open scaffold, he didn't have to yell so loudly. He turned to see her following him. You all have a young workforce, he commented. We've been hiring like mad for years, she explained. And with the loss of Washington's shipyard, we're going to be doubly busy. I've heard that the Navy is looking to reopen Long Beach and Alameda. Long Beach? Those have been shut down longer than I've been in the Navy, Darren exclaimed. Then he thought about what he knew, about what this young lady probably knew intuitively, if not openly. If a major naval engagement broke out with either Russia or China, there would be no way to build ships fast enough, not in the 21st century. The world just moves too fast now. Repairing ships or retrofitting those that had been parked in the few mothballed fleets, like in Pearl Harbor and Philadelphia, would be the only way to keep in the fight. With the loss of Washington's State Naval Shipyard, the U.S. only had civilian dry docks on the entire West Coast. Makes sense, Darren realized. In fact, the young lady continued, I bet any and every sailor would be directly handed a DoD job when they get out, if they want it. Better pay and no going to sea. You might just see an exodus of your sailors, Master Chief. Which is why the Navy just issued a stop-loss order. Darren didn't say aloud. Motel 6 East, El Paso, Texas. Rosie had thought so long and hard about how to safely leave town for the ordered meetup that she'd waited until Friday to make a decision. Naturally, she thought with ingrained pessimism, Eddie had scheduled a booty call for Sunday. She knew she'd be able to get him to eat first. A big batch of the chili with corn tortillas he loved so much. She decided. Only a healthy dose of magnesium citrate would be included. A day earlier, she'd gone to the pharmacy. She'd managed to sweet-talk the grandmotherly technician into giving her the stuff normally prescribed before a colonoscopy. She bought some Vaseline and a set of adult diapers, too, and hid those under her growing pile of dirty laundry. No way will I chance making a separate batch of food for myself, she thought, scared of the mere possibility Eddie would figure it out. She decided she'd partake in the same meal on the chance he took a spoonful of her bowl once he detected a weird taste. I'll just deal with the same issues and wear the diapers to the meeting. The thought of it grossed her out, but fear of an excruciating death at the hands of the cartel was a powerful motivator. The final thing that drove her choice was that if only he got sick, he wouldn't leave. She'd need to legitimately compete for the throne to get him to go home. After going through her vigorous security process, she was finally ready to announce her location and time. She was surprised not to see a prodding text, wondering what had taken her so long. Eddie will be over at lunchtime. I need time for us both to get sick, for him to decide to go home. Carlsbad, she decided. That should be far enough away. If I give it a few hours, the frequency of the explosion should start to die down. 9 p.m. Sunday, Pancho's, Carlsbad. Rosie sent the text with the time and location of an off-the-drag restaurant. She went through her clearing procedures to restow the device. As tempted as she was to break the thing and just walk away forever, she didn't want over 2 years of her life to be for nothing. I could never live with myself if I can somehow prevent El Paso from becoming Denver. The White House residential quarters. Sorry to wake you, sir, Terrell Arrington said. Shannon Saw had assigned the staff's overall utility man to work nights, knowing that the West Pacific War could kick off any day. I'm sure you have good reason, Terrell, the president said, pulling the bedroom door closed. Terrell was joined by an Air Force officer in uniform. He motioned for them to join him at the resident's dining table, spying a folder he was about to be handed. As they all sat, Major Carrie Radcliffe handed the president a binder. Mr. President, PAC Fleet forwarded messages they received from no less than 3 submarines reporting a massive engagement between China and Russia. How long ago? Jeremiah asked, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. They all heard a knock at the door. Come in, He yelled at the door, knowing who it was already. A Navy enlisted culinary specialist, adorned in a white double-breasted chef's coat, opened the door and pushed a cart of coffee and danishes into the residence. Jeremiah had left a standing order with the kitchen to be ready to send some up any time the house staff got wind of him being woken up in the night. It seemed to be happening more often than not in recent weeks. "Right here, Mr. President?" the young man asked. "Perfect, petty officer, thank you," after the steward left. "How long?" he repeated patiently, standing to pour himself some go juice. Major Radcliffe scanned her watch. "First report came in 51 minutes ago, sir." Jeremiah sat down and sipped the Arabica Java as he opened the binder to look at the communiques. "I take it we've got radio and satellite evidence being prepped for me too?" "Yes, sir." "So what started it all, Major?" "The Illinois report says she was monitoring 3 planned diesel subs in the southern sea of Japan for the last 2 days. They encountered a Russian sub, identified by our subs as a cruise missile sub Kazan, and began to harass her. When one tried to flank between the Kazan and her home port of Vladivostok, the Russians sank her." Jeremiah nearly spit out his coffee. "What?" "It gets better, sir. The other 2 planned subs attacked and damaged the Kazan, but she and an adjoining Akula-class hunter were able to sink them too." "Damn. So much for wishful thinking," Jeremiah thought. "All right, I'm going to grab a quick shower while everyone's on their way in." He thanked the pair and headed back into his bedroom while they departed. His mind was racing 1,000,000 miles per hour. When he was showered and redressed, he didn't even remember doing it. What is their endgame, really? Are they literally starting a fight over who gets to be top dog in the future? Just how weakened do they think we are? And the one underlying thought about his own courses of action that made him shudder: "I'll undoubtedly be heading to the UN sometime the next day or 2, as will everyone else." 40 minutes later, the president and most of his security council were meeting in the Situation Room. "Maybe we should start a punch ticket of some sort," he joked as he entered the room. Everyone stood and waited for him to take his seat. "Get a free pizza after 5 meetings or something?" "We have a development, sir," SecDef retired Admiral Kelly Fitzgerald said. He nodded toward Major Radcliffe, who logged into the DoD computer to queue up their prepared report and other assets on the room screens. The main monitor's DoD logo display dissolved as the satellite feed began to tune in. "Go ahead, Judah," the secretary told the Joint Chief. General Montgomery stood and walked up to the smartboard, grabbing the electronic stylus that acted as a virtual highlighter. He placed the tip on the screen, circling the area where the fight had occurred. "This area to the south of Vladivostok is where this first engagement happened, sir." "Wait, the first engagement?" Jeremiah said incredulously. "The Kazan is neither an attack boat nor a ballistic missile boat. She's a cruise missile sub, sir, not unlike the oldest 4 Ohio subs and the new Honeycutt class, built for non-nuclear strike warfare and spying." He nodded at the major, who queued up a slideshow on one of the secondary screens. These slides show the progression of the fleet deployment over the last 2 days. Fully 68% of Russia's Pacific Fleet is now deployed, with a large percentage of the Atlantic Fleet's troop-carrying ships anchored at Petropavlovsk loading their army and coastal defense forces as we speak. Based on where the Kazan was engaged, we believe she might have been trying to position herself down in the Yellow Sea for a strike. In all, sir, 6 of our submarines are tracking 17 Russian subs and 11 Chinese subs in the seas of East China, Japan, and Okhotsk. It's getting very crowded down below and even more so on the surface. If either country wants to start something, taking out the other one's submarines is a crucial first step. But now that the Ruskies have spilt blood, the gloves are surely coming off today. I'll be surprised if we don't see escalation in the next few hours. Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, Tucson, Arizona. It all had a very familiar feel to it. Lou and Brandon passed the north side of the base, heading westbound on Highway 810, known locally as Gulf Links Road. He turned left to proceed to the north gate. "Oh, I forgot about the slight S-curve," he remembered. Everything had a bit of nostalgia to it. He hadn't been here since the beginning of his career, before the life-saving, plane-destroying incident had cost him his dream job. He made the slight curve around the visitor center and saw a large group of loud but peaceful protesters. Most were screaming, and many held signs of complaint about President Allen's increasingly dictatorial response to the events unfolding in every city. "F your curfew," other signs read. They pulled up to the main gate. "Whoa, this looks like post-9/11 levels of security," he told Brandon. "Granted, I was just starting college and ROTC in those years." It dawned on him that he had been flown onto his last base directly. He hadn't noticed a large increase in security during his one trip that follow-on morning. "Yep, after Denver there was a noticeable increase at Pearl," Brandon told him. "I think there's more going on than they're telling us." Lou presented his and Brandon's CAC identifications to the civilian DOD police officer, decked out in dark blue tactical jumpsuit, full-plate carrier, and Kevlar MIG helmet. Lou looked around. Both inbound lanes had a pair of security, one police officer running the ID check, and one enlisted MP providing an overwatch. They, too, were adorned in full battle complement, right down to the slung M4 rifles. "You know where you're headed, Colonel?" the officer asked after the scanner beeped its seal of approval. "Yep, thanks, officer." Lou cruised back up to 15 miles an hour. Once through the first major intersection on base, he continued south and was immediately reminded of better days. The park. We used to love coming here. In addition to the usual playground implements, there were several defunct plane carcasses implanted permanently in concrete settings around the park. Home to the famous airplane graveyard, Davis-Monthan was primarily the home for the ground attack wing of the 15th Air Force, one of several major units that the service was broken into. Lou's old A-10 wing, the 355th, was part of the 15th, which was primarily based out of South Carolina. Though he didn't have any direct personal contacts in the 355th at this juncture in his career, his reputation had preceded him as that guy who did that thing, that had served a stiff lesson to all pilots since. Return to base when you're at bingo fuel. Senior-level officers knew he'd somehow managed to keep flying and had even redeemed himself to the point of flying POTUS's Beast limo around the world. Lou had arranged 2 meetings for the day. Their first appointment was just to scratch his itch to rub the belly of a Thunderbolt II once more. He'd spent the morning paying the toll, telling a couple of pilots and maintenance teams all about the mission in which he'd saved the bacon of a few dozen Rangers and Special Forces ODA teams in exchange for his plane. Brandon had become mesmerized, finally fully appreciative of why General Montgomery had such devotion to Lou. "So, you're the infamous Superbird," one of the young pilots said, grinning. Lou wasn't too thrilled about being recognized, but there was nothing he could do about it. "I am, Lieutenant. What's your call?" he asked back. "Dumbo, sir," the man answered, pointing toward his large ears. "Not very original, I know, but I can relate to having a call you wish people would forget. Squadron commander says it would take something epic for me to change it." "I wish you luck with that, son," Lou said. Afterward, a pair of tech sergeants had taken them to tour a couple of the planes. Lou and Brandon learned that the wing had all been put on a leave curtailment for an unknown duration. Being told they couldn't plan any trips home for Thanksgiving or Christmas had put a big damper on the airmen's moods. In the afternoon, they managed to meet with one of the rescue squadrons of another element of the wing, the 563rd Rescue Group. They, too, confirmed the leave moratorium and were surprised this full colonel knew nothing of it. "I've been offline on a special task," Lou had to explain. "I really need to start reading my email," he realized. Though Brandon had been responsibly aware, he played along with Lou's lack of knowledge to ensure his partner saved face. They'd been given a good tour of the C-130s and HH-60G Payhawk helicopters the unit used. Many of the members were pararescue men, the Air Force Special Forces men and women who were combat-ready paramedics. After a full day, they were just returning to his rental car when Lou's phone rang. He scanned it and saw it was a Pentagon number. "Colonel Caldwell," he announced to whoever it was. "Good evening, Colonel. It's Ryan Jackson," he heard. "Colonel, everything okay?" For now, Lou, sorry to bother you, but where are you two heading next? I was thinking about Pendleton on Monday, but I was going to hit Luke on the way tomorrow. Luke AFB was just west of Phoenix. Lou had been looking forward to the short drive. The General may have a detail for you in a day or two that would take you east. I suggest you just sit tight until I call you back. Roger that. Mysterious? Lou added as a passive hint. Sorry, Lou, Colonel Jackson said, catching it. It's sensitive. When I know more, you'll know more. Gotcha, Colonel. Thanks for the heads up. After he and Brandon jumped in and started to leave, Brandon asked, What gives? Not sure. Jackson said to sit tight a couple of days. Sounded ominous, which to me is not a good thing, given how much things are deteriorating. Let's go grab some groceries, Brandon suggested. I really wish I'd brought a small camp stove or a jet boil now. Groceries? Lou repeated. That may not be a bad idea, young man. Load the trunk with stuff in case we can't find any open restaurants, and maybe some more underwear and a few more sets of civilian clothes, he mentioned as they drove past the protesters outside the gate. Busy afternoon. I'd like to grab a quick shower, too, before that guy we met last night picks us up. Chapter 20. Asaria, Kansas. Dude! That nub yelled as Morris was trotting over to the covered piano behind the paintball and Airsoft's park shop and office. I say, son! I say, son! Not the far-gone thing, bro. Morris yelled backwards as he got to his phone. Come up with something original? He plopped down on a bench at one of the two picnic tables. He recognized the ringtone as the one for his identical twin, Marvin. What's it been? He suddenly realized. Like 2 months? As Nub began yelling Kansas's most horrible Robert De Niro impression the 80 feet toward him, Morris answered the phone. Sup, brother? How's Korea? Marvin Ulrich Dugan was supposed to be transferred back to the United States, part of the time cushion allowed for people to rotate from the forward bases. Like many in the military, he'd been corrected in the belief that his life was his own when they involuntarily extended him for at least 1 year. Marvin served in the 46th Transportation Company at Camp Carroll. The corporal was a cargo specialist, trained in warehousing duties that were part of keeping the Army supplied. In his 4 years, he'd learned a lot about the shipping industry in general, let alone the finer details of loading food, ammunition, and military equipment into metal boxes for sea or air transport. SoCo's always hopping, brother, but the Army sucks a weenie worse than ever right now. Morris could tell his twin was not having his best day. Still good to hear from you, Marv. Mom and Dad are at Aunt Janet's. KC is getting pretty crazy, man. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm calling. What the hell's going on over there? Ever since that Seattle volcano, things have just been getting more and more unstable. You're probably better off over there anyhow. Remember that gal from high school, Alicia? How could I forget? Morris teased. Your faces were glued together our senior year. That's right, Marvin said in smooth recollection. He snapped back out of the pleasant memory. She called me today, wondering if I was back in town. Bro, I don't want to hear about your sexual conquests. No, not like that, Mo. Listen, she's freaked the hell out, man. Says that the local gangs have set up checkpoints, work for the Mexican cartels now, ID checks. Is she straight up, Morris? How can it be that bad? Like I said, brother, Mom and Dad are in aunties. But you're still at college? It was a statement of disbelief. The university is allowing anyone in dorms to stay until the end of the semester. Nub and I have enough budgeted to pay our rent through May, so the pair went oddly silent for a moment. What about you getting told you have to stay in? Morris asked. What's so hot that they had to do that to you? It's crazy, Mo. I probably shouldn't say anything on the phone. But, we're shipping a ton of stuff back to the States from Korea. Really? Like food? And Jeeps and stuff? Yeah, quit watching MASH reruns, bro. Marvin started chuckling at his brother on the phone. They ain't used Jeeps in like 40 years, man. The brothers had a good laugh. Then, "But, yeah, all of it, including ammunition." "Huh?" Morris said, pondering what all that meant. Could this be related to why that chill pilot was traveling around? He asked himself. "In fact," Marvin added, "I don't know what this means, but we were just ordered not to leave the base at all today. Rumor is that China and Russia are starting to fight." Morris whistled low. After the pair talked a few more minutes, Marvin finally asked about all the gunfire in the background. Morris explained about how Cat Scratch Fever had been dabbling in learning how to shoot, move, and communicate with real firearms. After his army twin assured him that was sick, the pair finally parted ways. Morris returned his phone to his backpack and grabbed a beanie. Sitting still for too long in the November chill made him cold. He eased his way back over to the group, minus Superfly and Misty Mina, who were both trying to run errands while the power was on for the day. Feels like snow might be coming. Sonny Sunny D. Davis called for a ceasefire, sensing something was wrong by the look on Morris's face. Everyone went through the process of clearing firearms and removing eye and ear protection and training gear. "Might as well go take a break," Sonny called out. The group slowly trickled over in ones and twos from the practice berm to the covered patio. "Everything all right?" Sonny asked Morris. "Well, for one, my ears hurt from Nub's stupid chicken hawk impression." Everyone busted out laughing. Turning more serious, "I don't know, honestly. Just heard from my brother. He's in the army in South Korea." "What's he up to?" Goldie asked. "Worried," Morris said. "First, he's been hearing from folks back in KC how jacked up it's gotten, and then he says the army is shipping most of the stuff back from South Korea." This caught Sonny by surprise. "No way. We're technically still their ally in the Korean War." "Conflict," Super B corrected. "My history professor says, don't care," Sonny said. "I don't give a hot damn about your verbal judo or your socialist history professor." "Easy, big guy," that nub said, coming to B's defense. "Not every college professor is a communist," he said, laughing. "Your foil is getting a little tight," he said in a loud and halfway decent Schwarzenegger. "Point taken," Sonny said, conceding he didn't want to get into a political debate with 5 college kids. "What does that mean, them shipping stuff back?" Goldie asked. "I guess it means the army thinks they'll need their gear and ammo over here before they'll need it in Korea," Morris said bluntly. Naval Support Facility, Thurmont, Frederick County, Maryland, Camp David. Originally built as a campground for federal employees in 1938, President Franklin D. Roosevelt converted it to a presidential retreat in 1942. Despite being secluded in the oaks of central North Maryland, it had been heavily converted into a more functional, albeit relaxing, White House. Peace accords had been made there. Many foreign leaders from around the world had woken up with quite the hangover at Camp David. It was rumored that JFK had even had a tryst with Marilyn Monroe there a couple of times. I wonder if we'll look back at this day as the start of World War III. Jeremiah Allen asked himself, will that be added to this retreat's infamous history? He stared at the 50-chair conference table. The giant mahogany monolith was the centerpiece of a red-carpeted room. Centered on the back length of the conference building, the bulk of the back wall's 120 feet of length was 8-foot-tall bulletproof glass that revealed the Maryland forest. Several Marines and Secret Service agents could be seen patrolling the patio area between the glass and the manicured lawn. Several hours earlier, when it had become apparent that he and his security council would need more room, he decided to mobilize everyone and head out there. The Situation Room at Camp David was more than twice the size of the one in D.C., allowing for more staff and technicians. Technically a military base, most of the staff were already vetted and cleared Marine Corps and Navy personnel. After the Marine One revolving diamond helicopter formation had dropped off, he and Francis, several Hueys, and Blackhawks from the 89th Wing, assisted by the Maryland National Guard, began airlifting presidential and Pentagon staff. The National Security Advisor, Secretary of Defense, the secretaries of each branch of the military, Secretary of State, Joint Chief Chairman, and top generals and admirals from each branch, all dissolved into a multitude of officers upon arrival. They needed to ensure that updated data and analysis was being prepared for the main meeting room. A half-hour later, they'd all converged in the conference room. "Mr. President, we have important updates coming in," Chief of Staff for the Air Force, General Brian Shadbolt said, entering the conference room and finding an open seat. The events were just running too quickly for everyone in all the chains to report the usual way. "Exactly why I moved us out here," Jeremiah thought. "Go ahead, Brian." "The People's Army had just conducted airstrikes on most of the border, sir." "Can we blind these windows and cue this up?" The president asked nobody in particular. The corner of the room contained a door to a control booth. Multiple military and State Department technicians were situated in the booth, observing the room through a two-way mirror. A Navy operations specialist entered a command on her keyboard, which triggered the thin, adhesive electrochromatic film on the windows to transform magically into an opaque gray. The natural sunlight disappeared as the recessed lights in the ceiling dimmed to 15%. Monitors in several locations turned on. The large screen on the long wall opposite the window wall queued up the satellite feed about 12 seconds later. "Put feed 3, camera 4 on the main screen," Secretary Shadbolt ordered, reading his tablet, "and rotate feeds 1 and 2 through all their camera positions on the secondary screens." The primary screen immediately queued up a zoomed-in live video image of a smoldering bridge, the end closer to the north completely destroyed. Twisted metal could be seen dangling precariously into the river below. Fire and smoke poured off the cars and buildings closest to the Russian end. The other screens began to display similar shots in other locations. "Back the main screen out 80%, the secretary ordered. As the feed shifted to show a much wider view of both Russian and Chinese landscapes, he continued. "This is Blagoveshchensk, Mr. President. It would seem the Chinese have just destroyed almost every bridge and train trestle on the shared border. We'll need a little time to completely analyze the entire thing, sir. Aside from the naval engagements, we have not yet seen a corresponding force-on-force attack on the land yet." "What the hell?" Jeremiah Allen yelled. "Options, people. You first, Kelly." He pointed to the Secretary of Defense. "Sir, by this time, NORAD will be moving us to DEFCON 3, he started. There were 5 defense conditions. Reaching 1 meant nuclear war. "Why not 2? The president asked. "That would trigger all of our nuclear-capable forces to be at an unsustainable level of readiness, sir, considering this isn't our fight." "Gotcha," Jeremiah said, nodding. "What does moving to 3 get us?" "To start, it solidifies some of the actions we'd already started, canceling approved leave and vacations, enacting the stop-loss of anyone due to discharge honorably. It also puts all units into a more rigid training cycle and requires a more rapid deployability readiness. Moving to 3 will release some of my budget automatically. It also binds the various branches into a more frequent and thorough information sharing schedule with non-military agencies like CIA and FBI. That's a short version, Mr. President." "Good. D," Jeremiah said, moving along. The Secretary of State looked at 2 of his staffers seated farther down the table, who were busy reading an instruction from her on their tablets. "We're reaching out to my counterpart on Premier Chu's staff at this moment, sir." "Good," Jeremiah concurred. "Set me up a call with him for as soon as they'll agree. And the same with Nikolaev, obviously." He continued. "What is China's next move, General Montgomery?" "Mr. President, the chiefs and I all concurred that given their history, they'll be conducting an increase in their already massive cyber attacks on Russia. And us, probably, for several days from here forth. Not just to disrupt our flow of intelligence, but to cause panic in our markets. Also, and this is not analyzed yet, I want everyone to understand that we see them prepping to launch space-bound rockets. Not, I repeat, not ICBMs." "What do we think are in them?" Jeremiah asked. "It has to be satellites or weapons, right?" "Most likely, sir. Perhaps Director Chen's team has something solid," he suggested, looking at the head of the CIA. "Mr. President, as the General has said, we're still trying to confirm our information, but we know they've been testing microwave directional EMP weapons that will be satellite-based. it is possible they're pushing those into activity. Directional EMP weapons? The president asked, hardly believing it. As in, they can be focused for tactical targeting? It's not that far-fetched, sir, Kelly Fitzgerald said. Wait, are you saying we have those and I don't even know about it? Jeremiah asked incredulously. Sir, this is a discussion that should be contained to the proper audience, SecDef Fitzgerald advised. Jeremiah Allen looked at the cold cup of coffee in front of him, stress etched on his furrowed brow. The untouched beverage contained no answers, no matter how hard he stared. If I don't find a way to show these two countries we're still strong despite our problems, millions of people will die. Tucson, Arizona. Granger and most of the roadrunners sat in a ring of chairs in his driveway, staring at the tall, metal portable fire pit he'd picked up at the local Walmart several years earlier. The flames danced on the charred mixture of juniper and oak, dry and seasoned. In November, as the sun dipped, the desert air was becoming a comfortable crisp. Granger could still see the remnants of pine kindling he'd used to start the fire, its waft of aromatic resin long burnt away. The flames made him think of an assortment of fires he'd fought with Tucson FD in his short career. He tried not to dwell on the one that had nearly cost him his life too much. He'd been part of the RIT on that call, the Rapid Intervention Team. He and one Proby, just 4 months out of the academy, had been designated to stand by at the incident command post, ready to deploy directly to a brother or sister who was in trouble. On small structure fires, like single-story homes, such an assignment tended to be somewhat boring. On the night of that warehouse fire, though? Grange, he heard Bob Salvage say as he felt Bob's cane bump him in the shin. The old ranger, a veteran of both major ops in the 80s, Grenada and Panama, recognized a slow creep of PTSD crawling across his friend's face. I'm good, brother, Granger replied, clearing his throat. All 5 men heard the throaty diesel of Dave Wolf's nearly new Ram 3500 pulled through the neighborhood. Who are these cats Wolf's bringing again? Claude asked. Is this part of the training others thing we discussed? No, Granger said casually. All 5 men watched Wolf's giant truck park right across the end of the crowded driveway. The twilight reflections kept them from seeing the passengers. Some dudes from the Pentagon he met at the VFW last night. Thinks we should hear them out, or the other way around. Not sure which. I trust Dave's instincts, Mick chimed in as he turned to go grab a beer from the garage fridge. Granger saw a nondescript man descend out of the passenger seat of Wolf's lifted truck, slowly using the Nerf bar step to plant his feet on the ground one at a time. The man's thinning light brown hair and ever so small office job bump over his belt buckle made him somewhat forgettable in Granger's mind. Like most former operators, he tended to size men up on their apparent lethality subconsciously. He was still a student of the adage that men couldn't truly be peaceful unless they could first be deadly. This average-looking colonel looked harmless, not peaceful. Then he saw Brandon. Whoa, Marine? Hoorah! I'll never get sick of seeing chiseled warriors with high-end tights. What an odd pairing. Navy vet Tracy Rogers was the first to wander over to the pier as Wolf made his way around the truck to drag his guest through the cars. Evening, bro, he said, giving Wolf a quick one-handed bro hug. I'm Tracy, he said, shaking hands first with Lou and then Brandon. Freeman Caldwell, Lou replied with a slight grin. I go by Lou. The trio wandered up through the 2 rows of vehicles to the fire pit, set just about 8 feet from the eave of the garage's roof. The men went through the procession of introductions. As a pilot, Lou had mastered the art of rapid memorization in his tenure, a necessity for complex cockpits. Remembering the names would be no problem. Granger pulled 2 more folding chairs from the garage and inserted them into the ring of seats around the fire pit. Wolf says you used to fly here at Davis? He asked Lou. Still need to learn to trust you myself first, he thought. Affirmative, Lou said. I switched platforms after my first tour in Afghanistan. I made a bad call, flew a Thunderbolt into the ground when I shouldn't have. I had curried the favor of someone important, so it didn't end my career entirely. Now that's honesty, Granger thought, immediately impressed. What year was that? he asked with direct respect. "07," Lou answered, understanding that he'd have to play this game to get deeper into what Dave Wolf had started educating him about a full day earlier. "And you have corpse written all over you," Granger said to Brandon. He nodded toward Mick. "Mick and I are both Marines. He was a sniper. I was Force Recon back when they called it that." "Hurrah!" Brandon said. "Before DC, I was a platoon commander for 1st LAR Battalion at Pendleton." Lou asked the Roadrunners, "Did any of you make it to the sandbox?" Granger started. "I made 2 deployments in the early years, both OEF," he said, referring to Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. "I was burnt out after 12 years. Came here to Tucson for a job." "I was there in 05 and 06, Mick Oakley answered. 6 years and out." Claude laughed. "Bob and I were already farting dust by then," the old man joked, "but we both have Army experience enough to be the Roadrunners support team." After a few more minutes of swapping stories, Lou finally broke the ice on why they were there. "So, I know I have to give a little to get a little," he said matter-of-factly. "I'm going to give you all the skinny on who we're working for, and in exchange, I'm hoping you'll let us know in full what it is Dave here was hinting about last night. All I know is that you all spend time watching the border for traffickers, but I'd like to hear more." Granger thought. "We've been burned by the CBP enough times that we have some trust issues, Colonel," he said. He added the title to remind Lou they weren't old buddies yet. "How much we share will depend on what you share. We have a legit OPSEC concern. We all have families that would become real targets if the cartels ever find out about us." "I'm hearing ya," Lou said. He took a pull on his water bottle. "Our cover is that we're collecting feel-good stories for military morale as they shuffle troops around the country. I'm sure you men understand better than most what's happening in the cities." A couple of heads nodded. "There's more to it than that. The stage is being set for a war between China and Russia, but if you really analyze it, their motive has nothing to do with their hemisphere and everything to do with ours." He left that hanging. Granger was listening intently. "Go on," he urged in his head. "Nobody knows who Brandon and I report directly to, so we're trusting you guys." Lou looked around to make eye contact with anyone looking at him. "In a fashion similar to the trust you require, we report directly to the Joint Chief, Judah Montgomery." "No way," Tracy said. Wolf shot a look. "Really?" He was under the impression it had been some low-level general. Lou continued. "We travel at our own discretion, set up most of our appointments ourselves, keep our profiles low. Otherwise, the troops would tell us what they think we want to hear." He looked at Brandon to see if he wanted to add anything. "That's it, guys," Brandon added. "Before this assignment, I was already on the General's direct staff. That series of disasters had set into motion events that will forever change the world as we know it." "That sounds a whole lot like World War III is coming," said Mick. "I suppose," Brandon agreed. "And 2 things have stuck out in my and Colonel Caldwell's minds as we've traveled these past few weeks. One, the international news. In case anyone hasn't noticed, China and Russia are starting to duke it out, and we've been directly involved. I just saw it with my own eyes in Hawaii, though I really can't say how." "And 2?" Granger asked. "The state of decay in the cities we're seeing. There are still good people waving flags in this country, but they're hard to find." "Makes sense," Bob said, nodding. "But there's more?" Granger guessed. "Very good," Lou said as he took over the talk once more. "Old Monty wants us to find out what's really going on in America, pick up on the vibe, finger on the pulse, I believe he said." "And?" Claude asked earnestly. "Every day, the news gets a little bleaker, particularly since Denver. There is obviously a movement on many fronts to shift America. Any news that crosses our feeds is worse than the day before." "What feeds?" Tracy mocked, referring to the infrastructural issues. "I've started getting all my news from a few newsletters geared specifically toward making people aware." "Point is," Lou said, looking at Tracy, Every day is just a bit more tense than the last. That set of natural disasters triggered a wave of aftershocks, if you'll pardon the pun, that people only thought they'd see in a cheap novel. Yet here it is, happening. There's a cartel army in the process of taking over every neighborhood in Seattle, and I'm betting you all have seen a massive increase of activity in whatever it is you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be feeling so burnt by the Border Patrol. Lou finished, using Granger's own words. The crackling of the fire had slowed to an occasional pop, mostly just softly glowing orange coals at that point. Granger stood up silently and retrieved his poker and another piece of oak from the stack at the corner of the house. As the silence grew, a couple of the roadrunners wandered into the garage for another beer. "Mick, grab that folder from the workbench, would ya?" Granger called in as he closed the screen door on his pit. The next 40 minutes were spent with the roadrunners giving Lou and Brandon every detail, starting with the dry spell they'd seen in normal coyote traffic and their recent trip scouting the extremely active route. Lou hung on to every word when his phone unexpectedly rang. He let it go to voicemail. Then Brandon's rang. The men exchanged glances. "Oh, snap," Granger said in his head. Were these dudes' phones being tapped the whole time? Without a word, Brandon got up and moved over to the lawn to answer his phone. "McDonald?" "Captain, are you with Colonel Caldwell?" General Montgomery asked. "Yes, sir. We're having a chat with some civilians after dinner." "Sorry to do this, but it is time sensitive. I have to split you two up again. Put him on the phone." "Right away, sir." Brandon pulled it away from his ear. "Colonel," he called out, holding the phone toward him. Lou climbed off the folding chair and moved over to Brandon, taking the phone. "Caldwell." "Lou, I need you to be 500 miles east tomorrow night. You can't miss this one. Leave tonight. Give yourself time for Murphy. Call me from your sat phone for the details when you can, and have Captain McDonald call Colonel Jackson. We need you two to split up again." Granger and the roadrunners watched Lou's half of the exchange intently. "Understood, sir. We'll need an hour, and I think we have something critical to relay to you as well." Chapter 21. Pancho's Burrito Shack, Carlsbad, New Mexico. Almost every restaurant in Carlsbad lined the main drag through town, Canal Street. "I bet she chose this one specifically because it is buried in this old neighborhood," Lou thought. He tried making the usual small talk with the Texas Ranger seated across from him in the booth, but the man was too something. As stressed as everyone had become, this man seemed to be far more upset. No, Lou thought again. Anxious? Both, actually. The DEA agent next to him wasn't much better. He'd made the trip with time to spare, heeding the general's warning. The only slowdown was unexpected, but one that his military ID helped him with. The New Mexico National Guard had set up a checkpoint within 1/2 mile of the border with Arizona. Lou understood that Washington State's neighbors had started this new trend over 2 weeks earlier, based on the numbers of refugees from the Emerald State who were arriving with cholera, dysentery, and other usual post-disaster illnesses. But down here in the Southwest? Lou questioned. "Documentos, por favor, anyone?" Lou had received a full briefing from the general, having called via the secure satellite phone before he left his Tucson hotel. This contact was a Texas Ranger with a direct plug into one of the 13 Mexican cartels that comprised MS-13. She'd relayed a flash message that had a sense of urgency regarding something they were planning for around Thanksgiving. Lou wasn't a federal cop, but he was bright enough to understand that one cartel wouldn't pull an outlandish event without at least the blessings of the others, unless of course it was aimed at them. But when the internal violence was at a minimum, they seemed to be a more or less self-policing and cooperative council of criminals. A contact of General Montgomery's in the Justice Department used the opportunity to clear long-owed favor. He'd relayed that the meet was happening to the general. Lou's attendance was mainly one of taking advantage of being in the proximity. General Montgomery had impressed upon him that the events the undercover contact was worried about may lead to the deaths of hundreds or thousands of people. "I'm going to scan the parking lot again," Texas Ranger Jared Kroll announced as he slid out of his side of the booth. It was past the evening rush for the small restaurant. A young waitress stepped up to the table to refill their iced teas. "Still waiting on your friend?" she asked the men. "Just a few more minutes," Lou said. "Gracias." "I wonder if she thinks that's condescending," he thought. "I hope not." "De nada," she smiled. "I'm sorry about the lack of chips and salsa," she said humbly, hoping it wouldn't affect her tip. "We've been out for a week." She left since the pier was now missing 2 people, not just one. "What's your thoughts on China?" DEA Special Agent Stephen Bender asked Lou after the Latina had disappeared. He had no idea what Lou did for the DOD, but he assumed it was for the DIA. "I work for the Joint Chiefs, but I've kind of been out of network," Lou explained. "I honestly only know what I'm getting in the unclassified emails." "Do you think this cartel stuff plays into it?" Stephen prodded. "Personally, I think the cartel uprising is a move of convenience, taking advantage of an opportunity. Could they be getting marching orders from China? I suppose. China would be dumb to have not at least tried to recruit them over the years. But," Lou added, "I'm not in the intel and analysis branch at all. I can say definitively that China is trying to network with most of the cartels," Steve said. "To what extent is classified, but the fact that they have a symbiotic relationship is well known. What concerns me is the timing of it all. The Seattle horde is inspiring the rest of them to start acting out. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near El Paso, LA, or San Diego in the coming weeks. Then there's Denver." The man let out an exasperated sigh. "And this intel we're all here to hear right now? How's a potential terror thing a DEA concern?" Lou asked quizzically. "I'm part of a task force with FBI and ATF," he explained. "When Allen disbanded DHS, it was under the executive order for the remaining agencies, including yours, to get better at sharing and working together. Set aside the cowboy mentality, so to speak." The door at the front of the old building creaked and slammed shut as Jared returned, a semi-attractive Latina woman following him. "This is Jane," he announced to Lou and Steve. "No offense, you don't get a real name, or a cover name for that matter." He let Rosie slide into the booth and then slid in after her, keeping his right leg out of the booth and an eye on the front door. "I'm Fed," Steve said. "He's military," he told her as he thumbed in Lou's direction. "I did 3 years UC myself once, busted a narcotics ring for an outlaw MC in Pennsylvania. I got trust issues, tattoos, and herpes as a trade-off for that sweet deal," he added sarcastically. "I like this guy." Lou laughed to himself. "Not afraid to call it as it is." "Point is, I know what you're going through," Steve told Rosie. "I don't need the whole story. Just tell me the part that worries you and how you got the intel." He looked at Lou as if to turn over the chance for a quick intro. "What is that smell?" Lou wondered. "DOD is interested in what you're reporting because it may play into a larger and more coordinated plan we're worried about." He left it at that. "She looks nervous. She looks a bit sick. Poor lady." Rosie took a sip of water out of the sweaty glass that had reached room temperature, waiting for her arrival. "I'm dating an American, shall we say lieutenant? Though they really don't use those TV mafia terms," she explained. "He's a handler for most of the corrupt police, judges, and city officials in El Paso. He's in. The cartel trusts him as much as one of their own, as little as that is, I suppose." Both Lou and Steve sat patiently as she searched for the words. Not just the words, Lou realized. She needs to find the courage just to say them. Rosie continued. "Understand, I'm reporting secondhand. I'm not in on the real conversations. There's no way I'll ever earn that level of trust, and planning a device at the compound in Mexico is just too risky. They're too smart." "So you've been there?" Steve interrupted. "Show me." He pulled a map of Juarez out from inside his jacket pocket and unfolded it, covering the T's and waters. Just then the waitress wandered over. They placed their orders and continued. Lou had suggested earlier that they just pay handsomely for the booth to keep down the interruptions. Steve had schooled him in the fact that something like that might actually make them more memorable to the waitress if the cartel ever came snooping. He spread out the map, and Rosie scanned it with her finger. "Here," she acknowledged. "Nice place, fancy golf course. Security is tight. Like I said, they'll find out if I'm ever wired." "Only here?" Steve asked, drawing a circle on the spot she'd identified. "No businesses? Warehouses?" "Like I said, I'm connected indirectly." Rosie was a bit put off. "We were originally working the corruption angle," Jared explained. "We never intended for her to infiltrate their inner circle. It just happened organically." "How'd you learn what you know?" Steve asked. "Seems like your man would be careful." "He is," she said, "except when I give him a Hummer while he's drunk." Lou could tell it bothered and angered her to have to say that. His heart broke. "Jane," Lou said, his empathetic side taking over, "thank you for what you're doing." He was being sincere, and in the emotional state he'd been in the last 16 months, it was all he could do not to reach over and put his hand on her forearm compassionately. Rosie's eyes teared up. "Let's just hope it's worth it," was all she could muster to say. She grabbed the paper napkin from under the water-stained silverware and blotted her eyes. "What are they planning that upset you?" Jared asked. Rosie spent the next 45 minutes detailing a coordinated series of IED attacks on various targets in the El Paso Albuquerque complex. Most were aimed at the police and court system, but not all. Other than suspending the conversation for food, they peppered her for anything of value. It was still spotty information at best. "She needs to get going, fellas," Jared said, concerned. "One last question," Steve said. "How'd you get out of town today?" "I spiked our food to make sure we wouldn't want to be too far from a toilet." "That means," Lou started. "Depends adult diapers?" She cut him off. "I don't recommend relying on them for a long drive." The look on her face was a mixture of disgust, shame, and straight-up hate. "That's what I've been smelling?" Lou thought. And for the first time since he could recall in many years, Lou did something he never thought he would. "God, if you really exist, prove it, please. Protect this brave woman." He prayed. "I'll get the bill, everyone." As the foursome slowly slid out of the cramped dark booth and stood, stretching their legs and backs, Rosie asked, "Where's the restroom?" United Nations Building, New York. "The council chairman recognizes the ambassador from China." Those 8 words nearly caused a fistfight in the United Nations Security Council meeting. It didn't help that the 2 warring nations that would effectively trigger the Third World War were both permanent members of the council, China and Russia. None of the other 3 permanent members, the United States, Great Britain, or France, were currently holding the title of President of the Security Council. That honor befell to one of the 10 non-permanent members, each year being culled from one of the nations starting their 2-year term. It happened to be Mexico. The ambassadors from China and Russia both insisted on having the floor first, each seeking the opportunity to set the stage. Naturally, he'd picked China to speak first, Secretary of State D. Buttermaker said to President Jeremiah Allen. The pair were watching from chairs directly behind their direct underling, U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Alexis Hilton. There were already 2 concentric rings of chairs built into the chamber behind the council seats, situated around the 3-quarter circular table. During trying times such as these, that number could easily double as leaders from around the world came to observe. "Sure," Jeremiah whispered back. "They've allied in manufacturing and trade a ton in recent years. I'm pretty sure Mexico isn't too thrilled with me right now, so they're picking China to speak first to poke at that." In addition to the council rings, the chamber auditorium viewing theater had been stuffed to the gills. Though there was to be a general meeting of all nations in the evening, it was the morning council meeting that was expected to produce the real theatrics of the day. "This is outrageous!" Russian Ambassador Alexei Sotyovsky yelled as he pounded on the table. He stood up, his face turning beet red. The People's Republic of China has openly attacked sovereign Russian naval assets and killed our citizens in their foolish and illegal attack on our border crossings." His speech was disrupted by the pounding gavel of the chairman, which mattered nothing to him. "The manner in which this assembly is now showing biased and preferential treatment to the aggressor nation is unacceptable and dangerous," he added for good measure. "Mr. Ambassador," Council President Guadalupe Rojas was yelling as she pounded a gavel, "you will be given your chance to speak. Ambassador Chu has submitted evidence that your Navy was the instigator in the initial tensions. Sit down." "Niet," he yelled, slipping into his native tongue. "The Russian people have no faith in this body or its leadership." He turned and grabbed his chair, throwing it into the area in the middle of the giant table with theatrics that would have impressed a Manchester United midfielder. He then ripped the microphone holder out of the table and tossed it into the center carpet. He continued to spew threats and curses in his native tongue as he left the room in a tizzy, followed closely by his two staffers. The room had erupted into chaos. The more than 50 nations that were all past members of the Security Council were still represented as non-voting members of the Council. About half began bickering with each other, causing the mood and tone of the room to start resembling a freshly kicked beehive. The ambassadors to Iran and Saudi Arabia began to poke each other in the chest and had to be separated by their staffs. Jeremiah Allen had seen this before, in the months of negotiations between steel mill management and union leadership. There was a certain level of grandstanding and posturing that was expected at this level, especially by those leaders back home that had sent the chosen ambassador there to represent them. He took a good look at Ambassador Chu from China, who was patiently waiting for the den to settle so he could speak. "These smug pricks think they have the moral high ground," he thought to himself. "They think they're due." "Sir, due?" "Yes, due. They think the world owes them something. Just look at the arrogance on his face. That's the look of a 4,500-year-old culture finally getting its turn on the world stage. But there's still only an 80-year-old system of government. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say that they have their eyes set past Russia already." "Well, we've known this day was coming for 30 years, Dee whispered back. "Yep. And how long until I'm the one throwing a chair into the center?" Jeremiah asked himself. U.S.-Mexico border, Arizona. "Mick, definitely the exit? Small finger over here in this dell that runs to the northwest. Would have missed it if we hadn't moved right to the edge and looked down." Granger, "Please clarify. You can see them active now?" Mick, "Affirm. 8 males moving crates into back of Ford Ram. No sign of HX." HX was a roadrunner's lingo for trafficked humans. The team had moved back out on Monday, setting themselves up before dusk. Granger had a gut feeling that the worse American society unraveled, the bolder these smugglers would become at using this route. "Still pisses me off that CBP is ignoring all this," he fumed in his mind as he stared down into his face hole in the desert dirt. Granger, "Roger. Stay and monitor. Moving south to monitor that farm." 40 minutes later, Granger and Dave Wolf were partnered next to each other, prone in the sage and sand, staring about 1 mile south through their night vision binoculars, well into Mexico. They were glancing down to an abandoned sheep farm. 5, 6 trucks? Wolf asked. Plus 2 moving trucks? What do you think? Weapons? Just too dark for zoom night vision, Granger whispered back. He'd zoomed the Aura Sports in 10 times, but in the dark of night and looking a full mile, they weren't putting out much detail. Looks like crates. Whatever it is, it ain't legal. A loud and ominous snap from a breaking branch permeated the air. What the hell? Granger screamed in his thoughts. Both men went dead silent and completely motionless. Almost 50 meters east, the dead branches of a dying desert mesquite tree had turned the ground into a field of brittle bone-like noise poppers. Another snap. The second time it was not as loud, but it was twice as alarming. Both men knew it wasn't a fluke. and though it might have been a coyote or some small game, there had been none of the other telltale signs of that. Granger slowly moved his head left, trying to scan that direction. A piece of desert brush blocked his view. Damn! Slowly he raised his torso from lying prone on his shooter's mat to prop himself up on his right elbow. There was a light breeze coming from that direction. He thought he could make out some Spanish. In the night, the word was unmistakable. Whoever was over there had just launched a good-sized, four-bladed drone and was hovering it at about 20 feet above the ground while they checked their camera settings. The glow of an electronic screen showed the face of at least two people like a beacon at sea. No lights on the drone? Granger realized. Taped over or disabled? While each member of the Roadrunners had a set of specially designed thermal-blocking top and bottom they could don over their tactical clothing, they never did. Granger was suddenly filling his head with the F-bombs of 2020 hindsight. If this thing is wired for IR, we're toast. The little device shot skyward. Almost immediately he lost sight of it in the black of night. He lost the noise about 15 seconds later. Granger heard his phone vibrate below him. He resealed his face to his communication hole. Wolf. Contact. Drone headed your way. It was Dave warning Mick and Tracy. Granger, be ready. We may be compromised. Chapter 22. Quick Eastsad's Laundromat, El Paso, Texas. Lou had spent the Monday following the secretive meeting traveling to El Paso, intent on checking out the activities of the 1st Armored Division at Fort Hood the next day. The drive had been much shorter than anticipated. A quick phone call to Brandon had confirmed he was checking out something specific in San Diego. He didn't want to say what over the open phone, but he'd alluded to Lou that it had something to do with the high volume of fleet shifts. First, there was the loss of home ports in Washington state. Secondly, there was the incoming vessels from the East Coast. Lastly, the dangerous escalation in the Western Pacific was forcing ships in that part of the world to stay in the region longer than anticipated. That meant a rapid increase in training and qualification cycles for the ships slated to replace them. He would be traveling to Camp Pendleton by the end of the week, which was where the pair were to meet. Lou took advantage of the short travel day with a long overdue nap, enhanced by finishing off the bottle of vodka. He'd set an alarm for 6 p.m. with the intention of finally getting around to doing his laundry. The hotel in El Paso had seen stable power, according to the desk clerk. Laundry shouldn't be an issue. Lou had discovered a liquor barn next to his laundromat of choice. You mean you can't just drive your car through and they'll bring what you want right to the window? He thought excitedly. You never see these in Maryland? Still buzzing from earlier, he picked up a fifth of Johnny Walker Red Label to keep it going. Lou was 2 hours into his laundry, waiting for the dryers to finish. Maybe you should call your brother, the little sober man in his head suggested. You do realize it's after 10:30 here in Maryland? Said a groggy and annoyed Foster Caldwell, not even bothering with hello. Some of us get up early. Sorry, I guess you didn't think of that. Lou slurred. Where are you at again? His brother said, realizing immediately Lou was drunk. Texas, where the stars at night are big and bright. He chuckled. He scanned the fifth of whiskey and saw that it was already half gone. You realize you're not even feeling all of that yet, right? The little sober man in his head asked. Stop. Lou grabbed the bottle and threw it into the back seat in response. Where are you? Foster asked. It sounds weird. I'm doing laundry, sitting in the car. Whatever you're drinking, you need to stop, little brother. Yes, Mom. I'm serious, barked Foster. You're walking a tightrope, Lewis. The world took a big dump on you. Accept it and move on. It is the only path that doesn't lead to a hospital, prison, or a grave. I just called to see how the insurance thing was going. Lou reasoned. I don't need a lecture. Call back tomorrow, Foster ordered and hung up. Well, Lou thought, how about that? He decided to check on his laundry. After stumbling out of the car, he reached into the back seat and found the duffel bags. He staggered into the laundromat and found his dryers showed they still had 4 minutes. He left his duffels in front of the machines and wandered over to an aquarium on the front counter, oblivious to the stares he was getting from others. One of the men looked particularly angry. There was a disinterested employee scrolling the screen on his phone, trying to ignore Lou's presence. Lou studied the fish. Just goldfish, huh? The employee slowly looked up, annoyed. You need change or something? Nope, just looking at your fish while my load finishes up. One of 'em's dead, Lou said matter-of-factly. After slowly figuring out the employee was ignoring him, he moved back over to his machines and opened them. The clothing warmed his face as he stuffed his laundry back into the 2 bags. The clippity-clop of the one with a wobbly wheel suddenly stopped as the wheel broke off and shot under a chair. The young attractive woman sitting in it was in heels and a pink mini-skirt. She had her legs crossed over the lap of the man next to her, the same man who had been eyeing Lou with an angry scowl. Oh, hell, Lou said as he stumbled in front of the people. Sorry, I lost my wheel. It's under her. Leave it, the man in his mid-20s ordered. His clothing and body language was a clear indicator he shouldn't be trifled with, at least to anyone sober. I'll just be a second, Lou said as he started to bend over. His equilibrium shot. He started to fall forward and wound up catching himself right on the bare legs of the young woman. Hey! She screamed, pulling her legs off her boyfriend. As a flurry of Spanish cursing began to spew from her, the boyfriend shot up with lightning speed and grabbed Lou. He spun him around and ran him directly into the wall-mounted dryers face first. A dull, loud thud echoed off the machine's metal surface for all to hear. All other conversations stopped. Several people began to record with their phones. Lou fell back and crumpled to the floor, fresh red blood shooting from both nostrils. Ah! He yelled through the drunk, trying to put his hands on his nose to assess the damage. Before he could, he felt himself being crushed under the weight of the man, who straddled Lou, pinning him to his back. Hard punches with both hands right into Lou's face. Every time Lou tried to block, the man would knock his hands out of the way and keep punching. As if that wasn't enough, the woman kicked off her high heels and started kicking Lou in the head with the top of her foot. The insults continued. Stop! The employee yelled as he strode over. He reached for the man, who shrugged him off and glared at him like a wild animal. The employee backed off and headed back for the counter, grabbing his cell phone. I gotta call the cops, man. The assailant shot up and ran over to the counter, causing the man to cower into the corner. You want some of this, Holmes? He yelled. The attendant dropped the phone and said nothing. The assailant crashed a big punch into his face to teach him a lesson, knuckles already bloody from Lou. That's enough! A large man yelled as he ran into the laundromat. He'd been watching the event unfold from his car while his laundry processed. The assailant moved back around the counter. They've had enough, dude. I'll decide who's had enough, cabron, the man said, pulling a pistol from a holster in his waistband from under his t-shirt. He whipped it straight up into the big defender and shot 3 times directly in the chest. Blood began to pump out of his aorta as he fell forward to his knees, clutching his chest. He then finished falling forward, barely moving, a sick gurgling sound coming from his throat. The assailant started to move back around the center machines to find Lou, but his girlfriend screamed, No, baby! We gotta go! We gotta go, Chico, now! She grabbed his other hand. The man looked around the laundromat, finally figuring out how many witnesses there were. Some were screaming, and all of them were trying to hide behind machines. He conceded to his girlfriend after a moment. He stowed his pistol and let her drag him out of the bloody store, hopping over the dying hero in the process. Highway 24, Kansas. Turn right up there where that tree is, Floyd Elvis Presley instructed from the back of the Bronco. There's an old quarry I've gone shooting a few times. Good dirt walls. No chance of losing around. That nub turned onto a dirt road when he reached it. Are you sure? He asked skeptically. This seems like any of a million farm access roads. I know, but yes, I'm sure. Trust me, Elvis said. I know where I'm at. There's the one farm on the left, then nothing for about 3 miles, then the quarry. What's farther down? Morris asked. Not sure. Never gone that far. The 3 college students were returning from an ammo run at Floyd's family's gun store in Rossville. The required time for a background check had come and gone since their original visit. Each of them went to pick up their pistols. Though they'd each purchased a different brand to satisfy their own style and feel of the grip in their hands, they took Clint's advice and all purchased a 9mm and a good holster that slid inside their waistbands. Once they'd trained with the pistols and rifles some, he told them they would probably have a better idea what kind of a tactical holster they would want. Clint and Beth had helped the young men lubricate their new firearms and lent them the materials to set up a target stand. 10 minutes later, the trio was parked at a heavy single pipe gate to the quarry. Meant to keep vehicles out, the young men packed up all their gear and hiked the 500 yards down the access road. Elvis showed them how to set up the one target they would all share in a fashion to ensure the rounds were impacting a dirt wall. He reviewed the 4 firearm safety commandments and started running his friends through a variety of beginner drills. A low, dull humming noise began to emanate off the quarry's walls. At first, none of them heard it. When Elvis had stopped his friends from shooting to review a technique, he took off his hearing protection. You guys hear that? The other 2 followed suit. Sounds like a plane, that nub decided. Getting closer. Why would a plane be way out here? Elvis asked. Could be anything, Morris suggested. Just a joyride, probably. The sky's the limit on what it could be, that nub exclaimed, instantly getting an eyes-rolling response from his buddies. Definitely getting louder, Morris said. Like it's coming from over that wall? He said, pointing at the quarry wall near them. As if on cue, a small twin-engine plane broke over the wall immediately over the college students. It continued northeast, disappearing over the trees at the far side of the quarry on a downward trajectory. They lost the sound quickly. That thing was low, Elvis said. Like they were landing? That's the impression I got, too, the normally jokester that nub said seriously. Maybe there's a small airstrip over there, Morris said. Or maybe it was having engine problems. Maybe, Elvis said. But why come way out here to land if that's the case? I mean, pick a field, he said, laughing. True, Morris conceded. Say, fellas, what say we be getting back? This ammo ain't cheap. I don't want to blow through it all in one outing. I feel that nub agreed. And we need to hit the grocery store. Most of Cat Scratch fever had taken to getting groceries every day, making the stop a regular part of their routines. Most nights, there was nothing new on the shelves. Morris had pointed out to all of them that the only way to get the goods when they showed up was to go frequently. The men packed up their gear and started back to the Bronco. When they were about 80 yards away, a string of SUVs broke over the horizon on the road at the top of a small rise, throwing dust and rocks as they went. The 3 airsofters stopped in their tracks. The SUVs were spaced about 100 yards apart. There were 3 of them, traveling at a high rate of speed. They flew right past the parked Bronco. They must be doing 80, that nub yelled. That's crazy out here. And a great way to destroy your paint job, Elvis agreed. That was some real Hollywood action going on right there. Morris started walking again. You guys are letting your imaginations get the best of you. U.S.-Mexico border, Arizona. Both pairs of roadrunners had frozen in their respective positions for close to 2 hours, long after the last of the cartel men and trucks had disappeared. As dawn approached, the team set themselves up on a small watch rotation to get some sleep. We may not have found human smuggling, Granger had said in the text loop, but we were onto something. After a small nap, he and Wolf moved farther north on their hilltop, then headed east and finally south until they found a good outcropping of boulders. They wanted to be in a position to find the drone operators as they crossed the desert canyon and ascended the hill that evening. They moved like snails, making every effort to stir up no more dust than a jackrabbit might. As dusk of Tuesday evening approached, the four men each donned their Fibrotex Nightwalker thermal shielding gear. While it would be hotter, the fact that it was November made the cool desert night air tolerable in it. The gear would block the heat signature from infrared devices. After the close call the evening before, Dave, Wolf, and Granger once again separated by about 50 meters, trying to be each other's overwatch if one of them became compromised. Granger had re-established his small solar panel to recharge his phone and mesh antenna. Looking down into his concealing cubby under his mat, he queued up the app Zoom.Earth. He scanned a real-time display of the weather patterns, then zoomed in on the little sheep farm. The best he would be able to do to see high-res imagery of the sheep farm to the south was look at the prior day's weather feed. The live image became too grainy when zoomed down. Granger. Tons of tracks coming in and out. Tracy. Frustrating. We could wax these guys before they knew what hit him. Wolf. Patience, young Padawan. Granger. We're going to find this trail tonight. Follow our normal ROE. The drone team may be a full QRF. Mick. Propose we forward intel to other channels tomorrow? Granger could relate to everyone's frustration. Why are we even out here anymore? Should we just get more guys and eliminate this threat ourselves? Would we be saving lives? Would we draw more cartel or just send them to their next tunnel? These were the thoughts that plagued them as dusk turned to night. When midnight had come and gone with no sign of the cartel, Granger made a tough choice. Granger, you two recon that exit. We are going down the trail into Mex. The men stowed their binoculars in their packs and removed tactical bump helmets, complete with traditional PVS-14 non-zoom night vision. Granger had a monocular set up to keep his load lighter on his scar tissue on his head. Dave Wolf ran a pair of them together. Granger and Wolf formed up and moved out with a 10-meter spacing. They headed west to the mesquite tree that had been the dead giveaway of their quarry the night before. About 20 meters out from it, Granger put his hand up over his shoulder, palm closed. Both men took a knee in the dirt near a small grove of cacti, looking, listening, smelling. Then he saw it. That must be the path, he thought, as he spied a small divot along the rocky terrain to his left. He slowly stood and crouched as he approached it. At 3 feet out, he could tell that the path descended the face of the hill along a natural shelf in the rocks. He stared down the path, following as far as one electronic eye could see. After 30 seconds, he looked back at Dave, who shrugged. It took most of an hour for the men to descend the roughly 300 feet in elevation, as they traveled slowly and stopped frequently to counter-surveil for an ambush. Once the ground leveled out, both men removed their compasses and took a bearing on the small grain and water towers of the sheep ranch, some 1,600 meters to the south. After verifying the range with a laser rangefinder, Granger whispered to Wolf, "Counting the distance up to the other guys, this should be a record setter. I think that one near San Diego was less, far less." "If that's true, we need to watch for features," Wolf said. "Ventilation screens, emergency exits, stuff like that. That one in Sand Dog had lights, power, a rail system for carts. Pretty elaborate, if I recall." Granger nodded. "Why don't you take point since your nods are doubled up? It's over 3 clicks there and back to this point. We need to move faster than I'm comfortable with if we're gonna get this scouted before dawn." With that, the two veterans headed out into the black night of the Mexican desert, looking to collect anything that could compel someone, anyone, to take some sort of action. Chapter 23. William Beaumont Army Medical Center, El Paso, Texas. Lou tried to open his eyes, but it hurt too much. The fog was thick, but it wasn't so thick that he didn't feel pain as he re-entered the world. What's wrong? What happened? There was a blanket, a shadow over his memory that even that little sober voice couldn't penetrate. Where am I? He started to open his eyes, but his headache was too strong. The light hurts, he thought as he saw two fuzzy gray slits. Pinpoint pain in his eyelids shot through his nerves, causing him to immediately stop trying to open them. He said. He could hear a muffled voice somewhere to his right, and other noises. Beeps? A lawyer commercial? All were unknown to him. Where the hell am I? Nurse? He heard a man call out, an older man, though not quite so clearly yet. It was like he was talking through a pillow in Lou's ears. I think he's coming too. Lou felt something touch his arm that made him jolt in his mind. In reality, his arm moved a scant few millimeters. How you feeling, Colonel? He heard another man's voice. This one was much younger. Lou repeated as the cobwebs continued to thin. He started to move his head at the neck a bit, but found new types of pain being unmasked. What? Where? Relax, Colonel. Take it slow and easy. You've been hurt. He could feel the nurse's presence, almost sensed the man looking over his wounds. What? What happened? Lou said, searching his memory. Was I in a wreck? I remember a dead fish. That's a new one? The male nurse admitted. Hang tight, sir. Doc will be along in a few. He hadn't recognized the warmth of the nurse's body until it was gone. The room felt a bit chillier. Lou started to shiver. He lay still, not wanting to move, mind awake now. Laundry? There was a fishbowl. Am I hungover? No. Yes. But this isn't normal. Oh no. Did I drunk drive? That other voice. I must be in a shared room. Colonel Caldwell, I'm Dr. Forbes. Can you open your eyes? It hurts, Lou said. Go ahead and try, he heard the man say. Lou pushed through the pain and forced his eyelids open, squinting. It's too bright. That's okay. Take your time. Who's the President of the United States? Ronald Reagan? Lou joked. Haven't heard that one in a while? The doctor joked back. Do you know what day it is? It was Monday, and, it feels like maybe Tuesday. What else do you remember? He felt the doctor in his face, scanning him. Suddenly there was a bright flash in one eye, then the other. I'm just checking your pupils for reaction, Colonel, he explained. I think I was drunk. Your BAC was .21, the doctor said. It's probably all gone by now. It's Tuesday evening. I remember something happened to my... Yes, I think I got my butt kicked. It's all still blurry. Sit tight, Colonel. Lou? All right, sit tight, Lou. We'll need to keep you here tonight. I don't think we need to do an MRI, but you've got some cracked bones in your face, a lot of swelling and bruising. You got worked over pretty hard, but still doing well, all things considered. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Lou asked himself. It dawned on the doctor that Lou had no idea about the entire incident. Just rest, Lou. EPPD will want to talk to you tomorrow. The White House Situation Room. The room was tense, as indicated by President Jeremiah Allen's chew-spit bottle. The smokeless nicotine addiction had come back in full force in the preceding 5 days, courtesy of a Navy cook with which the president had spotted the familiar ring in his pocket. Never a fan of smoking, Allen had taken to chew on his fishing trips. As his life became more public, it became harder to hide. To hell with it, he thought, as he politely asked the sailor for a chew. I'm done caring if people care about my chew habits. As much as he wanted to stay at the camp indefinitely, The polls showed he was hiding. Back to D.C. they went. Is this limited to Primorsky Krai? Are they making moves on other fronts? He asked his defense team. They just briefed him that Russia's eastern coastal zone, inhabited by 2 million and home to the largest Pacific naval base at Vladivostok, was being placed under siege by China. Russia had spent several weeks flying troops and armor into the peninsula. Vladivostok wasn't just militarily important. As the eastern end of the Trans-Siberian Railway, it hosted several million visitors each year, bringing in several $100 million equivalent in rubles annually. Both sides have continually beefed up their shared border, sir, Secretary of Defense Kelly Fitzgerald stated. But nothing indicates either side is preparing for an airborne assault in the north or west at this time. This pinch point has placed Nikolaev in a stressful position. On the one hand, their Navy's home port is under attack from a land-based force a mere long-hour plane ride away. They've saturated the west side of Golden Horn Bay with missile launchers. On the other, China's fleets are moving to choke off our routes into the Sea of Japan to contain Russia's fleet. The only elements of their fleet to the north are those still traveling through the Arctic Circle, most of which are troop carriers. All right, Kel, General Montgomery. I've reviewed our pack fleet status from last night. You think the carrier Halsey will be able to get out of the Rainier impact zone in a week? He was skeptical. But then again, he thought, that shipyard was able to get her shafts reinstalled and put back to pier before they lost the dry dock entirely. Maybe they can pull off another miracle. We need her in San Diego picking up her flight squadrons ASAP. No more than 8 days, Mr. President. General Montgomery answered. We have a small task force that was independent of the resupply task force headed up to escort her through Puget Sound. There has been a lot of reports of piracy that have sprung up in the wake of the cartel thing. Allen lightly hit the conference table in exasperation upon hearing that. Great segue, General. He looked at his national security advisor, Elliot Parks. Your report this morning mentioned that several governors have reached out for guidance with the escalating violence. How much of this is specific to cartels and how much is it specific to major cities? My team has been allowed to sit in with Justice on their high-level intelligence briefings this week. In the wake of Denver, their multi-agency task force definitely has evidence of coordinated cartel communications and planning. I mentioned the unverified report from El Paso already. We're also hearing about 2 suspected new tunnels under the border in California. The border crossings in Arizona and New Mexico are at record levels. So we know they're ramping up activity, but we don't have specifics. We don't see an increase in drug arrests or overdoses, but child sex trafficking has been rearing its ugly head. There's a good chance they're using these same pipelines for moving weapons, terrorists, cartel warriors, or foreign operators. Jeremiah picked up his spitter bottle and squirted a load of the nasty brown saliva into it. He moved his gaze back to the Secretary of Defense and General Montgomery. Get with the AG. We need to make a clear ruling on how this is a national security issue. I've always seen a clear distinction constitutionally for local communities to police themselves, but not all foreign invasions use uniforms and Capitol buildings. He scanned the room to ensure everyone was looking. Sans that. You gotta own this. I've been too distracted by the Pacific Theater, the economy, and the failing infrastructure. Not finding a way to get troops and support into the Pacific Northwest will probably go down in the books as my biggest blunder. Now the police and National Guard in Seattle are dealing with a no-kidding criminal army of sorts. It stops here. I want to see a plan to fight these scum in every major western city by Friday. Maybe we'll send a message to those 2 knuckleheads in the West Pacific in the process. Sassabee, Arizona. Definitely them, Dave Wolf agreed. There's no cattle, no sheep, way too much activity for this isolated dead ranch. He and Granger were a full 2 kilometers into Mexico. They were at a dangerous intersection between foolishness and tactical advantage. If they wanted to make it back across the border before dawn, the time to do it slowly and safely had passed. This tunnel must be 2 miles long, Granger said. There must be service accesses out here somewhere. If we could just find one. Yes, but we're still just 2 or 4 guys. Dave reasoned. Your thought that we need to start recruiting and training is spot on. Patience is a virtue. By the time we do that, Granger argued, the supply line will be dead and buried. I disagree. Wolf whispered back. They've spent months and a fortune building this thing. They won't abandon it until some sort of big fight forces them to. You might be right, Granger agreed. Let's get home and get everyone in on the conversation. Westbound Interstate 10, southern New Mexico. Lou needed out of El Paso badly. No offense to those who live here, he thought as he plunged west through the Wednesday southwestern dust, but it'll be a cold day in hell before I step foot in that place again. His swollen face hurt. It was all he could do to let it distract him from driving. He was taking nothing but Motrin, not wanting to wind up in a wreck thanks to something stronger. His destination was anywhere but not there. Though he hadn't yet worked out a game plan with Brandon, his goal was to go find his partner. That morning, he'd had his interview with the El Paso Police Department. Yes, I'd been drinking. No, I don't remember anything. The news that a man had perished trying to save him felt unreal. Lou didn't recall anything else from the rest of the 15-minute interview after that. Something about if they catch him and will be called as a witness. To him it was all surreal, in a nightmare way. After the detectives left, he pressed the doctor for a discharge. An enlisted staffer gave Lou a ride to the private impound yard that the laundromat owners had his rental car towed to. The power had been out. The company had no intention of releasing the car to Lou without cash on the barrelhead. A trip to the rental car's trunk had convinced the slimy attendant to change his mind. Inflation had taken a firm root since the hammer had fallen on America 5 weeks earlier, as had a broken supply chain. The man let Lou take the car in exchange for the entire supply. An hour later, Lou had grabbed all his items from the hotel and beat feet for the interstate. He jumped on the phone with Colonel Jackson, who had held his cards closely. He already holds me in contempt, Lou thought. But if he truly detests me now, he's hiding it well. The colonel had advised Lou to make his way east. Lou pled his case, stating that if anything, the violence he'd retrieved had proven why Captain MacDonald shouldn't be alone in his travels. He was given a short leash, informed that they'd be ordered home soon. Be cautious, Lou, Ryan Jackson advised. You might think about using small highways around the major cities. There's a storm coming. Storm, Colonel? Lou asked. The weather has been fairly mild. I'm not referring to weather, Colonel. In the 2 hours since, Lou had been alone with his thoughts, wanting a drink and hating himself for the thought. If I'd been sober, a man would still be alive, he remembered. As he drove, with nothing to do but to talk to himself, that was the one phrase that kept repeating itself. A man would still be alive. Why? What caused this man to step in and help? Didn't he know that people don't do that anymore? Didn't he have a family that would need him? Miss him? Lou began to tear up. Did I cause this man's children to forever not have their father? Why wasn't I the one to die? He felt his face get red with anger, embarrassment, shame. I have to make this right, but I can't. I'll never be able to right this wrong. The healing waters began to flow. Lou started sobbing as he drove, squeezing the tears out of his eyes, trying to keep them clear and on the road. His sinuses filled and then began to run. He reached into the armrest cubby, grabbing the supply of fast food napkins Brandon had stuffed in there to blow his nose. He saw a blue highway sign. Rest stop, 2 miles. And as he prepared to exit the road to nowhere, he began to understand something new, something of an ethereal nature. You have to stop being so angry. Maybe God exists, maybe he doesn't. But if he doesn't, who have you truly been mad at? If he is real, is he loving? Or is he apathetic? I like to think he's loving. And if he's loving, don't you think he'd help us through the trials? Lou hadn't cracked open a Bible since junior high school. Yes, but man has interfered with Bible over history. Everyone knows this. But if he created the entire universe, couldn't he still speak to us? Guide us? In our minds? While also protecting the intent of the Bible from puning mankind? Lou exited and passed several semi-trucks and the rest area service building, parking in the middle of several open spots. He shut the engine down and blew his nose once more, using his sleeve to wipe his eyes. The pain of his bruised and swollen face came flooding back, but it bothered him less. It'll take 10 minutes to calm down before going to the bathroom. He sat in the driver's seat and watched a family, 2 parents and 4 children, as they packed up their evening food from a rest area picnic table and proceeded to throw away their trash and head for their minivan. An idea was born. Lou got out and opened the rear door, feeling around for the partial bottle. Without even looking at it, he took the cap off and appended the alcohol over the grass as he walked to the picnic table trash can. I don't know if God is real or if heaven is real, but I do know that my beautiful baby Terrence wouldn't want me to destroy my life like this. Chapter 24. Naval Air Station, North Island, Coronado, California. Thanks again, Lieutenant Duluth, Brandon McDonald told the Navy lieutenant who had just spent 2 hours walking him through the Osprey and its role in naval aviation. I told you, Marine, call me Annette, she smiled. The pilot with VRM-30 was one of the Navy's Osprey tilt-rotor magicians, able to fly the half-plane, half-helicopters out to aircraft carriers and amphibious craft to deliver people, parts, and other supplies. The maritime versions were beefier than their land warfare cousins, upgraded for extended range, heavier payload, and easier transportation of non-combatant personnel. Sorry, Brandon said with his charismatic smile. He scanned the hangar bay as they walked through it back to the parking area. You all sure are busy. It's not a secret that things are afoot in D.C., he commented, taking the conversation to a more serious nature. So I have a few questions for you. Are you getting everything you need in the form of training, repairs, etc.? And how is morale? I mean, the civil unrest downtown must be bothering some of your folks that live off base, right? I think we're about the same as usual for status, she said. We tend to run about 20% short on our listed staffing level. From what I gather, that's the norm in Navy anyhow. And I think with the carrier Halsey up in Washington getting ready to get to sea, we're able to focus on that to keep our minds off what's happening in town. I mean, the power outages are lasting 2 or 3 days at a shot now, but everyone here is a lot more wary of what's happening between Russia and China than we are of getting mugged at 7-Eleven. You all making runs to Halsey once she's on the ocean? That's what I'm hearing, yes. But we have to wait for her to get halfway down here. She has nothing to refuel us with. Brandon continued to chat with her for a few more minutes, then excused himself. He'd gotten a text from Lou to meet him at the Navy Lodge in San Diego. It was just past noon, so the base traffic between the 2 pieces of land was moderate. Brandon cruised back over the long semicircular Bay Bridge in his own rental car and met up with Lou 10 minutes later. "Oh, ouch," was all he could blurt out when he saw his partner's face as Lou opened his room door. Brandon instantly regretted it when he saw Lou's face sadden. "Sorry, Lou. I didn't mean to upset you." Lou uncharacteristically gave the younger, taller Marine a hug, sending a big look of shock across his face. "It's okay, Brandon. There's more to it than I told you on the phone. Did you get my text about finding us some vending machine goods before you left the base?" Brandon held up his backpack as an answer. He looked around. "You want to go eat outside? It's kind of stuffy in here." "That'll work. I need to charge my laptop anyhow. Jackson has made it clear we're probably getting called home any day now. I'd like to show you an email I'm drafting. Get your thoughts?" A short while later, having dined on vending machine trail mix and expensive flavored water in Brandon's car, Lou opened up. I find it funny they're billing this as diet water, he complained, staring at the bottle. It's because they flavor it, Brandon said. Stupid, I know. He could sense Lou was stalling. He gave the older mentor a concerned look. What is it you wanted to show me, Lou? Lou picked up on his friend's worry. To start, get that girly look off your face. I'm fine. Brandon broke into a thin smile. You sure? Lou's smile dissipated a bit. I will be. He told Brandon the entire story of his ordeal in El Paso, including weighing his friend down with how much guilt he was carrying over the would-be Good Samaritan's death. Lou could see it was bringing the usual chipper officer's mood down. Listen, I'm okay, really. I dumped the sauce out yesterday. That's not what I'm worried about, Brandon admitted. I really don't want to have a big talk about God, Brandon, Lou said. I'm thinking about that topic in my own mind and on my own terms. I get it. I can still be concerned, though. I'll admit it, Lou said. My mind has gone to some dark places lately. I can't comprehend what Terrence was feeling when he took his own life. But if I could ask him, I bet he wouldn't want me to follow suit. That's the thing that gets me out of bed every day. But listen, we got time to discuss life and death on the road. I want to run this letter to Montgomery past you before I hit send. San Diego, California. Sir, I have an inkling of an idea what is in motion, thanks to Colonel Jackson. This final email is specifically about the ambiguous side mission you gave us, to find Americans and their concerns and report them to you. Our final mission reports will be filed by Captain MacDonald as my erroneous judgment and actions place me off mission, something I'm ready to own fully when I report back in person. I'll admit it. I was more than a bit confused by this assignment, and more importantly, your choice of placing me in it. I wasn't thrilled about Colonel Jackson's decision to assign me an attendant either, though I fully see why he needed to. You sent us out to put our finger on America's pulse. I think we found it, sir. But we found so much more than that, too. The tension is thick, palpable. It can be felt when you walk into the store, the gas station, or look at someone wrong. You can smell the stress as people don't know how to open up about the things bothering them. They are angry, sir, and they don't know who to be angry at. People are worried. They're worried about what happens when their kids never make it home, or they run out of gas, food, about what happens when the cartel finally sets up shop in their neighborhood. I found angst, and I found hope. I found despair, and I found faith. I found confusion, and I found clarity. I found tension, and I found flexibility. I found average people doing beyond average things. I found concerned people helping their communities. I found patriots fighting, sir. Fighting to literally protect their neighbors from threats, both phantom and real. The pulse of America is beating, General, hard and fast. Her citizens are clinging to the life raft, searching, waiting, desperately hoping for the light to shine, for someone to say, hold on, to say, we're coming, be strong. As you're fully aware, sir, the whole blades of grass myth from World War II was never substantiated. The concept that Japan never invaded the mainland because of the armed citizenry was never proven. Well, I'm here to tell you, General, it is real. Our foes will find a rude awakening on that dark and fateful day. They'll find college students, they'll find mechanics, they'll find disabled veterans, they'll find brave young police officers, men and women of incredible stature. They'll find Gold Star mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. They'll find old and young, rich and poor. There's a thread that binds these people, sir. Above all our differences, they'll find unity. At least, they will once they make it past the foolish who are chasing the mirage. It took me a while to figure it out. I couldn't quite decide what the glue that held this concept together was, as people saw the signs. They see the turmoil, the riots, the barren shelves. They see the troops taking trains and planes across America. They hear the threats from across the ocean, and they say, "Bring it." What is that thread, sir? Love. Love for their families. Love for their communities. Love for life. Love for the right to worship God however they see fit, and to find out if He exists on their own terms. Love for sunrises, Sunday meals with their families, playing a sport, reading a fine book, spending time in the outdoors. Love for growing as a human as they age, learning to recognize and overcome their own biases. Love for their neighbors, even as they learn it's okay to believe differently than those neighbors. Learning to see the big picture as they seek their own journey into the cosmos. They don't want anything to threaten that freedom. General, love. There is no other word. No other word can explain why a black man I've never met laid his life down so I could keep mine. And if there is a God, I hope He is wrapping His arms around that man tonight. For he met God's own definition of the greatest love. They love America and all she stands for. After fighting each other for a couple of decades, they're finally learning to look past the sibling rivalries and fight not each other, but for each other. Sir, the love for America runs deep in these folks, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, social class, or faith system. Our enemies don't know what they're getting themselves into. As long as these people, and millions more like them that I didn't have the privilege of meeting, have breath in their lungs, those that would invade us will never find peace. When you sent me on this mission, I didn't know what to expect, what I'd find. I didn't expect my personal life to unravel like it did. Never did I think I'd find the courage, laughter, and hope in the face of uncertainty that I did. Thank you, General. In the face of my own personal tragedy, sir, I found so much more. Other than death and needing air, the thing that binds us together as humans is tragedy. Everyone has a sad story. It took this mission for me to realize that the passion I choose for my life, whether positive or negative, will be amplified in the effects on those around me. Meeting these people, having this assignment, it has been the most rewarding thing I've ever been through, the bad and the good. I guess what I'm saying is that in finding the real America, I also found myself. Very respectfully, Freeman Caldwell. P.S. If you'll still have me, sir, I'm considering deferring retirement in the face of whatever is coming. Air Force One, westbound over Indiana. President Allen, Chief of Staff Shannon Saw, and National Security Advisor Elliot Parks were in the conference room. No other members of his staff had been invited to the teleconference with the senior military leaders and Secretary of Defense, Kelly Fitzgerald. The briefing, or rather the operation it was detailing, represented the Rubicon River for the Allen administration. There was no unringing this bell. Should he decide to give the go-ahead, President Allen was making his first trip to Denver since the attack. It's called Operation Venom Spear, Mr. President, General Montgomery stated. He and Secretary Fitzgerald were calling from the SecDef's private and secure conference room. The other half of the screen showed each of the branch's top generals and admirals in their conference room. We have 3 tiers and several options for kicking it off. Should you give the order? Venom Spear? Jeremiah repeated, trailing off. Let's start with the simplest version, General, the one that has the least risk to innocence. His voice was dry. Am I really going to discuss having the military take out key cartel locations on American soil? Had the preceding 5 weeks not been so unbelievably escalating, he'd almost think he was watching a bad Steven Seagal movie. At all levels, sir, Judah Montgomery continued, we will invite the governors to include their state guard units. Technically, the National Guard has been ours since several acts took effect between 1903 and 1916. I'm well aware, sir, of your desire to return complete control of those back to the states before your term ends. I'm just mentioning the current state, but many of the states have enacted additional state guards solely for their governor's discretion, natural disasters and the like. He took a breath and a sip of water. In the first tier, we're talking about pinpoint targeted action against known reinforced hard targets. Define that, General? The President ordered. He began the process of pinching a chew out of its can to stuff it into his lip. Primarily factories, sir. Known manufacturing and distribution sites. Obviously not every drug house in the cities, just the well-known high-volume ones. It also includes any site that contains evidence of terror cell activity. This sure sounds like muddy water, General, Jeremiah said with skepticisms. This intel is being kept up to date by multiple agencies. Justice, mostly, by CIA and DIA are integral parts, too. As we're able to follow the flow of drugs, arms, and people from foreign countries as one source of intel. In Tier 1, we would hit those targets exclusively with ground-launched Special Operations Forces. We're prepared to do this in all major cities, save those in the Pacific Northwest. We have intel that the civilian militia types there are about to launch a major operation against their cartel invaders. We have assets at the Bogdan submarine base that are passively assisting. Wait, passively? He asked, then immediately realized his own answer. Oh, yes. The posse comitatus thing? I've had the assurances of the Attorney General that we are legal within certain conditions? Yes, sir, Secretary Fitzgerald chimed in. The Justice Department has been engaging the state AGs and governors to press their cities to forward any and all cases of evidence ASAP. We're prepared to file our cases with both Congress and the Supreme Court within the deadlines, sir. Very good, Jeremiah said. He picked up his spitter bottle and let a dose of stress ooze into it. I'm not worried about the political ramifications. I just want our citizens to be fully informed when the time comes. No hoodwinking, ladies and gents. Please continue, General. Tier 2 escalates by including aerial assets to land various expanded operators, rangers, and the like. It expands the target packages to include those known cartel locations that have a smaller volume of business, mostly homes of the local cartel leaders with well-known documented and lengthy rap sheets, or those locations that the cartel members from other nations are known to be staying. The air units will include gunships as a show of force. Some of these gangs have RPGs and possibly shoulder-launched guided missiles. This is the minimum level I recommend, sir. Jeremiah hung his head, staring down at the stack of papers and photos that were prep work for this call. He sighed. Keep going. Tier 3 expands both ground and air operations. We include regular infantry to help the local guard and police with everything from arresting and corraling, to clearing buildings, to setting up large-scale detainment centers. This has the largest visibility to the most populous. It is the slippery slope you're wanting to avoid. We activate jets to expand the show of force. We expand the number of drones being used for keeping tabs on escaping cartel members. We activate special units intended to use electronic countermeasures against any of their drones, less lethal force, things like that. And though we don't expect to need this, technically we have other units on standby. Dare I ask? The President said, head still staring at the table. Cyber teams to knock out their communications, armed drones, heavy armor? Armor? Jeremiah asked, perking up. We can't have tanks rolling down the streets of L.A., General. Surely we don't believe the gangs in Phoenix, San Diego, or Albuquerque have tanks? I understand it is unlikely, Mr. President, but there is one scenario that has plausibility. They have heavily infiltrated the Mexican army through bribery, violent coercion, and just plain old enlistment. Our wargaming taught us that we have to be prepared for a scenario that includes those units acting rogue. Snake Charmer finally looked up from the table, lips pursed in tension. Understood, Judah. How long would it take to put it into motion? I want to call President Shotgun directly. I know she'll probably tip him off, but it's a necessary step when I get eviscerated by the UN afterwards. If we put the units into a heightened state of readiness, we could be moving in hours. All right. Give me till Monday to think all of this over. Chapter 25. east of Manhattan, Kansas. "Dude," David Goldilocks Foss said loudly in his Southern California charm, "those are flying in low." The old quarry was a solid hour closer to the former airsoft team, an ideal spot for them to begin performing basic live-fire training. Though most of them still didn't own pistols, their slings and other tactical gear from airsoft had easily transitioned to make them all look like real mall ninjas, without the potbellies. "There was only one the other day," Elvis commented. It was early Friday afternoon. The friends had taken to the training as a way of avoiding the obvious question. How long until the university tells us to move out of the dorms and go home? The question affected over half of them. "Superfly, you should sneak over there and check it out." That's not a good idea," Morris interjected. He was bombarded by a chorus of "aw, come ons," as well as 2 quips about being geriatric. "Seriously," he said in uncharacteristic tension. "We have no idea what that is over there, but the fact that there's 2 now definitely excludes it being some sort of emergency." "So," Super B said, "we have every right to go and look." "It's okay," John Sanchez said over the bickering friends. "I want to go. B, you're the tiniest. Hop on back and go with me," he said as he headed for his Enduro motorcycle. "I'll go slow, and you can wear my helmet." The freshman excitedly accepted and followed her teammate to his bike, which had easily made it past the gate the rest had to walk from. Morris turned in exasperation toward the rest of them. "Seriously? They should just stay here." He was hoping to get enough peer pressure to get the whole team involved. Nothing. He looked at that nub. "Not even you?" "I kinda wanna know, bro. Sorry." Morris looked back at the peer preparing to depart. "Maybe I should go instead of her. Nope. She'd never let that go. I'd forever be a sexist in her eyes." He just worried about his friend. He grabbed their rifles from laying on top of their cases. "Wait!" he yelled as he ran over. "What?" yelled Jordan, half expecting Morris to pull a stunt. "Take these. Keep your speed low so they won't hear you. Keep hidden in a low spot." "We got it, Grandpa," she said, taking the 2 rifles from Morris and holding them tightly against her body when she dropped the slings over her neck. John slowly left the quarry and headed north. Tucson, Arizona. Which means the only real question is, what do we do with this information? Granger finished. "I just want to be sure what I'm hearing," Claude Moses said. "You guys have found basically what you've described as a superhighway of cartel smuggling?" "Affirmative," Dave Wolf acknowledged. "Look," Claude said, "I know I don't got no dog in this hunt, being support crew and all, but I think we should get whatever photos and GPS points you all collected to CBP. Give him another shot." "Oh, man, not them again," Tracy complained. "They already tried to tell us to step back as it is." "I'm with Tracy," Mick said, guarding his spotter's position on the matter. "With him and Wolf sniping instead of spotting, we could wax every one of those pedo-pushing dirtbags before they know what happened." "Really?" Dave Wolf challenged. "You gonna shoot their drones down too? It'd be nothing for their reinforcements to just truck right up to the vehicle bars, blow a hole through it, and QRF for those guys with about 30 criminals?" He referred to the fact that out in those few spots of isolated desert that had a border barrier, it tended to be implanted posts meant only to stop vehicles. "Well, then what do you suggest?" Mick said with a frustrated tone. "Men," Bob Salvage said, "everyone take a breath and think. Going after each other's throats ain't the answer." "I get that," Tracy said, "but what's the point if we can't do anything?" "Then let's identify every option," Granger suggested. "We know one, direct action. There's a 90+% chance we'd kill a dozen of them before the other unknown number killed us. What else?" "The other obvious," Mick said, "passing info to a bureaucracy that will do nothing with it." "What else?" Granger pressed, looking around the fire pit in his driveway. Silence. "Come on, Madison, think," he commanded himself. "Too bad it will take so long to train some more people," Dave Wolf said. "There's some good 3-gun shooters at the range. They just need the bush skills." "Too bad the military won't help," Bob said matter-of-factly. Granger's head popped up. "Says who?" He received looks from the rest as if a baby's arm was growing right out of his forehead. "What? Is it so far-fetched? You can read between the lines. Those officers sat right in this driveway less than a week ago, and you all know who sent them. That's called putting out the feelers, boys. You really think passing the intel on to that colonel would do something?" Tracy asked skeptically. "As opposed to what?" Granger returned. East of Manhattan, Kansas. Several rifles screamed at the paper plates. Cat Scratch Fever had crafted several crude stands, some out of scrap wood, others out of pieces of surplus PVC piping they found on the Sanchez farm. Since the other pair had left, the remaining friends started learning to move and shoot as pairs, keeping their peripheral vision on each other while actively engaging targets. John had run them through the drill without shooting for 20 minutes before they attempted it with live fire. When Morris and that nub finished up a set, Goldie spoke up as he pulled his earmuffs off. "Listen, I think they're coming back." They could hear the low rumble of a dirt bike traveling at a low speed. Morris eyeballed where the road disappeared over a small rise to the north, looking for them, but they appeared out of a small wash much closer to the quarry. The group all verified firearms were clear and started packing up. It was getting dark. Morris could tell there was a cold front moving in. After taking off his magazine chest pouch, he put his topcoat and gloves on and joined the small pack walking toward the access road to greet Superfly and Super B. "There's definitely something sketchy going on over there," John yelled first, killing the bike and letting it roll to a stop near the pack. "It looked like a video game or movie," Jordan agreed. "There were black SUVs, guards, planes. I took pics, but my phone died because it hasn't had a full night of charging in like 4 days. That nub said, "I'm getting flashbacks to an old movie my dad made me watch called Lethal Weapon." He started up his Danny Glover impression. "I'm getting too old for this." "Not now, nub," Morris said, cutting off his roommate. "Sheesh, you are such a worrying Karen, aren't you?" B yelled. Morris turned away and started walking back to his rifle case and backpack. "Come on, bro," Goldie said, jogging over to him. "Don't get mad. She's a brat. We all know it. Just wait." Morris stopped and looked at the surfer. He turned back toward the rest of the team. "You all have no idea. The gangs have taken over my old hood. It's getting real out there, and you're acting like a bunch of fool kids." "Then what should we do about it?" Misdemeanor said. "We could tell the cops in Manhattan, but what'll they do? And why would a legit cartel have a strip way out here, 100 miles from KC?" "I think I might know why," that nub suggested. "My cousin is a pilot. Air controllers use 2 types of information from radars. The main one just shows an electronic blip, but there's way too many small planes for them to keep track of. The other one uses a code unique to the plane. That's how they know who's who in the sky." "So?" Super B said. "So they can fly anywhere they want with that turned off. They could turn it off before they even take off. If they have a secret strip way out here and they're flying low enough, they might not gather much attention from KC. They look like a flock of birds or something." "That would explain all the SUVs," that nub said. "Do they have guns?" "Not out in the open," John said, "but they all look like dudes you don't want to mess with." "Anyone have any suggestions?" Misty repeated. "I do," Morris said. "B, can you go start charging your phone in Nub's Bronco and text me those pictures? I met this military officer a couple of weeks back on the bus from KC. I got his card." 1st Law Battalion Admin Building, Camp Pendleton, California. "Colonel Caldwell?" Brandon said. This is my former CO, Lieutenant Colonel Lever." They were standing in the commanding officer's office at Brandon's last pre-Washington assignment, the light armored recon branch of the 1st Marine Division. The battalion's Marines specialized in high-speed reconnaissance in 8-wheeled amphibious vessels. The battalion, and sometimes only certain companies of it, would be assigned to various regiments in the division based on the needs of a particular deployment. The senior Marine grinned as he came around his desk with hand extended to greet Lou. Like the Navy, Marines didn't salute indoors. "Colonel, pleased to meet you. Please just call me Scott." "Very well, Scott. And I go by Lou. This is just a boondoggle, nothing formal." Lou glanced around after the handshake. He was starting to see a common theme amongst Marine officers. Tidy desks inside tiny offices with a sparse collection of photos and memorabilia. It isn't until these guys get flag officer status that they start to outdo each other's toy collections, he'd figured out. But he does have a nice corner office. Though a mile from the ocean, the second-floor office was high enough to have a decent view of it. "What brings you two boondoggling here to First Lar, Brandon?" Scott asked. "Our leave curtailments have just been reinforced with a no-kidding warning order. Seems like the Pentagon has plenty enough on its plate already." Though polite, he was immediately suspicious that one of his former officers would show up unannounced, with an Air Force pilot, no less, the same day they were put on emergency alert. "Last I knew, you transferred to Colonel Jackson's staff, right?" Upon hearing about the order, Lou pulled his government-issued cell phone out of his trouser pocket and began to hunt for a secure Wi-Fi signal. "Sorry, sir," Brandon said. "We really aren't at liberty. Respectfully, Captain," Lou said, looking up. "I think we can level with the colonel at this point. The general knows all he needs to by now." He went back to his phone. "Roger that, sir," Brandon told Lou. "You're correct. We report to Colonel Jackson, and even directly to General Montgomery at times." Scott let out a low whistle as he reached for his water bottle and took a sip. "We've been on the road, mostly traveling at large, assessing unit integrity and readiness." Lou interjected when he glanced up quickly and pointed to his face. "As you can see, the road has been a bit rough." Scott grimaced a bit. "Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. But, Scott, you got anyone who can help me log on to your command net and check secure emails?" "Oh, sure. Just ask the Marine you first checked in with when you got up here to my office." Lou excused himself and made tracks for the outer office. He passed by a few junior officers who eyed him with great suspicion. His brown bomber jacket and blue garrison cap flat against his hip, standing out like a fat kid at the all-you-can-eat buffet. He found a lance corporal sitting at the front desk. After 5 minutes of tedious minutiae, Lou had managed to securely log his phone into their system. He saw 4 chairs and a table that comprised what could be called a small waiting area, so he set himself down there to do a quick scan. He found the email he was looking for. "Wowzers," he thought as he read. "All combat units on emergency stand-down? Suspend training cycles in progress and RTB? Suspend scheduled maintenance cycles on all ground-based equipment? Cancel all non-critical events?" Lou read for 3 more minutes, noting specific units at some bases had been made exempt. He recognized a few of them as units that he and Brandon reported may be light on people or had a high number of equipment pieces in a state of repair. "I wonder if we actually gave the old man data he could use." He kept reading, and the last few sentences almost took his breath away. "Ensure all personnel have current wills and life insurance paperwork in order? This is not a drill." Lou almost jumped when his phone rang as he was staring at it and thinking about that last sentence. Damn it! That made my skin crawl. "Colonel Caldwell," he said sharply. He did not recognize the area code. "Hello? Yes, this is Morris Dugan. I think we met a couple of weeks ago." Dugan? He sounds young. "I'll need a bit more, son. I've handed out about 50 business cards in the last month. We were on a bus. I told you about airsoft at college. "Oh, Thumper," Lou said. "I didn't expect you to actually call. Kind of surprised me. What can I do for you?" "That is the question, isn't it?" "Well, shoot. I don't know where to begin, and I don't want to waste your time, but my team and I were out practicing, and a few times now we've seen something suspicious." "Well, Morris, I think you might be best off telling the local police," Lou started. "Sorry, sir. I think this might be a bit over their heads. I'm hoping you can tell the FBI or something." This made Lou perk up. He looked up at the office around him. There were a few small conversations going on, but they were all ignoring him. "What? What makes you say that, son?" "I can send you some photos. It looks like a drug movie or something. Planes and cars, thugs, all meeting in the middle of nowhere, more than once." "Did you say planes?" Lou double-checked. "Like small private planes?" "Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir." "I can take a look and forward them, Morris. After that, it is out of my hands. And I can't emphasize this enough, but you all need to not go back anymore. If it is who you think it is, they won't be afraid to hurt you, slowly and permanently." "So, you'll look at it, then?" Morris asked in disbelief. "I said I would, son. Send him. You caught me at the perfect time for me to forward them places securely." Thank you, Colonel Caldwell. Remember, Thumper, tell your friends to stay away from the area." "I will." After they ended the call, Lou just sat and stared at the little phone. It began to buzz. That was fast, he thought. He opened a text from a number, not recognizing that it was completely different than the one that had called 4 minutes earlier. Sender unknown. "Sorry to bother you, Air Force. This is the Tucson Drive-A Fireplace speaking. Please call when you get a moment. We have intel you need to send to whoever needs to see it, ASAP." Chapter 26. El Paso, Texas. "What are they doing here?" Rosie screamed in her head. She had just yanked her eye away from the peephole on her apartment door. Two of Inocencio Delgado's scarier and more recognizable henchmen were standing on the landing outside her front door. The thumping on her door was loud and obnoxious. "We know you're in there, Carmela. Eddie's been hurt. We need you to come with us, please," she heard the younger one saying. "Damn, Rosie. Today's the day you die." She ran across the small apartment, stopping near the bathroom. "I just sat down on the toilet," she yelled. "Give me a minute. Sheesh." Rosie threw herself into the bedroom closet and ripped the carpet up from the right rear corner. She found a small cut in the plywood and yanked the temporary patch up, revealing a standard black Glock 26 with no extra magazines. It was in a lady's cummerbund-style girdle with a slot for a pistol. She chose to wear it high, hoping that getting the Glock as close to her cleavage as possible might help her conceal it. She put on an additional baggy sweatshirt and made her way to the door. "What's with all the banging?" she feigned, followed by a string of Spanish cussing. "Sorry, Carmela," the older one explained, the tattoos at the bottom of his jawline stretching every bit as much as his words. "Eduardo was injured. It doesn't look so good. He's begging to see you. El Jefe would consider this a great favor if you would come to Ciudad Juarez to comfort him." "What happened?" Rosie asked, stalling. "It was a horrible car accident. The hospital says he's too unstable to send over to El Paso. Please, we must hurry." Rosie knew she was being lied to, and they knew she knew. It mattered not. If she resisted, they would do horrible things to her, both before and after they knocked her out. The end result would be the same, a one-way trip to Mexico. Her training had reinforced one core principle in such a situation. Stick to your lies if you suspect your cover is blown. Stick to them until the very end. Admitting them will guarantee slow death. She grabbed her phone and purse and was warned off it. "No, miss, we must go. Now. Time is critical." The older one had an expression that was cold like a northern wind. It said not to challenge him. Rosie found herself between the two men. Life almost felt like a dream state to her at that moment. Maybe it's true. Maybe they haven't found out. She was bargaining, and she knew it. The older man drove the King cab pickup. Rosie got in on one side, being shoved into the wall of a third man on the far side of the passenger bench, forced to be the middle by the younger one behind her. Nobody said a word. Not through El Paso, not at the border or across the bridge, and not into Juarez. She had no idea where the hospital was in this city, though she didn't expect to be going to it. Rosie tried to memorize landmarks, count seconds between turns, listen for noise both on and off the road that might help later. Maybe they're driving in loops on purpose, she thought. After a full 40 minutes of driving through Juarez, the truck pulled into a rundown factory sector of town. They took a left into a collection of dingy gray sheet metal buildings. Rosie began to cry. East of Manhattan, Kansas. "This is so stupid," Morris screamed in his head. "We got no business being out here, and it feels like snow is coming on top of everything else." He'd only agreed to tag along because he couldn't stand the thought of haggling for hyper-inflated mac and cheese at the grocery store once again. He'd spent the morning working on any other long-term preparations he could think of. Mad he hadn't taken the modern prepper movement just a tad more seriously, he filled all the containers he'd been collecting and saving in the preceding weeks with water. He'd also discovered that the one Walmart in the area was out of almost all camping supplies. On a whim and a hunch, he found a caterer in town that was willing to sell him sterno candles, normally used for keeping big pans of food warm at weddings. "At least we'll have some sort of fuel to cook with if the power goes out and just never comes back," he thought. That afternoon, the team had all drifted to his apartment to find out if the colonel had replied. "He hasn't," Morris told them. "I told you he probably won't." One thing led to another, and eventually Elvis busted out a paper map of the area. "See this road here? Runs north, too, but it's about 4 miles closer to town. If we take this ranch power line access feeder here, we can cut across the fields relatively unhindered. Tell him the best part, John." "What?" Misty Mina asked. "I got 2 loaner quads and a trailer we can borrow. My friend at the Power Sports store? All I need is for Nub to help me tow them." "Sweet," that Nub said. "Let's go now." He and John both had coats half on when Morris raised his objection. "Seriously?" That was the beginning of a 30-minute debate, of which he and Goldie were the only two seeing clearly. About 90 minutes later, they were parking Goldie's and Nub's vehicles in a new spot on a new road, trusting Elvis to guide them northeast with a simple cell phone compass and a gas station map. The rolling slopes of cut field were easy enough to traverse, and with the quads and motorcycle doubled, they were able to make quick time. Goldie volunteered to stay back at the vehicles, leaving a traveling team of 6. They'd progressed at a cautious crawl of about 10 miles per hour for over a half hour. John and Bea would ride ahead, and each time they were close to cresting a small rise, they would dismount and scout the downslope and next valley. "We found it!" he whispered excitedly as the slow quads cruised up. Morris and that Nub killed the engines. "Really?" Misty Mina said, sliding off the back of Morris's quad. Elvis slid off the other one and stooped as he crept past the motorcycle. He got down to his palms and balls of his feet, high-crawling up to Superfly and Super B. "Nobody found binoculars for sale yet, huh?" "Try this," John the Superfly said, handing him a cell phone with a little zoom attachment over the camera. When combined with the smartphone's electronic zoom, it magnified up to 48 times. "Whoa, that is pretty slick, if you can hold it still." He was looking at one small building and a nearly 1,500-foot stretch of grass that had been mowed down to dirt repeatedly. They were perpendicular to it, about 800 yards away. The crest they were laying on ran at an angle to the makeshift runway, with it passing the small building end of the runway within 80 yards. The building wasn't permanent, but a wooden shed kit from a chain home improvement store. It looked like it might be 10 by 15 feet in size. The runway at the far north end came to a stop just shy of a grove of trees lining a stream. "Yeah," John said. "I have a little tiny tripod with flexible legs I'll bring next time." "Next time?" Morris thought, looking once again at the cold gray overcast. "This is super fun and all," he said sarcastically, "but my weather app shows snow coming down tonight. It feels like the temp is dropping. We came, we saw, now let's get out of here." "Chill, Grandpa," Super B said. She giggled at her own pun. That nub low-crawled back to Morris, who was still standing lower down the slope next to the bike and quads. "Seriously, Mo, what gives? Isn't this why we started doing real tactical stuff?" Morris almost choked on his own tongue, guffawing. "What? You can't be serious. We're doing that in case, I don't know, a mob tries to burn down the grocery store or something." He pointed past his buddy at his friends. "We aren't cops or special forces, nub. We got no business coming out here to play G.I. Joe. It feels like Goldie and I are the only two to get that." William Datnub Easton turned about as serious as Morris had ever heard him. "Mobs? Riots? Gangs back in KC? And this?" He pointed east. "Also, a cartel landing strip, and nobody knows about it but us? Maybe this is exactly what we've been training for." "I'm going to start hoofing it back to Goldie," Morris said after several seconds of silence. "It'll give me time to think." He looked up once more. "And stay warm." Juarez, Mexico. Rosie came to in a dog cage. What?" She jolted with a start, the back of her head throbbing in intense pain. The room was still dark and fuzzy. She heard several men's voices. I fought them at the truck," she remembered. "Carmelita!" she heard Eddie scream as her eyes tuned in. A pair of dirty, leathery hands grabbed the top of the kennel and spun it hard to the right, throwing her sore head against the hard galvanized wire. Another sharp pain shot through her nervous system. "Eddie!" she screamed, seeing the bloody beaten pulp on his knees 6 feet in front of the cage. Inocencio Delgado was standing there, as were other men. She recognized the faces that politely abducted her. Then, "You!" she screamed. She recognized El Paso Police Lieutenant Troy English as one of Eddie's turned contacts. He strode over casually and squatted in front of the cage's door. "It took me a while," he admitted. I knew you. I just couldn't place it." He stood up and stared down, spitting on her. "But it came to me a couple of nights ago, in a dream of all places. You were that cop. San Antonio, was it? The one they made a fuss over?" He looked at her mangled right hand. "The special one?" "It took some digging. The Rangers did a good job of burying the stories." He turned and walked casually back over to El Jefe. Inocencio was surrounded by the 3 abductors, as well as a few others, some close, some playing guard farther away. He refaced Rosie. "Eddie, your girlfriend's name isn't Carmelita. It's Rosie. Rosie Ortiz of the Texas Rangers." "Ah!" Rosie screamed as she started to kick the cage door repeatedly. The shock of the explosion scared her into stiffness, as the back of Lieutenant Troy English's head exited the front in the violent symphony of a smoking .44 Magnum hand cannon. Brain material, skull fragments, and blood painted the front and top of the kennel, covering Rosie in a gridded pattern of crimson and gray matter ooze. Her screams evolved from anger to sheer terror until she started to black out from lack of air. She began to pant. Eddie started to resist from his knees, hands and feet both bound behind his back. The old henchman who was driving the truck dragged an old rusty folding chair covered in dried blood, while the other 2 picked Eddie up by the chicken wings. They stuffed him into the chair, while El Jefe Delgado strolled over to Rosie. "I liked you," he said calmly. "Like?" he corrected himself, smirking. Funny, I still like you. My daughter, she really likes you. I'll be honest, Carm, Rosie, this one pains me a little. He could see Rosie's horrified face, not on Eddie, but on the nearly headless mess that Troy English had become on the bloody concrete factory floor. Oh, him? Inocencio asked. We don't need him. We're about to change the landscape of El Paso. He laughed. All of Western America, actually, he said as he stared past Rosie in deep thought. There are some cities in which we still need our moles, but El Paso will certainly not be one of them. But, he squatted, much as Troy English had a few minutes earlier, completely uncaring of the bloody mess lining the cage a foot away from his face. Now, we're hearing from our own government that your presidente may be growing some huevos. This brought you a little time, my dear. I need to know what you know. Just kill me now, she screamed. I won't tell you anything. Inocencio Delgado just laughed as he walked over to his henchman. Make sure you take your time with him, he said as he nudged in Eddie's direction. Make sure she watches. Then take her to the convoy forming at my estate. She's going with us to Chihuahua. Rosie heard acknowledgments from the thugs as El Jefe left. A different man who had been passively watching from the side casually moved into the space, separating Rosie from Eddie, who was still struggling to fight the bindings that had been moved directly to the legs of the chair. The scarred henchman seemed to be no stranger to pain himself. He dropped a roll pouch on the ground and squatted down, unrolling it. He pulled out a long fillet knife. I always like to skin the meat before I tenderize it, he said excitedly to Rosie. He stood and moved toward Eddie. The oldest of the other henchmen started to put cheap, industrial foam earplugs in. The carver made quick work of Eddie's ears, using them to start a pile on the floor, a pile of skin, testicles, and thinly sliced muscle that would grow in front of Rosie until she passed out from shock and pleading in terror for Eddie's screaming life 5 minutes later. Chapter 27. Tucson, Arizona. Granger Madison's phone screamed in the night like a fire station klaxon. At 49, it just wasn't as easy to snap out of bed, ready for action, as it had been in the Marines or fire department. He shook through the webs. Another annoyingly loud ring. What damn time is it? 02:30? Decline. Third scream from the electronic leash had filled Granger's patience to its testing point. Listen, Jacka, be at the playground by the elementary school, the one your girls went to when they lived here. 10 minutes. Don't be late. Who the hell is this? I set a can of chili on your counter. Click. What the hell? Granger was grabbing for the cig, ripping it out of the Kydex appendix holster that cradled it while on his nightstand. He spun around, keeping his elbows about half compressed. The pistol was close to his body, but level, ready to drive up to sight picture in front of his eyes. He moved the forefinger on his support hand, ready to toggle the 500 lumen TLR-1 light, hanging on the bottom of the striker-fired weapon at the perfect moment. He did a quick scan of his bedroom and made his way to the open door. His room was across from the dining area. He approached the doorframe, carefully rounding it with the pistol fully extended. He was still about 2 feet inside his room. He continued to shift left while scanning the dining area's right. He finally approached the point where he had to go through the fatal funnel of the doorway. He did, clearing the far corner while hitting it with a quick burst of light. Nothing. He sidestepped out of the doorway, probably being silhouetted by the bedroom window. He realized. He continued to scan the dining and visible parts of the kitchen and hall. Then he saw it. Sitting right on the end of the counter that divided the kitchen from the breakfast nook was a can of stag chili. He knew instantly he would find nothing clearing the rest of the house. This whole exercise was to tell me he could have killed me? He acknowledged. It was meant purely as a trust builder by someone who doesn't want to be seen. Pissed as he was, Granger wasn't going to miss the appointment. He got dressed, including setting the appendix carry holster and SIG into place by his waistband. Wait, I should bring the PCC too. He opted to bring the pistol-caliber carbine, which used the same magazines as his Glock that he used on his Roadrunner missions. He went to his security gun locker and opened it, swapping holsters and pistols. He grabbed the small rifle-looking carbine and 2 of the long, custom 33-round Glock mags chambered in the same 9mm. 4 minutes later, Granger was pulling up to the block where his girls used to go to school, shutting down his lights before he rounded the last corner. Though he had an extremely powerful Surefire handheld flashlight, he opted to just keep it palmed in his left hand, powered off. He got out of his truck, keeping the PCC slung close to his body and under the zip-up hoodie he'd put on. To his left were average-looking suburban homes. He walked around the pickup and to its right, heading onto the school property, heading directly for the jungle gym area. As he made it through a small grove of desert willows planted by the 6th grade class, he saw a figure emerge from a shadow in between him and the playground suspended bridge. "Well?" he said, coolly, but on fire in his mind, wondering if the cartel had finally figured him out. "You should think about getting a dog," the shadow's voice said. "You should buy decent chili," Granger returned. "Who the hell are you? And why shouldn't I kill you right here?" "Easy, Granger," the discernible black American man's voice said. "We're on the same side." Granger took a moment. "The fact you were in my house ain't lost on me, pal. It doesn't mean I ain't pissed right now." "Good," the voice said. The man slowly crept forward out of the shadow, trying to let Granger see him without either of them being in striking distance of the other. "You should be. And you should be scared. I know you all think you cover your tracks, but once we were told who you were, we ran a clean comparison. It took our hacker 4 hours to figure out who you all were, based on a cross-sectional search of cell tower usage and one satellite photo of the Suburban that infills and exfills your team." Granger was silent. He's obviously government. But who? "Finally, you have my attention. Who are we?" "Good. It's good that vets like you and yours are involved. We just need you to know how vulnerable you are. If the cartel gets an inkling you're out there, I know. Besides impressing me with your hacker's ability, what's your point?" Granger asked just a bit testily. "Have you found tunnel service ports yet?" "I ain't telling you jack squat until I know who I'm talking to." The man stepped a bit closer. There was a sliver of moonlight coming through the trees. A peaceful, deadly man, Granger assessed immediately. "Spec Ops." "Delta," he finally said. "How'd Delta get hold of my operation?" He cut himself off before he finished. That colonel? Maybe there was more to him than meets the eye after all. "It all getting clear for you now?" the man asked. It was much too dark to see many details. Even at probably 5'11", he could see the man was stout, not someone to be taken lightly. "1 or 2. If we had explosives, it would be easy to collapse it." "Roger that," the man acknowledged. "We need all 4 of you to set up in that valley by dark this coming night. Find yourselves a new OP, something close to the border. I'll have 1 other with me. Whatever you do, don't effing shoot. You won't hear us coming. We'll say stag. You'll say chili. Clear?" "Stag, chili. Got it? What's this all about? You've obviously read my file." The man sighed. "Something big." He started to walk back into the shadows, then turned. "And tell your team to get your family somewhere safe." He disappeared into the dark. As if that exists anymore, Granger thought pessimistically. The White House Situation Room. "What do we know?" Jeremiah asked. The room was filled with the usual defense and security team, plus key admirals and Space Force generals. Satellites detected a missile launch out of China. Chief of Space Operations General George Overton scanned his watch. 43 minutes ago. It was a boost glide weapon, sir. Most likely an inertial guided solid tungsten projectile. So, not nuclear? The President asked. No, sir. Its low altitude and rapid decay rate showed us it wasn't meant for strategic orbit. Cue up the feed. The General ordered the room's junior officers manning the control center. A disturbing image in infrared showed up. It's a noon night in the Northwest Pacific. What the? Jeremiah looked on in shock. Is that a crater? It's in the Kronotsky Nature Reserve on the Kamchatka Peninsula, the General replied. What the hell did they hit? Jeremiah demanded. Nothing of any value, sir, Secretary Fitzgerald interjected. They shot into a remote part of the peninsula as a Russian fleet of troop carriers is sailing by less than 200 kilometers away. Is there any chance they missed? The President tested, angry at no particular person. None, Mr. President, Joint Chief General Judah Montgomery said. They've never missed one of these tests by more than 10 kilometers. It's a message. Well, I'm hearing it, loud and damn clear, Jeremiah said excitedly. Just wait till they try to sink one of our carriers with one of those things. Or take out our silos. What is the end game? Jeremiah wondered. We need to figure out how to stop them from taking drastic measures before this starts a world war. What are we doing to shore ourselves up right now? Sir, with your permission, I'd like to keep us in DEFCON 3 and begin the checklist for DEFCON 2, General Montgomery stated. Just in case we need to go there, we're already at an increased state, waiting for your decision with Venom Spear. Might as well get the strategic forces aligned. What the hell is the end game? Jeremiah asked himself once more as he nodded his approval. I know you all have been wargaming this, team. Tell me, what will happen when they come after us? Surely they know Russia will be sending one of their own slugs in retaliation? Maybe, General Overton stated. We can see activity missile launch sites that indicate they may be trying to target Chinese satellites instead. But we know China has at least 2 satellites that can send a directional EMP pulse toward the ground. Those have heat blooms forming around them. All indications point toward both sides getting ready to go after each other's critical tech. And Chinese intrusive cyber attacks are ramping up on us as well. USAF C-130J, Super Hercules, above the U.S.-Mexico border. The turboprop transport craft lowered the back ramp, revealing the near-freezing night air to all who bathed in the red lights. The loadmaster was tethered to the floor of the plane with a long restraint lanyard. He stood up to the plane's port side of the open ramp. The Operational Detachment Delta Special Operations soldier, acting as jump master, bent down and got on his knees, eyeing the dark desert and scant lights of Yuma, Arizona, to the west. The majority of their 40-minute flight from Tucson had nothing to do with gaining distance. It was about getting the altitude needed for the combined halo and hey-ho jumps. From the 30,000-foot height, the jumpers would use both methods to land safely at their destinations. The first 2 men, destined for a spot nearly under the craft, would descend in a freefall to a height of only 2,000 feet over the desert hill they were aiming for, the low opening of the halo jump. The sergeant major and his other 3 team members would open their special airfoil wings a scant few seconds after starting their freefall. This was the high open evolution, which would allow them to glide close to 40 miles. They were bound for a different mission, one that required a stealthy insertion near the small city of Nogales. 3 other C-130s had been flying this pattern for 3 hours and would continue for 2 more. The craft would fly about 17 minutes farther east than the jump point and then turn northwest to repeat the loop. Even if the Mexican military or cartels had been monitoring what was happening, they would have little chance of knowing exactly when or where any operators had deployed. The jump master stood back up with assistance from the load master, part of the plane's regular crew. The parachutes, combat gear, and breathing apparatus, necessary due to the extreme height of the jump, amassed to an astounding 150 extra pounds of weight on the soldier. He looked back up at the small LED box just as the red one lit up. 30 seconds to the drop zone. The pilot was communicating. "Stand by!" the sergeant major yelled above the roar of the wind. He stepped up to his men and participated as they all began one last check of each other. Equipment had to be tethered tightly. There was no room for error. The first two men, destined for a hard and fast flight to the desert floor, turned on the electric infrared lamps secured to the tops of their combat helmets. They lowered their night vision, which covered their faces above the silicone half-face masks that comprised their breathing system. The duration of their freefall made the likelihood of a fatal impact very high. The IR strobes and night vision would help them avoid that. The other four wore breathing helmets that included an entire face piece, necessary to keep their skin covered. They would be hanging in the cold air, taking over an hour to glide to their destination. They would space themselves in their jumps and shoot deployments and track each other only with cheap lime green disposable glow sticks until the final stage of their landing. The jump light turned green. "Go!" the sergeant major yelled as he pointed at the pair of men. They ran out of the plane in tight formation, leaning into tight missiles for the first few seconds and eventually flattening their bodies out with a familiar drag, using the angles of their hands and feet to stay on course with micro-adjustments. Down in Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, 4 U.S. military veterans, 2 Marines, 1 Army, 1 Navy, had planted themselves in a new observation post on the hilltop directly north of the border. Almost 500 meters to the northwest of the men who called themselves the Roadrunners, across a small valley, a band of cartel coyotes were loading 2 vans full of explosives and weapons. Neither group was aware of the sky activity above them, as 2 of America's most experienced members of Delta Force descended upon the canyon under black canopies. East of Sasabe, Mexico. 2 hours after Granger and the Roadrunners participated in the Stag and Chili password process, he and Dave Wolf finished leading one of the Delta operators back to one of the 2 service ports they discovered in the enormous cartel cross-border tunnel. They were all taking a knee about 50 meters from it on the off chance it opened. It was the wee hours of a Monday, but they'd been in and out of the valley so much lately, the days were starting to run together for Granger. "The other one you found is south?" Master Sergeant Mikhail Hudson asked. The senior operator to drop in and join the Roadrunners was one of the most peacefully dangerous men Granger felt he'd ever met. Both under 6 feet tall, neither of the Delta operators was a giant man, but both exuded an aura of toxic masculinity that Granger hadn't experienced since he was in the Corps. "Affirmative," Granger replied. "Still can't believe these guys dropped in to operate with us," Granger thought. Something big was happening. This guy said the other night. "Based on bearing and pace count, it's about 500 meters between here and the ranch. In our opinion, it has to be the entrance. It's the only place that could cover the amount of traffic we're seeing through it." "All right. You 2 keep an eye out for drones and patrols for a minute." Granger continued to internally ponder their luck. Wolf was on an A team. I was in Force Recon. It's not like we're newbies. He and Dave turned themselves east and south, watching for any signs of people or machine on or above the Mexican desert. "Lucky charm, voodoo," they heard Hudson softly say into his headset. They listened to one side of the conversation in which the junior operator reported back to Hudson what he, Mick, and Tracy were observing. "Copy all. Continue to monitor," he instructed. "Sounds like the vans took off. We don't have a drone at our immediate disposal, but my partner is getting onto our battle net to request one. Madison, stay here and cover. Wolf, follow me. We're going to rig this hatch." Chapter 28. The White House Situation Room. "And you're sure this is them?" Jeremiah Allen asked the 2 men he'd been primarily talking to in the emergency meeting. He looked back and forth at his Secretary of Defense and leading general of the Joint Chiefs, scanning their faces. "This is solid, Mr. President," Army General Judah Montgomery said with extreme confidence. "We had a Reaper following it from the moment it left Seattle until our AWAC from Tinker could make it on station. The ship has been under direct observation the entire time, sir. A cartel invasion had been sent running by an organized group of citizens in Washington state. The death toll would be high. The mop-up would take years, but the people had fought back. The leadership had infiltrated an old cruise ship painted to look like it was a Red Cross relief ship. The timing is key, Kel, President Allen told Defense Secretary Kelly Fitzgerald. He looked at his watch. This isn't just political theater, he reminded them. Doing this live will send a serious message to both China and Russia, one they can't ignore. He scanned his advisors once more. The other 23 people in the White House Situation Room were deathly quiet. The evidence needs to be beyond reproach, he said to himself. Irrefutable. He knew they were fully aware of that. Mr. President, General Montgomery has my every confidence, Kelly said, himself a retired admiral. If you give us the go, we can make this happen in time for your broadcast. President Allen looked down at the cold cup of tea staring up at him from the table, feeling the weight of the world shift under and around him. He had a stern and angry resolve on his face when he looked back up. Go. Commence Operation Venom Spear, he sighed, as if the weight on his shoulders had just compressed his lungs. Now, who is the skipper of the Bunker Hill? Captain Patricia Cooper, Mr. President, General Montgomery answered. May I ask why, sir? Correct me if I'm wrong, General, Jeremiah said, but she's about to command the first U.S. Navy ship to do this since the 1980s. Interstate Highway 10, Arizona. It was early afternoon on Monday. Brandon was driving his rental Toyota 4Runner while Lou was catching a nap. Both men were decked out in patchless army uniform pieces they'd been given at the last command they toured, Fort Irwin, northeast of Los Angeles, before being given the order to head for home on Sunday. Though not a fan of issuing 2 sets of gear and rifles to a couple of off-branch officers, the base commander knew instantly who Colonel Ryan Jackson represented when he called to order it. Don't you two realize we're getting ready for a large domestic op? He pled to deaf ears. They had been briefed that a massive campaign could start any day, and be prepared for potential violence in any urban area. Brandon spent an hour at the base range running Lou through a refresher course on the M27 infantry automatic rifle. As a pilot, he had SEER training merely for the survival and escape skills should his plane ever go down behind enemy lines. But it had been a few years, and several since he gave firearms training any serious thought. They got to bed early at the hotel, and then left at first light Monday. In the back of the SUV were 10 5-gallon cans of gasoline and a case of MREs, also courtesy of the Army. As much as Brandon hated not being in his Marine battle uniform, the Army pieces were a relief over wearing working dress uniforms or civilian attire for this potentially harrowing trip. Lou jostled with the startling ring of his phone. Caldwell, he said groggily. He hit the button to put the call on speaker. Where are you guys at? Colonel Jackson asked. About 50 miles west of Tucson, sir, Brandon answered. You got time, then? Ryan replied. President Allen is speaking to the world. It'll be 4 p.m. in your time zone. I wouldn't bank on the cell signal. You won't want to miss this. Find yourself somewhere to watch it. VFW, Tucson, Arizona. Lou waved off the beer his old friend Mark had brought him. Lou and Brandon both were already sipping on black coffee. Thanks, bud. We're getting back on the road after we watch this thing. I don't need to be hitting the pisser every 15 minutes. In truthfulness, Lou hadn't drank a drop since the incident. He wasn't sure if he was quitting for life, but each day he didn't have alcohol, things just seemed a bit less dire to him on a personal level. What's really going on? Mark asked. The activity at Davis has quadrupled in the last couple of days. Operationally, I couldn't even begin to guess, Lou said, but it has to do with the cartel thing, and probably with this war that seems to be catching between China and Russia. After 10 more minutes of listening to several conversations buzz throughout the VFW, the club's television over the bar changed from a muted talking head to the presidential seal. Mark got up and strode behind the bar. He grabbed the remote and cranked up the volume. The conversation started to lower a bit, but it wasn't until Jeremiah's flushed face could be seen sitting at his desk did people shut up to listen. "My fellow Americans," the president began, "I come to you tonight with a grave message, vital to our nation's and really the world's well-being. Thanks to the wonders of modern technology, I'll be able to show you diplomacy in action. You see, there are actors who have been trying to weaken and destroy our nation. Actors in bad faith, actors without morals, or any purpose other than one of greed, hatred, and pushing suffering onto others." As he spoke, a feed popped up over the president's shoulder. It was gray and hard to see at first. It appeared to be the deck of a ship and waves. Suddenly the feed expanded, letting the viewers see the entire front end of a U.S. Navy Ticonderoga-class cruiser in the foreground of the screen and some sort of merchant vessel in the background, perhaps 6 miles ahead of and to the port side of the Navy ship. Though nobody knew it from looking, the feed was being transmitted from the camera of a MQ-8 Fire Scout helicopter drone. The USS Bunker Hill was carrying one of the 24-foot-long surveillance tools as part of its ship's equipment. The operators had programmed it to match the ship's speed perfectly, sending an image of both ships from an elevation of 300 feet. The VFW was church mouse quiet. Lou sat up in his chair, like everyone else. He was staring intently at the screen. President Allen continued, "And what I mean by actors are snakes." He started to get a little heated. Snakes who have been striking fear into the hearts of Americans in almost every city west of the Mississippi. These snakes are directly responsible for the deaths of thousands, probably dozens of thousands of Americans over the last several weeks. The ship you see is an American Navy ship tracking the snakes of the Mendoza cartel as they try to slither, he screamed that word, from Washington state back to Mexico. Don't be fooled by the Red Cross on the side. That's what snakes do. They pretend to help you as they bite. He paused briefly. "Captain, are you there?" Suddenly, the world heard the friendly but firm voice of Captain Patricia Cooper broadcast over their televisions as she acknowledged her presence. The president disappeared off the screen, allowing people to see both ships in high-resolution digital. "Fire when ready," the president ordered in front of over 1 billion people. "Aye, aye, sir," she said calmly. Lou thought he heard a few gasps in the VFW as the screen showed the ship's large barrel swing and point nearly directly at the fleeing ship to its port-forward sector. There was no sound coming from the feed. The world watched the 5-inch diameter shells explode out of the barrel every 2.5 seconds. 10 76-pound shells sailed. 10 large powder casings ejected out of the big, automated gun mount and clattered to the ship's deck. As the 7th shell was firing, the first was reaching the ship 7 miles upstream. The first 2 shells airburst over their prey, ripping steel apart at the seams, exposing the interior and spilling fuel out of piping. 8 more shells exploded with impact fuses, demolishing the ship in a maelstrom of fire and carnage. It began to break apart in front of the world. Eventually, the feed dissolved into a shot of Jeremiah Allen once more. He was red with rage. "Let this be a lesson to all aggressors and agitators who are lobbying for their chance to strike at the United States while we're wounded. At this moment, throughout every major American western city aside from Seattle, the U.S. Armed Forces are engaging in Operation Venom Spear, reinstilling law and order by actively engaging and eliminating the drug cartels. Whether it be the snakes of the Mexican cartels, the bear of the Ural Mountains, or the dragon by the Yellow Sea, be warned. Behind every blade of grass is an American who will kill your ass." President Jeremiah Allen stood at his desk in the Oval Office, ripped the wireless mic off his tie, throwing the battery pack on the desk, and stormed out of shot. The presidential seal screen popped back up, showing the words, "End transmission." The sound of helicopters reverberated throughout the VFW. Lou and Brandon sprinted outside, followed by Mark and several others. In the sky, over the north end of Tucson, they could see 24 Black Hawk helicopters flying in formation. They slowly split apart. Some would eventually deploy their infantry in fairgrounds, others in Parkway Terrace. All were headed to locations that had been deemed inherently dangerous to the health and welfare of American citizens. Houses and commercial buildings known to cater to the cartels or suspected terrorists. Lou scanned the light blue fall sky to the south. "What does that look like to you?" he asked Brandon. "Planes?" the young man said. "But where are they headed? Surely they wouldn't hit a target on that side of the border, would they?" Lou looked at his young counterpart. "I suggest we hit the latrine and get back on the road. Pronto." Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, Arizona. The Roadrunners started to receive texts from Bob and Claude, learning of what was happening at home. "What's happening in Tucson?" Granger asked Master Sergeant Mikhail Hudson. "This has something to do with why you all are out here." "It's called Venom Spear. POTUS is declaring war on the cartel." He was very calm, almost nonchalant, the result of a life of combat. All 6 men had buried themselves in concealment at the high ridge, near the trailhead they'd taken down into Mexico. They were fully alert and keeping a close eye and ear on the trail, watching for any cartel trying to send up drones. "Because of the supposed gang war in Seattle?" Dave Wolf asked. "Yep, voodoo," Hudson said. "Not supposed, real." "What about this tunnel?" Tracy asked, yawning. "You guys said you wired it, right? Can we blow this thing and go home already?" "Not our orders yet," the Master Sergeant said calmly, trying to keep his eyes closed for some rest. "What are you guys so itching for a fight for?" "We've been out here without any ability to act for years, pal," Granger said. "Delta or not, you're not the only operator out here," he thought. "We're just curious as to why we rigged those hatches if we ain't gonna blow them." "All in due time, gents," Master Sergeant Mikhail Hudson said. "We're waiting to see what fruit that," he pointed back toward Tucson, "produces any results here." Manhattan, Kansas. Morris and that nub hurried back to their apartment in the Bronco. They'd been at the grocery store near the highway, watching dozens of trucks and Hummers from Fort Carson scream by under the lights and sirens of the Kansas Highway Patrol. They were headed east. It wasn't until Black Hawks and Apaches flew by that the 2 young men spurred themselves to take action. There was 4 inches of snow on the ground, a bare dusting to any decent Kansan, but more was expected in the coming evening. "Bro, what do you think that's about?" Morris asked his friend as Nub turned onto Westward Road, heading north toward their apartment. There was a flurry of cars heading the other way. He snapped his head to look. "Looks like everyone's heading to the store or the gas station. Weird. Something big. Maybe the Chinese are attacking?" Nub guessed. He pulled up to a red light. It had been deactivated and turned into a 4-way stop 2 weeks earlier to make life easier in the new yo-yo power system. He made his way north again. Just as he started through the intersection, he looked left and romped on the gas pedal, throwing Morris into the seat. "Hold on!" Nub yelled as the Bronco fishtailed. They barely cleared the way when a BMW flew through the intersection with a local cop pursuing it. "Nice driving, Nub!" Morris yelled when it became apparent they were clear. "That moron almost killed us." Nub's phone beeped with a text. He tossed it at Morris as he pulled into their apartment parking lot. The friends had an unspoken code, and Morris knew his buddy wanted him to check the text. "It's from Elvis. He's asking what we thought of the president's speech." "What speech?" Nub asked. "Beats me," Morris said. The men parked and grabbed their groceries. As they started up the stairs of the 3-story building, a pair of men came out of one of the other apartments and started heading down. "You guys hear anything about an announcement from the president?" "No, man," one of the men said. "We haven't had reliable TV in days." "Huh," the other one muttered. "I wonder if that's why my mom has been texting like there's no tomorrow for the last 15 minutes. The 2 pairs of men passed each other. Morris followed that nub into their second-floor apartment. After they set the groceries on the table, Morris tossed Nub's phone back to him. "I'll just call him back." Morris looked at his phone, intending on calling his parents. Dead. Crap. He had no idea how long it had been dead. I keep forgetting to charge it when we go out. He grabbed Nub's keys off the counter and went back down to the old Bronco. Knowing the older, finicky vehicle might wind up with a dead battery, he opted to run the engine while he charged. What a waste of gas, he scolded himself. 3 minutes later, he tried to power up the device and managed to get it to boot up. Soon his phone was blowing up with texts. Goldie, Misty, there we go. Mom. He called up his phone history and scrolled to his last call with his mother, triggering a callback. "Baby, where in the hell have you been? Why haven't you answered? You're going to give me a—" "Mom," Morris said, "I'm fine. What's wrong?" Another set of police sirens went flying by in the light snow. "It doesn't sound like you're fine, Morris Allen Dugan. Where are you?" "I'm at the apartment, Mom." "What's happening? It's like people went crazy." "Oh, honey, I think you need to get down here to Aunt Janet's. That fool president is sending the military into all the cities to fight gangs, as if it's their job. For this, they're keeping your brother from getting out. I have half a mind to go to D.C. and kick that man's booty myself." It all clicked for Morris. The highway, the helicopters, even the way people were acting. No wonder we almost got creamed 10 minutes ago. "I hadn't heard," was all Morris could think to say. "Baby, I know we're out of the way of Wichita, but do you think William will be able to drive you here to Chanute?" "I think I detect just a hint of hopeful angst," Morris thought with sarcasm. "I know your father was going to come pick you up and bring you home for Thanksgiving on Wednesday, but we think you two should leave tonight. We got friends here that don't have a way home, Mom. Their dorms are getting shut down. Truthfully—" "Oh, boy. Oh, don't you even—" his mother exclaimed. Morris saw Nub coming down the stairs, an annoyed, quizzical expression on his face. Morris leaned over and turned the keys, shutting off the engine. "Mom, something's come up. When I can get a bigger charge on my phone, I'll call you back. Morris Allen Click. Well, I'll pay for that dearly later," he thought. He grabbed the keys and exited the Bronco. "My mom wants us to head down to my aunt's, like, tonight." "Funny, Elvis and everyone want to go snow camp out at the cartel airport." He turned to lead his buddy back upstairs. I know, you hate the idea." "More than words can express," Morris agreed. "But I know I'll lose this argument, and I don't want you all going out there by yourselves." Chapter 29. Delgado Estate, Juarez, Mexico. Hello?" Rosie heard a soft voice interrupt her whimpering, her sole activity while crated like a beast. "Hey!" She tried to yell through a coarse, dry throat. It barely made a sound. She tried to clear her throat, but her captors hadn't brought her any water or food in what felt longer than a day. 2 days? She wondered. The thirst was unbearable. "Hey!" She tried again. It was dark and moldy smelling. She'd been passed out when they moved her, but the one time they brought her a small amount of water, she'd been able to tell she was in the back of an old box truck. The only other items in the truck were boxes and crates. Is that you, Carmela?" she heard young Lupe call out. "Lupe? Lupe, yes, it's me, please help!" The door made a creaky groan, barely opening a foot. It was a dark blue-gray of light that silhouetted the teenager as she crawled in. Rosie burst out in emotion, barely enough hydration for tears to form. "Lupe?" she said again through raw emotion. Is it true?" the girl asked. "Are you a federale?" Her face showed concern over disappointment. Rosie continued to cry and grimace at the young girl, who was using a cell phone as a flashlight. Yes." The girl saw that Rosie had been beaten to a swollen pulp and began to cry. "What did they do to you? Where's Eddie?" "He's gone," was all Rosie could tell her. "Please, Lupe, you have to let me out. They're going to hurt me for a long time." The girl said nothing. though her face spoke volumes of anger and sadness. "I know who my father is." She sobbed so loudly that Rosie worried it might draw attention. "Shh," she consoled the girl. "I don't hold that against you. You're a sweet girl. Just find me a tool to cut through this metal and slip back out here tonight." "It is night," Lupe said. "How long have you been out here?" "I don't know what day it is. I got taken Saturday." "It's Monday evening," the girl said as she began to cry again. She started to get angry. "What is he going to do with you?" she asked in a low, furious tone. "I heard something about a convoy," Rosie said. "I don't know what they're doing, but they have something bad planned for El Paso." The girl's face turned to one of realization. "You don't know? El Paso's like a war zone tonight." "What they do?" Rosie gasped. "Not the cartel. Your president. Your army is attacking all of your cities." "What? That makes no sense," Rosie said. Lupe held up a video of someone in El Paso that she followed on TikTok. It showed soldiers rappelling out of helicopters and onto the roof of an apartment building while military and police vehicles surrounded it in the streets. She flipped to another video, showing a shootout near the stadium at the university. "All over the city, I'm hearing. They came from the soldier fort nearby." "The cartel?" Rosie realized. "They were planning something? Something big? Please, you need to let me out. I can't," the girl sobbed. "They'll kill my father. I know what he is, but I still love him." She stood and started to slide back through the small gap in the large metal door. "Please," Rosie begged. Lupe looked back at her. "I'm so sorry, Carmilla." She looked down at the phone in her hand and started to cry again. She let the device fall through the gap in the metal grid of the kennel and slid back out of the truck, closing Rosie into the darkness once more. Interstate Highway 10, El Paso, Texas. Lou and Brandon had deliberated taking smaller highways across America. As they neared eastern New Mexico, the temptation to see what was happening proved to be too great for the pair of officers. The U.S. military was taking action against a mostly foreign threat. They wouldn't shy from seeing that. It was the end of dusk in the Texas desert. As they cruised into the city limits, they could see the blinking lights of helicopters all over the city. Mostly army, Lou presumed. But probably some news and civilian medevac too. "Roll your window down," Brandon said as his was already descending. He turned off the Toyota's radio and the pair listened. The highway was thinning of traffic, which had as much to do with the people being glued to their televisions as it had to do with it being almost 8:30 at night. The men could both hear gunfire. "It's coming from the north," Brandon said semi-excitedly. "No, the south," Lou countered. The men exchanged a glance. "I suddenly wish those rifles weren't cased up in the back. I think we're hearing two different fights." "Look how close we are to the border," Brandon stated as the highway went through a curve near the Rio Grande River and started heading east again. "I bet you could drive a golf ball off this highway and into Mexico." "Not me," Lou chuckled. "But you could, easily." There was no way the men would have predicted what was happening in the sky above them at that very moment. 4 clusters of small drones had just flown over the river they were gawking at. These drones had never been meant for civilian use. They had no blinking lights. They were a combination of 4 and 6-bladed copters, along with a few larger drones that resembled a traditional helicopter. Each of the clusters contained between 40 and 60 of the devices. Each was headed directly for the command post at one of the major American Army and police task forces that was engaging a cartel safehouse. The 8 helicopter drones, each carrying 8 gravity bomblets that contained a total of 16 pounds of explosive, were headed for the City Hall building 2 blocks east of the interstate. Lou saw a missile shoot skyward to the southeast. "Look!" he yelled instinctively. "Yeah?" Brandon yelled back. "There's another in my left mirror." Lou craned his neck. but with their gear and the vehicle's roof, he couldn't see it. "What do you think they are?" Lou immediately flashed back to a conversation he'd had with one of his peers in his combined branch task force job a few months earlier. "It might be M-SHORAD. The Army converted some strikes into short-range missile defense for use against rocket and drone attack." He was interrupted by the fires of hell themselves. The concussion of a violent explosion nearby beat the sound to their bodies. The shockwave hit the Toyota, flipping it onto its side as they slid 300 feet, burning off the 65-mile-an-hour they were traveling. The angle forced them into the left Jersey barrier. Lou's partially open passenger window had shattered from the blast, sending pieces of safety glass all over the right side of his face. The remaining windows all cracked in the crash, but the windshield remained whole by the thin safety film built into it. The grinding over the left side on the concrete and asphalt sent sparks shooting all over Brandon. A fireball enveloped City Hall, sending concrete shrapnel in all directions. The 64 bomblets had delivered their 128 pounds of explosive with perfect timing. Both men were stunned, in shock, not knowing what had happened as they came to a stop. The vehicle's top crushed in a few inches against the concrete barrier that separated the east and west traffic. Pieces of concrete the size of peas, golf balls, and basketballs began to rain down on everything within 1,000 feet of City Hall, including the highway. They shattered the concrete and asphalt with loud thuds as they began to land. Lou shook the cobwebs off. He touched his face, feeling bloody stinging all over the right side, including in his hair. "Eyes!" he screamed in his mind. "Yes, I can still see out of both. Brandon!" "Dump! Dump!" Lou unbuckled his seatbelt and fell down over his partner, covering the semi-conscious man. Once the concrete rain slowed, he propped himself up. "Brandon!" he screamed again. I'm okay," he heard the young Marine call back. "Did we get hit by a semi?" "Not sure," Lou hollered back, feeling something way worse had happened. He pulled his knees and feet in, eventually moving to stand on the console between the two front seats. He stuck his head and torso out of the right window frame in awe. The setting dust seemed darker as framed against the raging fire consuming several buildings to the south. He slowly turned to where he saw the missile streak a minute earlier. There was a smoldering crater emitting fire and smoke hundreds of feet high. As he turned, he saw a similar sight in 3 other locations. "We need to go! Now!" Lou screamed down. "The city is under attack!" He did a tricep extension to push his hips up past the frame. He pulled his knee up and pivoted onto the smashed Toyota's door, slowly dropping down to the ground. Brandon followed suit about 20 seconds later. "My left shoulder is banged up," he declared, "but it works. I can deal with it." He slowly climbed down, too. "Let's get to the back," he said as he led the way. He pulled his pocket knife out. It had a point on the end for smashing glass, but the rear window was already shattered. He plunged the knife's blade into the glass and sawed a hole. Pulling the camel sleeve down around his hand, he grabbed the glass and began to yank it out. Like the front, there was a safety film that made its best effort to keep the glass together as a unit. Once cleared, Brandon got onto his knees and began to pull out their gear. "Help me grab this stuff," he hollered out to Lou. "I'll crawl in for our backpacks afterward." The men spent several minutes getting geared up. They grabbed a little spare clothing from their suitcases and stuffed it, and some of the MREs and bottled water, into their bags. "Pull this neck gaiter up over your nose," Brandon advised. "It'll help filter smoke and debris a bit." He did the same and pulled the winter battle coat's hood over his scalp. Lou used a pair of skivvies from his luggage to blot the blood that had started to slow and clot all over the right side of his head. He followed Brandon's lead in donning the gear and rifles the Army had reluctantly provided. "Where to first, Colonel?" Brandon asked with a high level of adrenaline still pumping. "Ground zero," Lou said. "We're right here. We need to see if there's anything we can do." Brandon stopped and took his first serious look around. The other cars and semis on the darkening highway were in a similar state. Some had people crawling out. Others did not. Lou shook him out of his daze. "Let's go, Brandon." Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, Arizona. "What you got?" Delta Force operator Voodoo Hudson asked his partner, Patrick Mabrogan, known as Lucky Charm, to his unit team. The radio operator had a headset on and was fidgeting with a couple of controls on the AN/PSC-5 Shadowfire Enhanced Battle Radio. He was using a directional antenna to link to a satellite and listen to the Tactical Operations Center. "Sounds like El Paso just got waxed," the short redhead said. "Some sort of aerial attack took out several small ops simultaneously." "Whoa," Tracy said. "Stand by," Mabrogan ordered, holding a hand up to shush Tracy. His face grew with intensity in the quarter-moonlit desert. "Might have been drones. Command says we're moving to Phase 2. "What's that mean?" Granger whispered to Voodoo while the radio operator continued to listen. "It means our brothers in Nogales, Tijuana, Juarez, and a handful of other locations in Mexico are about to get busy lasing targets," the seasoned operator explained. "I'll give Allen this much. The man has balls." "What about us?" Mick asked quietly. Voodoo held a finger up and looked at his partner. 20 silent seconds later, Lucky Charm nodded. "Here's a plan, gentlemen," the leader started. "We're going to give it an hour to see what happens to this tunnel. That farm has already been designated a backup target for the Reapers patrolling the border. If we see any HVT show up, we can call in a strike. Either way, we'll blow the tunnel sometime tonight." The small band of soldiers and veterans continued to watch their perimeter, waiting for high-value targets until a violent and explosive show of force erupted 38 miles to the southeast a short time later. Downtown El Paso, Texas. Brandon led. Lou followed about 10 feet behind. The camo-drab men with rifles would have drawn a panic and a police response in El Paso just 6 hours earlier. As they passed an attorney's office complex and bank that were fully engulfed in flames, the true weight of the devastation became apparent. Where City Hall had stood just a bit earlier was now a smoking, rubble-filled crater of death and destruction. The pair of men continuously scanned for the presence of any other living humans. They could hear sirens and see the dance of blue and red lights flickering to the east. The city of El Paso's forces had simply been overwhelmed. The 4 drone swarms had been followed by the explosion of planted IEDs near several of the city's fire stations. What had remained had simply been overwhelmed. The city was paralyzed physically and mentally. "I haven't seen anyone since the highway," Lou hollered through the olive-drab neck gaiter. "You?" "Negative," Brandon replied. I can't believe this." He stood on the precipice of a concrete and steel pit. "I barely remember 9/11, he said quietly. "I was a young child. This. "Come on, son," Lou said behind him. "Let's go north. Try to make our way to the university. If there's anything left of the Army CP, they'll probably be using the football field." He turned to leave and stopped. Brandon had become mesmerized by the overwhelming feeling of devastation. "Come on, Marine," Lou stated with commanding authority. "Lead us out." Brandon snapped out of it, and the men cautiously made their way back the 2 blocks to the highway. They used an overpass to continue north. Suddenly, Lou felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. "Hold up, Brandon," he said. "Let's find some cover." They could see citizens starting to trickle out of homes and commercial buildings. Some were wailing. Most were in a state of confusion and despair. Lou pulled off his glove and pulled the phone out of his pocket as he instinctively followed Brandon to a corner of a building. He didn't know the number. "Caldwell? Help, please!" Lou heard a woman's voice. Something familiar, he thought. Not Julia? "This is Colonel Caldwell. Who's this?" "My name is Rosie," cried a panicky voice, trying to whisper through the hyperventilation. "I'm the UC you met in Carlsbad.
Yours is the last number I memorized. Please help. Call's bad. Lou realized in horror. That girl. Jane Doe? Did you say Rosie? The undercover cop? Yes, I've been abducted for over 2 days. I'm in a truck in Juarez. Lou started frantically trying to get Brandon's attention. Pen! He silently mouthed while motioning his hand. What else, Rosie? Any detail? Brandon unslung his pack and started digging in the front pouch. I was at the location I showed on the map, but we left about 10 minutes ago. A girl slipped me a phone. This is the first time it's been loud enough for me to dare make a call. Definitely sounds loud, Lou thought. He made a quick decision. How much battery's left? Rosie looked. Not much. It's red. They both heard the loud squealing of brakes. We've stopped. Listen, Rosie, Lou said calmly. Make sure that phone is on silent. See if you can turn on the GPS tracking, then power it down. When you think it's been an hour, turn it on and text me anything you've learned. Quickly, then shut it back down. No, I need to talk with you. Can't I just keep it on? They're going to convoy me somewhere. Rosie, I know you're tired and scared. So am I. Keep the phone off except when you can send a text, okay? Your life depends on it. As much as it pained him, Lou hung up to keep her from arguing. What was all of that? Brandon asked excitedly. Lou grabbed the pencil and paper Brandon had dug out of his pack and scribbled every detail he could remember. We need to get hold of Jackson or Montgomery right this second. They're probably a tad busy right now, Colonel. Brandon argued. The girl, Lou said, starting to be a little panicky himself. The undercover cop? The one I met before I got attacked? She's in Juarez. They've caught her. She's on a truck. Dang, Brandon said. Lou had never heard him cuss so strongly before. He pulled the sat phone out of his pack and began to call Colonel Ryan Jackson. They updated him on their version of the explosion downtown, what Ground Zero looked like, and the phone call from Rosie. They relayed her phone number too. Jackson advised them to make their way to Biggs Army Airfield, which had become the emergency fallback and rally point in the wake of the attack. I'll find that DEA task force guy you dealt with, and the ranger contact. Let them know what you reported. Double time it, men, and watch your six. Jackson out. The blocks on this portion of El Paso weren't laid out in the cardinal directions. Brandon hit the little map icon on his phone, and it worked. We got lucky. They didn't knock down the cell towers. He looked at the closest street sign and business names. 2 blocks this way, and then we can go right to the northeast upper main thoroughfare. We should be able to find some sort of ride along the way, he said hopefully. I don't want to upset you, Colonel, but I plan on praying along the way.
Chapter 30. Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, Arizona. The 4 roadrunners and 2 Delta operators watched 2 SUVs slowly cruise down the canyon dirt road to their normal stopping point. Several men walked the 70 feet up the small dell to the large collection of brush and tumbleweed that they used to cover the lumber covering the tunnel's north axis. 2 of the men pulled up on the cover and hopped down. The red light emanating from the tunnel shone like a giant just-shoot-me beacon in the night vision devices everyone was using. Tracy was the farthest north. Stand by, he whispered into the radio lapel mic on the front of his ballistic plate carrier. Possible drone setting up. The men were working under reddened headlamps, and the Roadrunner Delta team was 500 meters to the south, covering the border and observing the ranch. Tracy flipped his night vision up and pulled up his binoculars, zooming them in on the redhead lamps at the back of the second SUV. About 90% sure they're about to get eyes in the sky. Contact to the ranch, Dave Wolf whispered next. Several vehicles. Wait. He went silent for close to a minute. 2 helicopters. Too dark to tell if they're civilian or military. The question is, Granger asked himself, are they fleeing south, or are those others escaping north?
Though Delta wasn't monitoring the simplex channels that the Roadrunners were using, each of them was still close to a pair of the civilians. Voodoo crawled over to Wolf and raised his own binoculars. "One of each," he whispered. "Looks like a bell on a Huey, with a rocket pod. Fantabulous. It doesn't really matter which way the traffic flows, right? We give it 15 minutes for them to be in the middle and blow it. You guys authorize it for a strike, and then Miller time." Voodoo ignored the suggestion and got on his own radio. "All right, Lucky, what's the deal with the drone?" "6 blades. Maybe an aeroski, no matter. They're about to have high-res night vision and thermal."
"Get on the net," Voodoo ordered. "Let the TOC know this sector is about to go hot. Tell them we are clear for them to strike target package 12 Kilo 1.
"We'll go." Voodoo Hudson pulled his pack off while still in the prone position. He pulled out an explosive firing system radio transmitter and powered it on, allowing the internal capacitors a moment to charge. He flipped the red plastic safety cover up. "Fire in the hole," he told his partner on the radio, loud enough for Lou and Wolf to hear. Click.
4 explosions screamed in the Mexican desert to the south, with fractional gaps in between.
The C4 charges on the first tunnel service hatch detonated the small wood frame they had been placed next to, collapsing the dirt on the tunnel 8 feet down. Debris shot in the sky, barely visible in the night vision. The access cover followed suit, followed finally by the 2 that Voodoo and Wolf had placed on the desert floor directly between that cover and the ranch. The noise rocked the desert for a few seconds, reverberating off the light canyon walls the men were near. "Tell your guys not to engage yet," Voodoo ordered Granger. "We just kicked a hornet's nest," Mick said into the radio. "They just sent the drone up," Tracy added. "Do not fire," Granger said into the radio. "Your IR gear will cover your signature. Just be still and wait for our sponsors to tell us what to do." There was a breeze, but it wasn't too strong for the large drone. It shot up a few hundred feet from the valley floor, which still put it well above the team. It began to make large, wide circles. At the ranch, even at the 2+ kilometers, Wolf could see a flurry of activity. "Looks like they might be firing up those birds," he told Granger. After 30 more seconds, "The one with the rocket pods has taken off." "Everyone remain calm," Voodoo ordered. The helicopter had taken off in an easterly approach, and as it achieved several hundred feet in altitude, it began a slow turn toward the north, as if to fly over the wildlife refuge and cover the team at the north. "The second one is getting air..."
For one rapid second, the screech of a guided missile could be seen and heard before it exploded at the ranch.
The semi-active laser from the Hellfire 3 missile guided the device directly into the massive vehicles parked next to the ranch house. The ensuing explosion ripped through vehicles and caught fuel on fire. The entire area became a death torrent of shrapnel as pieces of 3 different vehicles ripped into the Bell helicopter about 15 feet above ground. Every rotor in both the horizontal and vertical planes took damage, throwing the balance and aerodynamics off. The loss of stabilized flight from the tail caused the bird to spin wildly. It made most of 2 revolutions before impacting the desert in a heap. "Never mind," Wolf said. "The second bird went down." The Huey made a rapid turn and picked up speed, doing a flyby and then a loop around the ranch. "This drone seems to be circling our north flank," Tracy said into the radio. "I think we..."
The rapid staccato of an automatic rifle erupted.
"Contact!"
Mick yelled. He had been sighted in on the one drone pilot he had an angle on at the rear of the far SUV. The dirt all around him and Tracy erupted with life as AK-47 rounds began to impact the rocks a few feet below them. The fire was coming from his slight left as 8 cartel soldiers began to fire from positions of concealment from near the other SUV and the tunnel access. Mick ignored the fragmenting rocks below him, pulling his rifle stock tightly into his shoulder. He let out half a breath, verified his sight picture in his scope, and squeezed until his shot cooked off. He saw one of the red headlamps fall to the ground, which verified what the night vision scope on his rifle had told him. One down.
"Break contact!" Lucky Charm yelled. "Move east! We got the high ground!" As the three began to scoot away from the rim, Granger, Wolf, and Voodoo approached. "Friendlies from the south," Voodoo said calmly. "Oof!" Mick moaned as a round tore through his left ribs and chest from the valley below, missing his plates at an angle. He'd barely got onto his hands, a mere 2-foot-tall profile. "Mick! Mick!" Tracy yelled. He tried to scramble toward his buddy, and Lucky Charm grabbed him. They could hear Mick gasping for air. The gurgling noise told the operator everything he needed to know. "He'll be dead in 20 seconds. Stand fast, sailor." Tracy's face was filled with outrage and disbelief. "We'll come back for him," the soldier assured. He knew the reality. This wasn't an organized mission with the QRF and Medivac. These men were just like the guerrillas he trained in 17 different countries over the course of his career, except for the being American part. They would have to leave this man behind for the time being. Voodoo dispatched the drone in 2 shots from his silenced HK-416 carbine, sending it careening to the southeast at a downslope. "We're headed east and north, gents. Time to get some cardio. That Huey will be here before you know it."
Eastern Manhattan, Kansas. The 7 friends had parked the 2 quads and motorcycle together in the dell at the bottom of the slope west of the makeshift landing strip. John's uncle had provided them an extra-large tarp and a few T-posts. They worked under headlamps and flashlights to set up rudimentary shelter, using the machines as an outer frame and the 6-foot-tall posts for some slope. They topped the posts with scraps of lumber to keep them from puncturing the tarp. After they managed to get the quiet snow to stop amassing in their new quarters, it became a matter of digging out the 9 inches of snow while simultaneously thumping the freshly falling powder off the top. Elvis had brought a foot pump and 3 cheap inflatable pool rafts so people could take turns using a barrier between themselves and the cold ground. They set up a rotation, 2 always at the crest, keeping lookout. Around 3 a.m., the snow quit falling. At 5:30, an SUV rigged with chains plowed itself up the quarry access road, snow otherwise undisturbed. 2 men decked out in snowsuits pulled a gas-powered snow blower out of the back and began to run back and forth along the runway. 2 hours and 2 tanks of gas had revealed the icy Kansas prairie once more. Misty and Goldie were the current ones on watch. They observed the men yank the snowblower and a gas can into the wooden shed. They heard a generator fire up. "I'm guessing they have a space heater in there," Goldie said longingly from under the hood of his winter coat. He pulled his thick beanie up so he could see better. They were laying on another smaller top, heads barely sticking up over the crest. "Listen," Misty said. There was little wind. The low hum of engines could be heard. "Cars!" A sudden thought hit Elvis. "What if it's the plane? Will they be able to see us?" He back-crawled until he could push his chest up safely and turned slowly, standing as he ran down the hill. Misty Mina figured out what he meant. She dragged their 2 rifles under the top and began to scoop snow onto it. "Plane! Dudes! Plane!" Goldie said excitedly. He started to grab the corner of the roof, pinned down near the bottom of a quad by a snowdrift. As soon as he pulled and started slackening the roof, the snow that had stayed put on the top started to slide in. "Hey!" Super B yelled. Morris was the first out. "Oh, snap! You're right!" he yelled as soon as he figured out what Goldie was up to. "Everyone start covering everything with snow!" "Chill," John Sanchez said. "We're a few hundred yards from where they'll set down. We're still gonna stick out like a big neon sign to someone a couple 100 feet up," Morris argued. At this point, he and Goldie had already collapsed the covering, forcing everyone into action. Cat Scratch Fever began to use the 2 snow shovels and their hands, trying to cover their gear with snow. They eventually buried themselves into the big drift at the base of the slope, as best as they could. There was no denying a plane was approaching. Its engine noises died down near its touchdown point, as it had dropped below the crest of the rolling field. Morris, Elvis, and Goldie each ran up the hill until they had to get low for cover. They saw a twin-engine,
prop-driven plane turn around at the end of the plowed runway and slowly drive under power back near the SUV. It only took a few seconds for the engines to shut down. The shed door opened, and the two men came back out, zipping up coats and putting on their hats and hoods. The youngsters were joined by their curious friends. "Can anyone make out what they're saying?" Jordan Superbee asked quietly. The low mumbles of the pilot directing the other two barely penetrated the cold morning air. One of the men had gone into the shed and came back out with a pair of pump sprayers. "I bet it's a de-icer," that nub said. They saw the pilot reach back into the plane and pull out a case. He went into the shed for a few minutes. "None of this proves anything," Morris said. "We know that the military is assaulting the gangs in KC. We can't do anything, even if more of them show up." "What's he up to?" Misty asked, watching the pilot messing with the ground. It soon became obvious he was going to send a drone up into the sky. "I got a bad feeling about this," that nub said in a mediocre Luke Skywalker. "Yeah," Morris said. "I think you're right." The little device shot skyward and began to do a counterclockwise loop around the far side of the landing strip. "Uh-oh," Elvis said. "That thing's going to be over us in about 30 seconds. Look how fast it's scooting!" In their haste to get up the slope, none of them had bothered trying to conceal themselves. The little toy-like device rounded the far end of the runway and began to fly directly down the crest where they were spying. It shot right past them at about 20 miles an hour and then spun around in a rapid turn, hovering just past them. "We're blown!" Elvis yelled. The little device shot back toward the shed without finishing the loop. Morris peeked and saw the pilot frantically screaming at the men spraying the wings. They hopped down and ran to jump into the SUV. Just as the matter was about to splatter on the fan, it was compounded by the sudden fast appearance of two more vehicles coming up the road. Biggs Army Airfield, El Paso, Texas. The tenant command at Fort Bliss was figuratively ablaze with activity. Hangars had been converted into emergency hospitals for fear that the Army hospital, with minimal security, would become a target. They had begun to take in civilian casualties, and infantry were playing security patrol at nearly every corner inside and out. There was no way to tell if a bloodied and burnt person was merely a victim or part of an even more cunning terror attack yet to unfold. It had taken Lou and Brandon a mile of jogging before they were picked up by an infantry patrol in a Humvee. The unit was headed back to Bliss. Once their story checked out with people in the Pentagon, the men were given a quick escort to Biggs. Their wounds were tended to, and they were given cots to rest on while waiting for a call back from Colonel Jackson. Out on the tarmac between the hangars and the runway, helicopters were coming and going constantly. "Lou?" Brandon said as he sat up on his cot. "Colonel," he said a little louder, trying to rouse his partner. Lou began to stir. He lightly touched the bandages on the right side of his face and scalp. "What? What time is it?" he said through squinting eyes under bright fluorescent light. He pulled the camo hood back over the top of his head. "Almost 05? "Have you heard from her?" Lou asked. They'd staggered their naps. Brandon had Lou's phone charging on a small portable battery from Lou's backpack. "Not for close to 2 hours. The president made a big speech last night." "What about Jackson?" Lou asked groggily, not fully in tune with what Brandon had just said. "He's located the DEA guy you met. The Texas Rangers El Paso office was in the building, next to the one we say go up, which was City Hall. It took major damage and fire, too. They think he may have been working late. No sign of him." "That means me and—" Lou searched his memory. Agent Bender, I think it was. We're probably the only two faces she knows who are alive right now." "Jackson said Bender is flying in from Albuquerque. He may be even on the ground by now, just trying to locate us. He also reiterated we are to do nothing until we hear back from him." Lou took a few minutes to go find the water cooler and one of the several plastic honey buckets that had been set up on the front side of the hangars. He made his way back to Brandon and their 2 cots, one pair amongst a few hundred in this particular hangar. "So, what did Allen have to say?" "I'll do you one better." The young man opened his cell apps and found a segmented clip on the news site. This is the juicy part after he mentions the attack happening. Lou took the device to watch the clip. President Jeremiah Allen and the bags under his eyes were in front of the White House press room wall, joined by multiple military leaders and cabinet members. Lou pressed the right-facing triangle. "And furthermore, President Shakan, I call on you to help us bring these cartels to justice. For far too long, the Mexican government has been complicit in turning a blind eye to these drug kingpins. A long and established history of bribery, turning a blind eye, and even aiding these organizations has tainted your reputation amongst just nations of the world. Now is your chance to prove me wrong. Do something. And lastly, I demand that you begin an emergency evacuation of Juarez. Since midnight, our U.S. military has been conducting surgical strikes against known cartel and terror training locations or safe havens. At 6 p.m. Juarez time, I'm authorizing our military to begin expanding those operations to include drug manufacturing and distribution locations. Make no mistake, our goal is to upend these cartels with extreme prejudice. I advise that you start evacuating your citizens from Juarez, Elvira." The clip stopped. Lou looked up at Brandon. "Well, now?" was all he could think to say. These are the days that make not drinking a real joy, he thought cynically. Brandon's sat phone rang. "Captain MacDonald?" he answered. Lou listened intently. "Yes, sir. Understood." "What?" Lou asked as his young assistant shut down the call. "We're to meet DEA Agent Bender and one squad of Rangers at Hangar 12 ASAP." He began to stuff his belongings into his pack. While Lou did the same, Brandon made a quick trip to the plastic latrine, and then the two made their way to the assigned location. Agent Bender was in front, decked out in his own tactical gear, talking to an Army first lieutenant. They strode right up to him, rifles slung to their backs. "Steve, was it?" Lou said as he reached out with an open hand. "Correct," he said somewhat somberly. "Sorry we have to meet like this again, Colonel Caldwell." The soldier next to him scanned Lou and immediately stood at attention and snapped a salute. Lou returned with a simultaneous, "At ease, Lieutenant." "Sir, Lieutenant Martell Adams, 75th Rangers," the short but stout block officer said. "I didn't know there were Rangers at Bliss, Lieutenant," Lou said, causing a slight look of confusion. "Oh, to be clear, I'm Air Force," he explained. "Captain MacDonald here is a landlocked leatherneck." The young officer looked at Brandon and nodded. "No, sir," he said to Lou. "We're from Benning. My Rangers and I are part of the Regimental Special Troops Battalion, Recon Company. There are companies from 3rd Battalion here as well." "The LT Squad is part of JCOC?" Steve interjected to Lou. "They specialize in tough recon and intelligence assignments. The plan is for Captain MacDonald and a half to join me, and you join the LT and the rest. We're taking 2 birds to go find our gal. Follow me," he said as he turned into the hangar. He led them past a Black Hawk helicopter being prepped by several soldiers for being towed out of the hangar. There was already another outside the hangar, going through the process of having its rotor blades extended and secured for flight. They found 8 soldiers standing by. One was doing burpees, another push-ups. 2 were trying to nap sitting up on the floor against the hangar wall. The rest were occupying plastic folding chairs near a table with a map on it. As they approached the table, 2 pair of men, 2 pilots, and a crew chief for each Black Hawk came out of an office and joined them. Introductions were passed around once more. The entire hodgepodge team fell in around the table. The Pentagon was able to use their persuasion with the cell companies to give us pings on cell towers in these locations. Steve pointed at small red stickers on the map. "Most of these are on the Mexican side?" Brandon asked. "Yes. Steve explained, but American companies own them. I'm sure we could have hacked the foreign-owned systems, but this is a rush up. Moving on, I've crossed these pings across our known intel of the El Aguila cartel's infrastructure and have come up with 4 locations we need to check. But, he paused, laying a clear overlay on the map. The transparent sheet had yellow, pink, and green circles all over it that each covered several blocks, many of them overlapping. The green is all the time she texted your cell before your president's airstrikes. The yellow is the 2 times since. And the pink? Lou asked. Those are 2 of the 4 locations, he said. They were both factories, obliterated with 500 bombs 5 hours ago. But we've gotten the other 2 pings since then. You said that she said she was to be part of a convoy? Lou nodded. Uh-huh, yes, she did. That was the exact word she used. Nothing would make them want to boogie south most Ricky Tick like their facilities blowing up, Martell Adams suggested. Yes, Stephen Bender agreed. These last 2 pings both overlap a pair of main routes they could be on. One is Highway 2, leading west. The other is Highway 45, leading south. The question is, how do you find them if she doesn't text you anymore? We can find nothing in her text to narrow it down. There's just too many dirt roads and old bridges. Maybe we hit the 2 locations first? Brandon suggested. Look for something or someone there that will shed light on a convoy? That's kind of what we were thinking too, Bender said, pointing to the silent flight crews. Everyone gear up. Time is critical. We fly as soon as the birds are ready. One last thing, he said, scanning the audience of intense faces. The Mexican government at this time is not in a cooperative mood. We'll be the only ground troops out there for the next 12 hours. Our ROE, our role, is to engage only when fired upon first. Capiche? He got some head nods. Good. He handed out a few photos of Rosie that the Texas Rangers Home Office emailed him. Undercover Texas Ranger Rosie Ortiz was already missing digits on her right hand. We can use that as identification. She has been a cartel captive for 3 days. Let's bring her home.
Chapter 31. Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, Arizona. The Roadrunner Delta Task Force sprinted across the desert, heading into the breaking dawn. Occasionally one would stumble as the soft, sandy dirt revealed a rabbit hole or dead cactus in the last possible moment. Dave Wolf had sprained an ankle but was grimacing through the pain. He and Granger were the oldest men, doing their best not to be left behind as the group fled east-northeast. They moved off the hilltop as soon as they could, trying to slowly evade north on the next valley's western slope. The older Mexican military UH-1 helicopter and indentured crew made a bold move by flying into the narrow canyon where the former tunnel's north entrance was. They landed south of the position, enabling the cartel soldiers there to run 200 level meters instead of 70 vertical meters to get to the machine. In addition to a small time savings, they were still fresh for the coming race. The door gunner didn't have the night vision for accurate shooting of his night-side M60 belt-fed machine gun. A cartel soldier pulled a set attached to an elastic head harness out of his backpack. "Move!" he yelled when the young army conscript serving his required year tried to grab them. The young man stood his ground on manning his machine gun himself. The cartel soldier's silver-plated .45 made a sudden vicious pop as it presented daylight to the man's interior skull. He pulled his fixed-bladed knife out of its leather sheath and cut the soldier's tether, sending the meat sack to the desert floor. The man opened the top cover on the M60 and verified the belt linkages were installed correctly. He pulled on the gun's charging handle. "Get to the next valley," one of the others ordered the pilots, who were just cresting the hill. The mountain was relatively flat for close to 100 meters east-west, slowly ascending to a peak to the north. The whaps of the chopper's blades bounced off the canyon walls. The 9 men crammed into the helo were trying to hold on to security belts while craning their heads and necks near the doors, looking for signs of the unknown enemy. "I got him!" screamed a man on the helo's left. He was pointing frantically as the dust and motion in the morning light was slowly able to activate in the other's vision.
"Fly past them and come back with her on my side,"
commanded the one on the door gun. Down in the canyon slope, the 5 men were scrambling to get down to the canyon floor into the shadows of the eastern half, which was hopefully narrow enough that the helicopter stayed much higher. Tracy and Lucky Charm were slowly outpacing Granger and Wolf, who were being shepherded by Voodoo.
"Move it!"
he was yelling.
"Our only chance is to make that hello useless. Force them to land and engage on foot."
The helicopter flew past and slowly banked itself in a turn, preparing to make a pass south down the canyon.
"They got a 60!"
Lucky Charm yelled back at his partner.
"Find cover!"
The 5 men each stopped and tried to squeeze in behind a rock or low bush.
"There's a grove of mesquite trees down in the valley,"
Tracy yelled. They were all spread out over a 30-meter area. The M60 began to spit fire and noise, sending 7.62mm bullets into the dirt, rocks, and sagebrush all around the men. The helicopter kept flying south at about 80 knots. Voodoo used his rifle's full auto function to send most of a magazine at the bird. In the helicopter, 2 of the cartel were berating the pilots.
"You went by too fast, cabron! Next time stay put so we can destroy them with a machine gun."
"We have to keep moving," one of the pilots yelled back.
"These old helicopters are vulnerable to small arms fire."
They made another turn, this time regaining altitude to head north over the plateau.
"This will keep them on the right side,"
the pilot bargained.
"They're on the canyon floor now,"
the cartel door gunner yelled. He turned on his night vision, but they were too high up in the rising sun for much effect.
"Who has the FLIR?"
he asked his crew. None of them answered.
"What?"
A flurry of cussing erupted as he ordered the pilots to find a spot north in the valley wide enough to land.
"They're tired. We can land and set up a high ground ambush."
In the valley, the men saw the bird fly north and move out of sight in a spot where the mountains turned. Within 3 minutes, it had returned in a southerly course and descended a few hundred meters to the south. The 5 soldiers were taking concealment next to a pair of small trees, all panting heavily. Dave Wolf was on his knees trying to give his swollen ankle a rest.
"I think they didn't find a good landing spot up north,"
Wolf panted.
"Which means they're going to give us a foot race down here,"
Granger said.
"There's not enough cover and concealment on these slopes to hide a good ambush."
"We could take the fight back to them," Lucky Charm suggested.
"They think we're here. They think we're heading north. Let's move south a couple 100 meters and set up a hasty ambush."
Tracy nodded, still panting.
I'm in. Someone is going to pay for Mick."
Voodoo nodded. He pointed at Granger and Wolf.
"You 2 get high on this east slope, stay in the shadows, provide overwatch."
He, Lucky Charm, and Tracy started jogging to another mesquite tree to the south. As they approached it, they could see the helicopter setting down on the canyon floor less than 200 meters south. Several men had jumped off and started to spread out.
"Hit that sucker, Charm!"
Voodoo ordered. Patrick Lucky Charm McBrogan pulled the high-explosive dual-purpose 40mm grenade out of a pouch on his battle belt. He shoved it into the breech of the M203 grenade launcher hanging on the bottom of his M4 and moved the handguard back to close it against its trigger assembly. He took a second to get a good sight picture directly through the front iron sight, holding the rifle at a slightly upward angle. Thump! The round used centrifugal force to arm itself about 20 meters out. It was designed to penetrate up to 2 inches of armor. It contacted the front right quarter of the helicopter's fuselage, detonating with a small anticlimactic flash. With a kill radius of 5 meters and a wound radius of 130 meters, the ensuing explosion of aviation fuel all but guaranteed a much more climatic finish for the ruthless mercenaries and the helicopter crew. The ensuing explosion had enough heat to ignite the helo's fuel in a ruthless and fiery end.
"You hear that?"
Granger asked Wolf back at the overwatch.
"Music to my ears. You can say that."
A rifle suddenly shot from about 15 meters north rang out. The round passed through Dave Wolf's skull at the top of his spine and exited under the sinus cavity, leaving an unsurvivable cavern where his nose and mouth used to be.
Granger spun in horror, only able to call out a warning on pure training reflex. "Contact north!" he screamed as he slouched down behind Wolf's limp frame. Time slowed down for the old Marine, trying to remain hidden and find the quarry, as the sudden shock of his friend's violent demise was only 2 seconds old. The earth around him exploded as rounds continued to pepper Wolf's body. Granger slid down the slope and made a dash for the mesquite trees, trying to evade the loud onslaught. "Ah!" he grunted out as a rifle round passed through his right forearm. He slid past the base of the tree as if he'd been trying to steal home plate. He tried to raise his rifle, but his right arm refused to work. His right ulna shattered and flesh torn open. He tried to ignore the gush of blood and transition the rifle to his left. The pain was just too intense. The mesquite tree exploded with multiple rounds as he laid behind it. Granger felt another round graze the top of his left leg on the far side of the tree. With a roaring boom, the eastern slope where the shooting was coming from exploded under the concussion of another grenade. Voodoo was at the next mesquite tree, the safety pin to the small explosive still in his left hand. Lucky Charm and Tracy plowed past Granger in a combat glide, quickly clearing the scene and then returning. Voodoo had already started to cut off Granger's sleeve. Using the aid kit from Granger's plate carrier, he stuffed a Z-Pack dressing into the wound and secured it with a pressure bandage. "No tourniquet?" Granger grunted. "You really want to hump out of here with the tourniquet?" The old Delta operator grinned. "We'll add it if we need to. Sometimes pressure works. Lie down and keep it up against a tree. I'll stabilize it once the bleeding stops." Lucky Charm came back over. Tracy went over and fell to both knees next to Dave Wolf. He removed his helmet and began to break down in emotion. "He must have jumped out when they couldn't land. It was just one scumbag with an AK," Lucky said. "And this?" He handed a silver-plated .45 to Voodoo, who looked it over. Granger grunted through the pain. "I'm going to want that for Wolf's family," he announced. "Of course," Voodoo said. He handed it back to Lucky and found the next dressing to start working on Granger's grazed thigh. "But first, let's just get out of this hellhole little valley." East of Manhattan, Kansas. The snow in front of Morris's face exploded, suspending a state of disbelief he and the rest had been in. It had felt like time slowed down, or a dream in which one can't move their legs, as they watched the pilot grab an SKS rifle and start shooting at the only spot on the hill crest that had disturbed snow. They heard the engine of the midnight blue, full-size Tahoe gun. The driver must not have had confidence in the beast's street tires, even with chains on. He did a quick U-turn and shot back up their small entrance, taking a short right and disappearing behind the rise in the landscape. "Everyone, grab your rifles," Morris yelled. "They're coming round the right side. They'll be at the quads in just a few seconds." He made sure the shake-awake reticle on his rifle was glowing. He could barely see it. The popping and whirring sounds of rifle rounds barely passing over his head made him bury himself tighter in the snow than he ever had. He turned up the red dot sight as high as it would go, pulling the charging handle on the AR-15, and waited until the shooting stopped. "Train like you fight," rang in his memory, first from the training from Sonny Davis, and more recently from the drills Elvis had been running. Morris flipped his rifle safety without looking and tried to peer at the pilot. A shot rang out and a bullet made a thud as it impacted the prairie near him. The shot had been so close that it sent dirt up and onto him. He slinked back almost 10 feet. "I can't get a shot." In the meantime, the entire rest of the team was hunkering down behind the 3 off-road vehicles as tightly as they could. Elvis opened fire first, his fire increasing in speed after the first couple of shots. Soon Nub followed suit, then B. The Tahoe had been charging up the little dell, throwing snow high up into the air. Perhaps one person firing wouldn't have mattered, but the rapid, accurate rounds of 3 rifles splintering the windshield had changed the driver's mind. When his passenger got hit in the neck and sprayed the cab with a fine arterial spray, he hit the brakes and rolled another U-turn, getting stuck in a snowdrift. "B, follow me!" Elvis yelled. "The rest of you cover us!"
The pair ran in the snow as fast as they could, while maintaining some semblance of muzzle control on their rifles. The passenger got out on the near side and dropped to his knees as he clutched his neck. His rifle tumbled out of the door with him, but he made no move to grab it. Elvis saw the other side open, and he immediately went prone. His AR barked with rapid fire. "Ah!" they heard from a man who'd just been hit in both ankles. The pair slowed their march toward the wounded cartel men. At the crest, Morris had moved about 100 feet to his right, nearly over to where the pair below had neutralized the first pair of men. He slid back up to the crest, peering cautiously, soon to be joined by Nub and the others. "Those other SUVs are probably here," Morris yelled. "We need to get them pinned down before they do it to us." He pointed at Goldie and Misty. "You guys cover the plane. Everyone else, try to pin down the rest at the trucks." He followed his AR and sight over the crest just a bit, peering down. A dark green excursion had positioned itself in front of the plane. It appeared that some people were hurriedly trying to get their stuff and get into it. The plane's twin propellers began to spin. A brown Denali was closer to the shed. There were multiple cartel men running around taking positions of cover. Morris opened fire, a course of adrenaline unlike any the airsofter had ever felt coursing through his arteries. "Spread out!" he yelled, as his friends began to follow suit, engaging the drug dealers. A minute later, Elvis and Misty called out to Morris. "We're coming up behind you." "And those guys?" Morris asked. "Dispatched," Elvis said as calmly as if he'd been a guerrilla his entire life. "Move farther right," Morris ordered. "We need to flank their escape. Make sure they don't come up that dell again." The pair followed their leader's orders. "Nub!" His best friend slid off the ridgeline and yelled. "What?" "You and Fly get on the quads and see if you can circle around north. Get to the far end of the other side of the runway, near those trees." Nub's face grew into a smile similar to the Grinch's from the old Christmas cartoon. "Now that's what I call high-quality H2O," yelled the knockoff Adam Sandler. He and John fired up the bike and one quad, and shot north as soon as the engines were warm, turning into a tree line almost 500 yards away. Jordan Super B. Croft, a.k.a. B, let out a blood-curdling scream as David Goldie Foss' head fragmented from around, covering the snow in crimson mist. To the right, Elvis and Misty had been too engaged in the firefight to hear it. Morris saw B start to retreat, sheer terror on the 18-year-old's face. Morris slid down the slope a bit and crawled over to her. "B!" He grabbed his friend, pulling her close as she continued to scream. "Jordan, get back in the fight!" He looked at Goldie and nearly lost his Cliff Bar breakfast. He looked back at the other two shooting, ducking, shooting. "We need to get back in," he yelled. He let go of her and hoped for the best, scrambling back up to the crest to the left of Goldie's body. He cautiously scanned over and took a quick glance. The plane was in the process of heading for the entrance end of the runway. At that end, Elvis and Misty had taken so much fire from the cartel that they could no longer shoot back. "We need to shoot that plane," Morris yelled. It spun into position and immediately began to throttle up. Just as Morris began to open at it, the plane began to receive fire from the far end of the runway. He could see John, still sitting on his dirt bike, shooting as rapidly as he could at the plane's windows. Between a lack of practice and trying to shoot several hundred yards from sitting on a bike, he wasn't hitting much of the plane, but he'd garnered the attention of several of the remaining cartel soldiers, who began to fire at him. He dropped the rifle to the front of his chest and gunned the throttle, doing a quick tire-dragging turnaround to disappear back into the tree line. This distraction had allowed Nub to travel into the next slight depression in the prairie. He rode the quad as fast as he could south and then backtracked west, coming over his small ridge a mere 80 yards from the back of the wooden shed and SUVs. He popped it into neutral and hit the brakes, pulling up his rifle and taking out two guards before they knew he was there. He started to draw more fire. He lowered the rifle to its sling once more and gunned it for the plane. "What's he think he's doing?" Morris worried. "Nub!" he yelled instinctually, knowing it would do no good.
As the plane started to gain a decent head of speed on the snowy grass, William "That Nub" Easton went airborne on a small rise, dropping onto the makeshift runway. He was pegged out in the machine's fourth gear, and the plane was rapidly starting to reach its minimum takeoff speed. The Evangel 4500 bush plane only needed 1,100 feet of runway, and they'd burned through over half of it. The pilot made a strategic decision and cut his throttles, hitting the brakes. Nub went shooting past on the right. As he did, the pilot made a slow arch to the right side of the runway to start a tight turnaround. He would take off to the south and not have trees to clear. One of the gangsters in the plane opened the access hatch and hopped out, doing a collapsing roll in the mild snowy grass as he did. He immediately raised his rifle and shot the quad's tires out, flipping it as it hit a rut in the carved snow. Nub was ejected off the high side of the machine and crashed into the grass, sliding, not moving. "Nub!" Morris yelled from across his hill. He raised his rifle, but the man had already reached that Nub, hauling him to his feet in a daze. Morris began to run, not caring about his cover. He tripped in the snowbank near the runway, stumbling and rolling. As he got back up, the plane's door was closing. That Nub, a new captive. Morris looked on in horror as the plane turned around and gunned its engines. "No!" he screamed as it passed him. Morris Dugan fell to his knees, letting his rifle drop into its sling. He put his snow and grime-covered hands on his head, staring at the nightmare unfolding in front of him. "Nub!" he yelled again. The plane gained lift and began to ascend, slowly gaining both speed and altitude. Morris was at a loss for words, a state of shock that he thought couldn't get worse, until a moment later, the lightning-fast streak and whistle of the Hellfire missile barely made an impression in anyone's senses before it blew its warhead, ripping the old bush plane and everyone in it into death morsels and fire. The explosion mixed with the plane's fuel, and the remnants of burning frame began to tumble to the Kansas plains below. An Apache attack helicopter began a wide-sweeping arch over the cartel runway, its M230 30mm chain gun raising the remaining cartel vehicles, and shed as two Black Hawks rumbled right over Morris and set down on the runway, one to his north, the other farther south. Morris watched as two squads of soldiers from Fort Riley spilled out and began to move out from the birds and take a defensive perimeter around them. Hands still on his head, the weight of leadership began to fall heavily on the young man's shoulders. Hot tears began to streak down his face as a tension headache set in the back of his skull. Morris Dugan had just led two of his friends to their deaths in combat. Juarez, Mexico. The two Black Hawks were flying at nearly 170 miles an hour. Phalanx 1, with Brandon and Steve Bender's team, was rocketing southeast. "We're headed to a large warehouse complex south of Paradise del Sur," Steve told Brandon and the Rangers over the headset. Even with those on, he had to speak up over the roar of the two GE 701 turboshaft engines. "We have satellite evidence that they've been manufacturing meth and packaging it for distribution from the fourth building for quite some time." "Captain, have you ever fast-roped?" the lead ranger asked. "Or you, sir?" he asked Steve Bender. "Affirmative, Sergeant," Brandon answered as Steve nodded. "We're going to do 2 drops. 2 of my guys are dropping onto the roof from the left side. The bird will then move laterally right, and the rest of us will drop near the loading dock out the right. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy." Brandon did a quick double check on his math, verifying 6 total in each half of the rescue mission. "Remember, it isn't just about row, Sergeant," Brandon reminded. "We need to interrogate." "Roger that, sir." 4 minutes later, the co-pilot chimed in on the intercom. 30 seconds. The special unit felt the nose of the craft pitch up quickly as the pilot bled the speech down to a hover over the corner of the subject roof in that half-minute. Phalanx 1's left side crew member shoved the heavy black rope out the door and watched it fall a mere 9 feet to the rooftop. Despite a heavy rotor wash beating on the craft from the roof surface, the pilot was able to keep it hovering perfectly stable. "Go!"
the crewman said after verifying they had a clear route down. One at a time, the Rangers wrapped a leg around the heavy nylon rope until it made a revolution and came across the top of their ankle. With a loose grip in their gloved hands, they played slack and slid down the rope in a controlled fall. The first soldier moved out and covered the various fixtures on the surface, lest the maintenance hatch suddenly pop open. The second moved off the rope and gave a quick, "Okay," wave over his head. The crew member unhooked and dropped the rope. As he joined his buddy in providing overwatch, Phalanx 1 began to slide to the right. With Sergeant Lopez leading, the 4 remaining members of the special unit took a 30-foot plunge down their rope to the industrial complex's asphalt surface. 23 miles to the west, Phalanx 2 had already landed right in the beautifully manicured front yard of Inocencio Delgado. 10 minutes earlier, 5 Rangers and Lou had rapidly evacuated the helicopter, which immediately took off again and began a slow loop around the mansion at 200 feet above ground. Lieutenant Martel Adams and his men showed complete restraint. Even in the face of fire from 2 second-story windows, they provided covering fire while moving, intending on keeping heads down while they entered the mansion and attempted a prisoner grab. Lou and the junior corporal covered the driveway and front while the 4-man team cleared the house. After a short firefight, Lou heard on the radio, "Interior clear. Phalanx 2, how's it looking? No sign of a QRF. Lead, you're clear out here." Lou and the junior soldier entered the mansion's front door. Had it not been the circumstance it was, Lou would have loved a tour of the tropically themed home. "Up here, sir," he heard another ranger say. They followed the man back up the master bedroom. Lou looked down at the bloody pool around a recently deceased cartel soldier and stepped over it. On his knees near the broken window was another cartel member, about 35 years old and bleeding from his right shoulder. The man was cursing in Spanish, and despite the pain, his eyes contained a rageful contempt for the Americans. He continued ranting incessantly in Spanish, causing Lou to look around. "Anyone getting this?" He looked back at the man. "I bet my left nut you hables English, you terrorist waste of space." The man kept repeating his threats in Spanish. One of the sergeants began to translate. "He's saying mean things about your mother, sir." "I gathered," Lou mumbled. "Look, I know you can understand me. It is in your best interest to talk to me. You see, I've screwed up a lot the last couple of years. I'm already set to retire. They don't care about me, and I have nothing to lose by breaking the rules anymore." The man's cursing stopped as his eyes narrowed. In English, he expressed to Lou his desire that Lou go have relations with himself. The man's nose made a sickening crunching noise as Lou's boot sole smashed into it, the tread leaving little purple lines on the broken cartilage. "Ah!" he yelled, unable to grab his nose with his hands bound behind his back. The force had sent him backwards off his knees. "Lieutenant, if you and yours want to take a small coffee break, I'll understand," Lou said as he straddled the cartel member. "We're good, sir." Lou unslung the rifle and stuck the barrel in the man's mouth. "All I want to know is where and when they took the girl. Is that information worth your life?" Superbird Caldwell had been reborn, once again flying way past bingo fuel. The man began to squirm and choke on the muzzle suppressor. Lou took it out of his mouth. Geneva!" the man yelled in broken English. No toucha!" "Oh, that's rich!" Lou yelled back. "The cartel asking for mercy? You're a terrorist. You don't get Geneva." He moved the rifle down to the man's privates. "Last chance." "Janos!" the man screamed. "They head to Janos." "When?" Lou yelled. "Cinco!" the man yelled, crying. "Cinco! Big line!" He stumbled over his words. "Big line trucks! Big guns!" Lou stepped out from hovering over him. One of the Rangers had already pulled a tablet out of the front slot on his plate carrier and was scrolling the electronic map. "Janos? Looks like Western Highway 2.
What time is it? Lou demanded. 0710, sir. Damn! Lou yelled, walking out. Let's get that chopper down here. What about him, sir? The sergeant asked. Leave him! Lou yelled, already running down the stairs.
Chapter 32. Highway 2, southwest of Ascension, Mexico.
Can you see the sun?
Rosie heard Lou scream into the phone. Wherever he was, it was loud and he couldn't hear. She couldn't stand the temptation any longer. Knowing she was dooming her gifted phone, which was running on the electron equivalent of vapors, she called the only man in the world she knew she could in the most desperate moment of her life.
Not directly,
she said as loud as she did.
This old beat-up box truck has some cracks and holes. It's on the left. Say again?
Lou yelled over the roar of the helicopter.
And how long has it been since you turned? Sun is on the left, Rosie yelled. Screw it, she thought. She was desperate. This sounds like my one chance. We've been going straight almost the whole time, even when we slowed down for a while. Are you coming? Please, God, please. How big is the con?
Click. The phone went dead. Rosie's heart was beating hard and fast, worried with anticipation.
Is that the last time I ever talked to someone from home?
She started crying what little moisture and salt she had.
Who will take care of my darling angel? I'm so sorry, sister.
4 miles northeast of Convoy, Highway 2.
We may have your convoy, Colonel, Lou heard in his headset. About 4 miles up the road.
The Black Hawk had been flying at 2,000 feet above ground level, trying to shave time and distance off the curves of the highway.
And FYI, Sentry Control reports that there are 2 Mexican F-5s heading north from Mexico City.
The co-pilot was referring to the American E-3 Sentry radar plane patrolling the border. Though they were over 100 miles down the highway, the west by southwest heading meant they were still only a few dozen miles from the corner of New Mexico.
How can you be sure it's a cartel?
Lou asked the warrant officer.
This highway has been jammed up with people evacuating Juarez. We have an enhanced optics package, sir. I've zoomed in. The lead and trailing vehicles are technicals. Them and several scattered throughout the middle have machine guns mounted right on the tops. Also, there's literally no traffic in front of them. It's almost like they have a free pass to travel unhindered. It's going to get real interesting.
As the conversation was happening, the lead pilot was diving the craft down to reduce giving away their position. He started skimming the farms from 100 feet off the ground, some still green from the mild autumn climate.
Wait, one.
After a few more seconds, he got back on the intercom.
Sentry Control reports that Phalanx 1 will be delayed. They have to medevac 2 wounded back to Biggs and top off before they join us.
Brandon? Lou worried.
That means we'll be all alone out here for quite a while, doesn't it?
He asked earnestly.
Affirmative, Colonel.
What's the plan, pilot? Lou asked. Though many Black Hawks were outfitting with pylons for attaching rockets or missiles, the 2 in this operation were armed only with 2 6-barrel 7.62mm miniguns, 1 for each door gunner.
About the only thing we can do is zoom past and try to disable the vehicles at the front. That'll halt the column, starting with anything that has a machine gun mounted on top. If they flee, at least they'll have to turn and head back to Ascension.
What about us? Lou asked.
How do we get in there and grab her?
Lieutenant Martel Adams finally spoke up.
The miniguns will make short work of the technicals, Colonel. Once we've done that, we'll keep harassing them from the air. We just need to keep them pinned until 1800 so we can get more units down here to assist.
Lou didn't like hearing that, but he knew trying to assault the cartel on foot would have been a suicide run.
Final approach, the co-pilot yelled into the intercom. Johnson, get ready.
He told the left side crew chief. The fuselage door wide open, the 6-member team and 2 crew chiefs could see a convoy of cars and trucks.
There must be 30 of them,
Lou thought in amazement. He thought he'd counted 8 that had machine guns either on the top or in the beds. There were 5 box trucks and tractor trailers in the very middle of the convoy. Phalanx 2 began to slow and make an arch around the front of the convoy. Corporal Johnson opened up the electrically driven M134 at its slowest rate of 2,000 rounds per minute. These targets were relatively soft, and there were a lot of them. The first vehicle ripped to shreds as the small projectiles began to tear apart everything in its path. It caught on fire when a ripped fuel line spilled into the hot engine. The second vehicle tried to pass it on the left and suffered a similar fate, effectively blocking the road. Johnson then tried to take out all three of the machine guns at the front of the convoy. He destroyed the first, but the second and third were able to open up, and immediately Phalanx 2 started taking hits. "Damn!" the pilot yelled, twisting his throttle and nosing the aircraft forward as fast as it would pick up speed. "We're going to need to get farther out. Try to outrange them." The Black Hawk continued to take hits, and warning lights and buzzers suddenly started blaring from the front. "Hold on! I think we just lost our tail rotor." The pilot made rapid adjustments to the rear fins on both sides of the damaged rotor, slowing the torque effect to the craft from the main rotor, but not eliminating it. Phalanx 2 started spinning despite both pilots' best efforts to stop it. The spinning picked up speed. Lou felt himself tightening his waist belt and grabbing onto the handhold above him. "We have to set it down." The craft was built to survive an impact rate as bad as 38 feet of drop per second. The pilot pushed that envelope, trying to get the craft out of the hail of bullets, hoping that one of their miniguns would be facing the enemy when it was all over. Lou could hear the co-pilot calling in a Mayday alert to Sentry Control. The team lucked out when the craft settled into a small depression. An irrigation canal? Lou thought excitedly. The area was rich with farms that shared a miles-long irrigation feed. The main rotor started digging into the dirt on both sides of the man-made creek. The carbon fiber blades started to break apart and fly off. The fuselage came to a rough landing at a slight angle in the knee-high water, but only the very top of the transmission and tilt gear by the rotors was visible to the cartel. The Pentagon Command and Control Center. The large room was surrounded by several smaller rooms, which looked out on the main space through glass soundproof windows. The main control center had a series of 4 tiers, each containing a row of various technicians from all branches of the military. They operated encrypted communications gear and computers, allowing the Pentagon generals and admirals the ability to hover over the shoulders of their underlings. Not only could they be providing instant buy-in of the decisions of the actual Army and Navy flag officers making battlefield decisions, but they could, with a little time and assuming the satellites hadn't been shot down or hacked, be privy to most any electronic piece of data, including radio communications. General Judah Montgomery knew his role, and it had little to do with managing the operation in El Paso. His would be the largest head on the chopping block if something went wrong. A school got bombed, or a civilian convoy departing due to a threat from the United States. But by and large, he and his team of branch heads served to monitor operations throughout the American West, not just one city. There had been an attempted IED on the Coronado Bay Bridge in San Diego. There had been a surprising amount of cartel resistance in Salt Lake City, when 2 gangs had aligned forces and taken over a shopping mall. Similar stories played out most everywhere, and the greater Los Angeles metroplex had, by far, been the most volatile. But when General Montgomery's primary assistant, Colonel Ryan Jackson, had told him of a clandestine and impromptu rescue mission into Juarez ahead of the president's allowed schedule, he had given the go-ahead knowing that Murphy would surely surface. "How long until Phalanx 1 can get down there?" Judah asked a Navy senior chief, who had been eavesdropping on the radio comms throughout the various Fort Bliss operations in El Paso. "Approximately 40 minutes, sir. Would you like me to establish a direct line with the unit commander?" "No," he instructed. Judah would follow protocol and have his Army Chief General do that, if needed. Colonel Jackson was trailing behind them in the CNC center, watching him pace behind the operators on this particular tier, occasionally looking up at satellite feeds or other war zone data up on the many, supersized displays on the wall the tiers faced. He walked over to an Army major. "We have a Black Hawk down southwest of Ascension, Mexico," he said. "Put it on the main display, Major." He looked at Colonel Jackson, motioning him to follow as he walked back up the electronic amphitheater and waited. "The Secretary and the President have tied my hands, Colonel." "I know, sir. I just wanted you to have all the information." Judah Montgomery let out a big sigh. "I know you haven't been a big fan of Lou Caldwell, Ryan," he began, but I expected no less of him than to find out he's in the middle of all this." He looked at the floor, face wrinkled with the burden of responsibility. The screen queued up and the Major zoomed in to show a field of view perhaps a mile wide. Approximately 100 meters south of an east-west highway, Phalanx 2 sat in a man-made creek, shattered and broken. They could see a perimeter of people around it, keeping a much greater number of foes pinned down at the vehicles on the road. "It's a matter of time before they get flanked, or the Mexican F-5s that are heading up from the south begin to strafe them," Colonel Jackson said, concerned. "And that's not all cartel," Judah pointed out. "There's a logjam of civilians building up east of this stoppage. It's going to become a political quagmire." He walked into one of the wing rooms, where the leading general of the Air Force was monitoring interior air operations with her staff. "General Gilbert, I need to get a few planes in the air. Pronto." Chapter 33. Highway 2, southwest of Ascension, Mexico. Jared spines had been the common injury to everyone on Phalanx 2. The fear of dying had convinced every soul on board to push through the pain and set up a fighting perimeter. Lieutenant Adams spaced everyone, including the pilots and crew chiefs, out along the edge of the irrigation canal. A steady stream of fire was coming in, and the only thing that kept them from being overrun was the courage to stick one's head, arms, and rifle up for a second or two and return it. The helicopter's electronics were still working, something the pilots had reminded Martel. "We have to set charges and blow it up the second we think we're going to be overrun," they said, which in all their minds was not a question of if, but when. Martel had pulled up a tablet that was linked to the main battle net through a satellite link up in the helicopter. He and Lou were studying a satellite image of their location. "You think we could link up to a satellite?" Lou said. "We could, if this had been a planned op," Martel said, the sound of hypersonic rounds plinking off the helicopter's roof. "Or if we had a drone. This is what we got." "Look here to the east," Lou said. "There's a trench." He walked under the tail of the wounded chopper, sloshing and swimming through the cold water sourced from an aquifer 10 miles away. Martel followed him. "There," Lou pointed. "When they figure out it's there, they'll come right down and pop out on the flank," Martel said. He began to reposition one of his rangers and one of the crew chiefs. "Wait," Lou said. "I bet it leads to a culvert under the road. And see how the grass is overgrown? A couple of us could crawl through and pop up over there, behind them." "And do what?" Martel countered. "There's no way we can wage a war with them." "I don't mean that. I'm talking about getting into the box truck in the middle and getting the girl." "Begging your pardon, Colonel, but that's a suicide run. All due respect, but you don't know infantry tactics and close-quarters battle." Martel turned and began to redirect the perimeter defense. Lou was at a loss of what else could be done. He went into the downed helicopter and retrieved his backpack, pulling out the satellite phone. "I need to warn off Brandon," he thought. He was sure that those coming on Phalanx 1 had already been informed of their status, but he was hoping his friend's chopper could take the technicals out from the elevation and then start working the ground forces. He was about to call the other sat phone when he heard their designation being called for on the helicopter's radio. "Warrant officer," he yelled, waving for the co-pilot to come over. "We're being hailed on the radio." The young man climbed back into the cockpit and plugged the helmet he was still wearing into the electronics. Lou replaced him on the perimeter. 1 minute later, the co-pilot showed back up with an elated grin. "Glad you caught that, sir. They wanted us to verify the ends of the convoy." "Who did?" Lou asked, confused. He looked at the man, who was squinting and looking all over the blue Mexican sky in the westerly and northwesterly directions. "Them?" he yelled excitedly. 6,000 feet above and 2 miles southwest of the convoy's destroyed western vehicles, a U.S. Air Force AC-130J Ghost Rider was starting its counterclockwise pattern around the intense fight happening below. Inside the 4-prop plane, specifically designed for an attack mission instead of hauling cargo, a crew of 2 women and 1 man were coordinating the plane's traveling speed, altitude, and position with the onboard camera systems to lock in on the next several vehicles behind those initially destroyed by Phalanx 2. Out of the left side of the plane's fuselage protruded 2 distinct barrels operated by 4 of the crew members. The 30mm GAU-23A chain gun sent 3 30mm rounds per second toward the convoy, each filled with a high explosive and incendiary charge originally designed to destroy enemy tanks. The flashes of light emanating off the tip of the barrel were a thing of beauty to Lou and those around him. The plane passed south of them, raking all 7 of the remaining belt-fed machine gun vehicles, each of which exploded as the rounds and their contents detonated with vengeful fury. Cartel members, or more precisely, pieces of them, raced in all directions as the flying hammer known affectionately as Puff the Magic Dragon by infantry made one pass by the cartel column. It veered north and made a beeline for America with the knowledge that the Mexican F-5s were only about 5 minutes away from showing up. The satellite phone Lou had stuffed into his cargo pocket began to ring and vibrate. "Brandon?" he thought as he read the screen. "Poster boy!" He yelled into the device over the roar of the rifles around him. "Colonel, if I'm not mistaken, you just received some relief on scene?" "Understatement of the year, Captain," Lou yelled over the sounds of battle. "We still need to get in and find Rosie." "We got 5 minutes, sir," Brandon yelled back. Lou could hear the approaching Phalanx One's engines in the background. "There are 2 jets showing up to join the fun. Any idea where she's at?" "Middle of the convoy," Lou started. "There's 1 box truck with 2 tractor trailers on either end. I'm guessing it's that middle truck. It's the only one that looks as beat up as she described." "Roger," Brandon said. "The Ghost Rider was ordered to only take out the belt feds. They didn't want to risk killing her." Lou stuck the top of his head over the edge of the Little Creek's berm. Gun smoke and the smell of burnt powder filled the field. "They've had the wind knocked out of them. They're barely firing now. Where are you?" "We'll be there in 1 mic. Can you guys take advantage of our distraction?" It hit Lou that they were at a crucial moment, an apex decision. "Yes. Keep them looking north, no matter what." He hung up, dropping the phone in the dirt above the creek, and slithered along the dirt bank over to Lieutenant Martell Adams. "Phalanx 1 is inbound. They're going to rake these guys from the north. I'm heading up the culvert to find our package." Lou raced past the 2 soldiers guarding the eastern edge of their defenses, sloshing up the cold waterway. He pulled his rifle up and pivoted on it as he got to the small culvert and stream that led directly under the road. Seeing no enemy, he lay down completely in the muddy muck and looked back, surprised to see Martell, 1 ranger, and 1 helicopter crew member following suit. "Keep going, Colonel. They're starting to fire at Phalanx 1. Completely prone, Lou began to drive his elbows and knees in coordinated fashion, keeping his butt and head below the overgrown grass. By the time he'd made it the roughly 100 meters to the road, his muscles were spent, filled with lactic acid. "Must keep going," he insisted in his mind. "You must not fail her." Driven by the thoughts of his depressed son and his missing wife, Freeman Lewis Caldwell had not felt this level of purpose or importance of moment in many years. He felt Martell right on his boots. "Now's our chance, sir. They're all trying to shoot -1, but they're staying out of range." Lou took 2 quick breaths to refill his cells, muscles tight from being worked on the crawl. He got to his knees and whipped back and forth, spotting the westernmost semi-truck. "Moving east!" "Move!" Martell yelled. He instructed the 2 men behind him to get to the road shoulder and hold the spot secure for them. Lou crawled up into the grass field, keeping at a crouch. Martell joined and passed him. "Stay right on my 6, Colonel," he instructed. There was an overwhelming noise of gunfire on the north side of the trucks as the cartel soldiers tried to pour their fire on the helicopter, which was several hundred feet up and out over the north farm. The door gunner was firing back at the east end of the convoy. Lou followed Martell along the sides of the semi-trucks. When they passed the first gap, he made eye contact with a gangster who had turned his head upon catching Martell's movement. "Look!" Lou heard him yell in Spanish. They had run past the gap and down half the length of the next semi-truck's left side. "We're about to get company!" Lou yelled ahead. He turned around, and as soon as he saw the shape of a rifle start to appear at the corner of the truck, he put 3 rounds right into the Kenworth's corner fender. A couple more cartel soldiers appeared out of the next gap farther west, near where Martell had planted his men. The cartel turned left and started to take aim on Lou when the Overwatch blasted the pair of men in the back from 15 feet. "Keep going!" Lou yelled. When the adversary in the gap closer to him peeked out to sneak in a shot, the Overwatch team dropped him. Lou saw the Ranger get hit by fire from a shot from the far end of the convoy. The helicopter crew chief dragged him back into the small culvert they'd crawled up. "One more gap, Colonel!" Martel yelled. He then blasted the box truck's windshield, recognizing the driver was just about to open fire on them. He began to receive fire from the left, coming across the gap between the trucks. Lou looked down, realizing their legs were completely vulnerable. "Go!" he yelled as he got down onto the ground. "I'll catch up!" He saw two pair of legs in the exact position they were in, but on the truck's far side. He opened fire, continuing to shoot the men after they tried to run off the shoulder and into the field on the north side. He stood back up, looking at both the semi and the box truck. "God, if this is it, make it quick," he pled. He bolted across the gap at a full sprint and caught up to Martel as he was slowly clearing the corner, slicing the pie, one wedge at a time, as they were taught. "Hurry!" hollered Lou. He pondered on the box truck's rear left side door. "Rosie?" It was far too loud with gunfire for him to hear if she'd called back. "Locked!" Martel yelled. Lou began to let out a string of salty language, but was cut off by his battle buddy. "Bottom pouch on the back of my plate carrier. There's a small master key." "A what?" Lou asked as he started to unzip the pocket attached to the back of the man's tactical gear. He immediately saw a 10-inch long set of carbide bolt cutters with extendable handles. He grabbed it and handed them to Martel. Just as the lieutenant began to extend the handles, Lou caught a shadow on the north side of the road shoulder. The shadow was on top of the next semi-shadow. He looked up with his rifle and caught a cartel soldier in the face just as he was peeking over. As the man screamed and slumped his head, Lou put another round right through the top of it. Martel had made short work of the padlock and unlatched the heavy door's locking mechanism. He swung the two doors apart a bit. He looked at Lou and his eyes went wide. "Duck!" he yelled just a second too late as a cartel soldier came around the corner. The first shot caught Lou in the back, right in the middle of the ceramic plate the army had given him. The second got him below and to the left. The 9mm round passed through Lou's kidney and barely missed hitting Martel, who had whipped his pistol out of the holster low on his hip and put rounds of his own into the man's eye sockets. "Ah!" was all Lou could say as a piercing hot needle like none he'd ever experienced surged through his left abdomen. He went to his knees. "Get the girl!" he yelled. Lou could feel the warmth dribbling down the front and back side of his undershirt as he turned on his knees to keep any more surprises coming from that direction. Martel jumped in and saw a woman in a dog cage, shaking in the corner. "Rosie Ortiz? U.S. Army Rangers?" He clipped the lock on the cage door and tossed his bolt cutters down. The dehydrated and malnourished woman was terrified. She tried to talk, but her dry voice cracked. "Rosie?" Lou called up feebly into the open cargo box. "It's Lou from Carlsbad." Rosie began to crawl out of the cage, stiff, sore, eyes squinting. Martel hopped down and then held his hands out, taking hers and guiding her to the ground. Rosie had a hard time standing. She saw blood running down Lou's left butt cheek. "Lead us out, Colonel!" Martel yelled as he fired at two more cartel, trying to get around from the north side. Lou cleared left and then right, surprised that more of them hadn't joined the fight to kill the Americans. They were too invested in the thrill of crashing a second helicopter. Lou led Rosie and Martel into the field, opting to run south and try for the canal directly. Rosie's legs and lack of nourishment made it difficult for her to run. Martel gave up prodding her and yelled, "I need to carry you!" He didn't wait for permission or a reply. In a flash, he was grabbing her right arm with his left hand as he ducked, reaching his right arm down and hooking her right leg through the gap between her legs. As he stood, he dragged her onto his shoulders and began a full sprint across the dead alfalfa. "Colonel!" he yelled. Despite the wound, Lou had already gained 30 meters on them, almost halfway to the canal. Just as he turned, two thunderous F-5 Tiger II jets rocketed from south to north, buzzing the wounded Black Hawk's attackers, which waved off their attack and began to dive and head north for the safety of the U.S. border with southwest New Mexico. The jets maintained near-perfect formation as they made a tight turn to the east, beginning to loop back around. "They're gonna come around and strafe our guys in the creek!" Lou screamed. Martel passed him, and Lou maintained his position facing the trucks. He took his eyes off the jets, seeing an enormous number of gangsters begin to fill the gaps between trucks. Farther west, some of them began to sprint across the field at the wounded Phalanx 2. He switched to full auto and let the rifle eat the entire magazine at the men in the gap they just fled a minute earlier. He turned and began to run again, the sharp pain in his side getting worse. Lou began to feel lightheaded. The F-5s had completed their loop and were now 2 miles east of the action, flying west again. One was lined up on the length of the irrigation canal, the other on the field Lou was standing in. Like a deer in headlights, Lou stopped and stared at the oncoming warbirds. Surely they won't actually strafe us, he thought. His vision began to get fuzzy. God, if you're there, please let me see Terrence again. The F-5s had slowed their speed for the turn and to make the best use of the potential strafing run. Lou saw a second pair of dark dots in the fuzzy vision. Angels? When the F-5 Tigers were only a half mile from Lou, the 100-yard gap between them filled with the screaming steel of first one, then another F-35 Lightning II American Joint Strike Fighter. 2 broken sound barriers screamed in bone-rattling unison. As the USAF pilots split the gap between their far less skilled Mexican counterparts, the F-35s wagged their wings at the downed helicopter as they screamed by at a head-splitting Mach 1.4, barely 500 feet above ground level. Some of the soldiers crossing the field had dropped at the impact of the noise slamming into them, more out of fright than physics. The 2 F-5s split, one left and one right, caught completely off guard. The Lightnings had proven their name and then some, as they stayed in formation and pulled up, rocketing straight up into the sky to the west of the action. "We own your air, Mexico," the pilots were saying. "Suck it." A crack of air snapped as a rifle round barely passed Lou. He stood again and began his run, albeit much slower. Martel and a second ranger began to cover Lou from the canal. "Run!" they were screaming as they shot. Lou felt his legs getting heavier as he plied them through the grass. Another round hit Lou, as he felt another burning needle, this time in his left heel. "Ah!" he yelled as he fell into the grass. The noises of the firefight and rounds whipping over his head began to lull him. He began to do a push-up and get back up, intent on living. "Are they actually waving me off?" he asked himself. He could see the men in the canal trying to tell him to stay put. Suddenly the field exploded in noise and wind. It began to rain hot brass, linkages, and the smell of gunpowder as Phalanx 1 began to hover just west of Lou, firing on the enemy convoy. Through the fog, Lou could see a muscular figure jump out of the safety of the helicopter while it was still 5 feet up. It was followed by others, who sprinted for the safety of the canal to reinforce their battered brothers. The figure rolled and began to sprint for Lou. "Let's go, Colonel!" Brandon yelled. He scooped Lou up in a fireman's carry, much as Martel had done to Rosie, and tossed the small colonel onto his shoulders, sprinting for the helicopter. Phalanx 1 had begun to take too much small arms fire and had to take off, which forced Brandon to head for the canal. He slid down, with both himself and Lou tearing up the dirt as he slid all the way into the man-made creek. "We need to keep our heads down," Brandon yelled at all of them. "Why's that?" Martel asked, as he and the other ranger began to help the Marine pull Lou through the water west, back to their perimeter. The radio on Brandon's gear chirped. "Phalanx 1, Sentry Control, maintain position 1 kilo south, acknowledge." They all heard the C-3 over New Mexico say over the radio hanging on Brandon's tactical gear. "Copy, Sentry Control," they heard the other helicopter's pilot say. "Timber Flight, Sentry Control, you're cleared for hot in kill box 1. Say again, cleared for hot in kill box 1. Be aware, friendlies are danger close in the canal to the south. Acknowledge?" "That's why," Brandon yelled over the noise of the firefight. "Timber Flight copies, Sentry Control. Timber 2, happy shooting. Make sure you stop before you hit that big gap to the east," the lead pilot instructed his wingman. "2 copies," Lou heard a familiar voice say. The high-pitched whine of 4 GE-TF 34 turbofan engines could be heard loudly approaching from the west. "There," the ranger said, pointing. They all looked up, even Lou with his fuzzy vision. Less than 500 feet up and 1 mile away, in a steep turn. Two A-10 Thunderbolts barely 10 feet apart pulled out of their turn, lining up perfectly on the road and field between the convoy and the embattled Americans. A familiar and obnoxiously loud Superbird sound permeated the air as two GAU-8 rotary cannons screamed. Timber 1 sent several hundred 30mm shells into the field, tearing up the cartel members that were hit with severe carnage, literally destroying some of their bodies beyond recognition. Those not hit had their will to fight removed with authority. On the highway, Timber 2, piloted by a young lieutenant called Dumbo, began to shower 30 cartel vehicles with the same depleted uranium shells. The ensuing death run would go down in the annals of USAF history as the new generation's version of the Highway of Death that had happened in the First Gulf War. Only these weren't military tanks and troop-carrying vehicles, but the technical and drug-carrying vehicles of a ruthless and evil cartel, paid for with the lives and crimes of addicted Americans. Trucks were destroyed beyond recognition, some of them exploding as the high-explosive incendiary rounds ripped through fuel tanks and ammunition supplies. Fireballs propelled large truck bodies up to 100 feet into the air. The young pilot, soon to be called Newbert by his fellow aviators, had sent many evil souls to hell in a matter of moments. Though the cartel boss had not been in the convoy, the day had been a major victory in the new war with them. As ordered, Dumbo had let off in time to avoid the civilian cars stopped to the east. The pair of warthogs screamed past the destruction and the relieved, embattled Americans. They banked left and gained altitude, leaving old Mexico for new. The irony that somewhere in the chain of command, someone had disregarded orders to save them had not been lost on Lou in the moment he passed out. Chapter 34. Com Subpac Officers, Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii. Good news, Cub? Commander Brody Woodward asked Master Chief Darren Jorgensen. The pair, along with the executive officer and all department head of the USS James L. Honeycutt, had been at the offices of the commander for all submarine forces in the Pacific. Like the West Coast-based ballistic missile submarines, the Honey had been without home port since the Cascadia disasters had rendered the facilities useless. As a third boat in the Navy's newest Patriot class of submarines, she was the only one with the many additional features that enabled her to perform critical intelligence gathering. Though a fully functional SSGN, the nation desperately needed her back in service in lieu of the active war between China and Russia. Darren tried his best to remain emotionless when reading his family grams in front of others. Not all had received good news. And today's Thanksgiving? He remembered. He'd just gotten an update from his wife and daughter. Good as can be, sir, he replied. This gun range they're staying at is helping the country stand up against a posse for augmenting the few remaining police and National Guard. Any news on your family, sir? Darren knew the answer and almost cringed asking, but he felt it would have been rude not to be invested in the answer. Nothing, the skipper answered. I'm coming to terms with it, Darren. My family probably perished. I grieve in my cabin every night so that I can still do my job. But thanks for asking. If you ever need someone to vent at, Skipper, just let me know. I appreciate it, Cobb. But now that Squadron 5 has been stood up here in Pearl, I have a few other COs in the pool of equals that I can talk with about stresses. How's the crew fitting in at the training center? The Honey CO changed the subject. About as expected, sir. I think the one thing that keeps them from going UA is the fact that the world's on fire right now. They know all the branches are preparing for the possibility of war. Had we merely been dealing with the home port disaster, I think a lot of these kids would have disappeared already. Interesting perspective, Cobb. Have they picked up on the record time that the shipyard is repairing our boat? A few have, sir. Why? Several projects around the various shipyards and bases have been put on hold, specifically to give our boat the manpower and parts she needs. And though you don't know this yet, we're getting a briefing about our next mission tomorrow morning. Already? Darren asked with intense skepticism. No sea trials? Wartime waivers, Cobb. Brody stood up, preparing to leave Darren in the quiet corner of the building's chief lounge he'd found him in. He turned back. Make sure they take their training seriously, Cobb.
There's likely to be a lot more action where we're headed. We'll have to save our own skins next time.
Tucson Medical Center, Tucson, Arizona. Granger Madison heard yet another hospital employee walking into the room.
I said I don't want.
He shut his mouth in shame and surprise. Donna Wolf walked in looking 10 years older than the last time he'd seen her. Granger looked down at his toes, still trapped in bed by a sling holding his arm at elevation. Though the plates and screws in his right forearm were installed and doing well, both gunshot wounds had resulted in an infection that was still stubbornly sticking its tongue out at the antibiotics. Donna wore a gaze that Granger couldn't bear to look at. She stood in silence for 10 seconds.
Say something,
she demanded. Granger looked back up at her.
I can't. There are no words to. You don't get off that easily, Granger, she scolded, slowly marching over to his bed. 2 men are dead because they believed in you. In that, she got stuck on the words. Whatever it is you all went out and did in the desert all the time. Mick and my Davy believed in you.
She barely got the words out before her emotion erupted once again from her eyes. Her face red. She moved right next to him on his left side.
Tell me why my husband died,
she screamed as she grabbed his left hand with both of hers and began to squeeze. Granger's eyes filled with tears, running down his flushed face, some of them spilling onto his burn scars. He kept his gaze on her.
They died for America, Donna, he said softly. No, for Americans, for all people who can't fight for themselves.
Granger felt her hands relax just a small bit, a slight release of tension.
They're going to keep doing the smuggling,
she said, a little more calmly. He felt her grip lighten up a bit more, though she kept clutching his undamaged hand.
And someone will need to shut that one down, too,
he said passively, still giving her the respect of eye contact.
But it'll have to be someone else. I'm done.
What? This nearly boiled her blood pressure.
The hell you are? Dave wouldn't have wanted that, and you know it.
Granger was confused.
But...
She moved her right hand up to his left cheek.
Granger, I don't know when I'll forgive you, but I won't let anger control me. And Dave looked up to you like a long-lost brother. They all do. If you truly want to honor my husband, honor Mick, you won't quit.
She started to walk away from his bed, but stopped and looked one more time.
Just be smart about it. Get more guys. Get better stuff. I'll help with that. But I know one thing for certain. If you quit, if my husband's death was for nothing, you'll be angry at yourself for the rest of your life.
Manhattan, Kansas. The pounding on the door would have gone unanswered had Morris Dugan not recognized his father's commanding voice. His head spun as he got out of bed to move to the door. He'd barely gotten up for water or the bathroom in the 2 days since tragedy struck.
I don't know why you've been ignoring your mother, his father said before the door was 2 feet open, but I had to drive up here and check on you, and now I'm pissed.
His father stepped into the small second-floor apartment with the claimed authority that fathers can sometimes have over their adult sons' lives. He scanned the room, looking for William or signs of a Thanksgiving meal. Something. The room was dark and stale, messy.
What's going on, son?
He asked, voice turning to inquisitive worry.
Why did I have to drive up here on Thanksgiving night? I should be watching football.
The grave look on Morris's face betrayed him, the corners of his eyes crusty from the salt of shame.
I don't even know where to begin, Dad,
was all he could get out in a voice that began to crack.
Where's William?
Mark Dugan asked his son with grave concern.
He's dead. Something. I can't really talk about it, Dad.
Mark pulled his taller son in for a hug.
Grab your stuff, son. I won't let you sit here and suffer. You're coming home.
Camp David, Frederick County, Maryland. President Jeremiah Allen walked into his residential quarters and found First Lady Frances Allen sitting on the large sofa, MacBook Pro on her lap, as she worked on one of several charity initiatives she was involved in. The retired teacher was a sucker for anything involving helping children. The propane fire warmed the ceramic decorative logs, which in turn warmed the room set to a rustic decor. As soon as she saw her husband, she picked up the landline phone on the oak and granite end table next to her. "Could we get a hot plate of dinner sent in for Jeremiah, please?" Even to the staff, she called him by his first name. She hung up the phone. "What doom and gloom have the networks been saying today?" Jeremiah asked as he went to the kitchen and got himself a big glass of water. "That you're the first president to not pardon Turkey since 1962? She said, smirking. Jeremiah downed the water and immediately headed for the liquor cabinet in search of a scotch. "There's much greater travesties happening today," he grumbled as he poured. "Anything you want to talk about?" she offered. "Nothing I should," he said, knowing he should skip the drink and get a nap before the next crisis. "Russia is taking actions that lead me to believe this naval battle they've been playing with is about to hit the ground. China is taking actions that lead me to believe they're about to attempt to shut down the internet and our power grid. And I fear that my attacks on the cartel strongholds are probably the catalyst for a much more nefarious movement disguised as a protest. In other words," he said as he plopped next to his wife and grabbed her hand lovingly, "where are we going, and why are we in this handbasket?" There was a knock on the door. Jeremiah started to rise, but Frances stopped him. She answered the door and allowed the Navy culinary specialist in to deliver the food. After the young woman left, Frances took the metal cover off the large plate of turkey and traditional fixings. She carried it back around the end table and set it on the coffee table. Francis Allen took the drink from his hand, startling him. "What?" he said as his eyelids shot open. The red had already started to creep in on the whites of his eyes. "Shh!" She shushed. Francis took a quilt from a cedar chest that contained the household goods they had shipped to stay at the presidential retreat for as long as he was president. She selected a smaller quilt made by Jeremiah's grandmother in 1945. It was soft and pliable, and it had a faint mothball smell to it. She placed it on his lap and torso and sat down next to him once more with a mini-computer, wondering how many children had already perished since that horrible earthquake and volcano had erupted. William Beaumont Army Medical Center, El Paso, Texas. Lou set the phone down when he heard a woman's raspy voice. The sound of various machines played over the muted television in the hospital room. It had been showing several episodes of ridiculousness over and over, though Lou had not been paying much attention. So much had happened. It seemed the only thing to take his mind off thinking about the 3 soldiers that had died in Rosie's rescue operation was the realization that he needed to go back to Maryland and face his life. He'd spent nearly an hour on the phone with his brother, who just had a hard time understanding how a colonel on a light-duty boondoggle could have been shot in the side and foot. "Come in," he mumbled as he looked over. He instantly tried to straighten himself, a useless task in the elevated hospital bed. "Oh, hi." "Hi," Rosie said sheepishly. It's okay, Rosie," Lou said. "You don't have to say anything." She was still decked out in patient gown and robe, walking steadily behind a walker that was barely bearing weight. She moved over to Lou's bed. "I guess it's cool that the hospital let me stay, me being a civilian and all." She looked around at Lou's instruments and started to get a bit emotional. "They kind of toss the rules aside for terror events," he said. "How are you?" He wore the concerned look of a father or older brother. "They're letting me go tomorrow. The Rangers are taking me directly to Dallas for a debrief," she explained. "I think the military might be there too." "You look like you're moving well," Lou said, not sure how much small talk he was up for. "At least you're done wearing diapers, right?" Rosie chuckled, though not as much as Lou had hoped. She grabbed his hand with both of hers. She got stuck and tears began to well up. Lou remained quiet this time. I wish I knew how to repay you." Her chin began to quiver. She let go of Lou's hands and started wiping both eyes. "I think you might be the bravest person I've ever met, Rosie," Lou said calmly. "I've been the one doing the saving."
Now I got to be the one getting saved." He paused, searching for words. I don't know if people like us ever get to repay the things we need to, but I guess I like to think that the world is a better place because of people like us. I'm not sure if that makes sense."
Rosie nodded.
"It does. I get it."
She took a chance to change the subject. "How long do they say you need to be in here?"
"Several more days, at least. The kidney was toast. The round just shredded it. But I got lucky, apparently. It went right through and missed everything else. And," he laughed, "God gave me a second kidney." This got Rosie laughing a bit. "The heel hurts like dickens, though," Lou admitted. "I'm gonna need one of those pirate leg casts for a while, apparently."
"That'll make it hard to drive, won't it?"
she asked. "It will, which means I'm stuck with that squared-away Marine for a few more months." Another laugh. After an awkward silence, Rosie asked,
"What do you think will happen next?"
"That's a good question." Lou pondered. He grabbed the plugged remote attached to the bed's guardrail and turned off the muted television. "I think our world is going through a drastic hitting of the reset button. Something that some folks have been bragging about for years, while others were warning about it." He pointed to the empty visitor's chair, hoping the tough but vulnerable woman would have a seat. "But I'd love for you to stay a while and tell me what a seasoned cop thinks about it."
Epilogue. Southwest Bering Sea. The two Yuan-class Type 039A submarines maintained 3 steady and extremely quiet knots, 600 feet below the Russian flotilla floating metaphorically overhead. The closest ship, one of 2 Udaloy-class destroyers, was 6 miles to the south. The last true combatant ship this far north was a medium Slava-class cruiser. The ships were escorting 9 Russian landing ships capable of a variety of tasks related to amphibious invasion. With them came an assortment of helicopters and landing craft. Most of the ships had left the North Fleet under the initial lead-out of nuclear-powered icebreakers. 3 Alligator-class ships had been en route all the way from the Baltic Fleet. Since the early days of the conflict, Russia had been positioning itself to be prepared for all possibilities against its 2 Pacific foes. The Yuan submarines were 2 of China's growing fleet of a newer class of submarine, nicknamed AIPs. Their source of power was diesel combined with compressed hydrogen. It was a chemical process that was considered air-independent propulsion. This new propulsion threat had worried the U.S. Navy for 2 decades, ever since a Swedish AIP sub repeatedly launched mock torpedo threats on a U.S. aircraft carrier during war games. The subs were much quieter than their nuclear-powered counterparts, not needing nearly as much noise-generating equipment as a reactor. And though not as quiet as a traditional diesel-electric submarine, they did not need to regularly surface and run a generator to recharge batteries. This allowed them both the ability to stay submerged for far longer than diesel boats and evade at higher speeds without fear of killing the batteries quickly. 01:30, Marnan thought as he checked the clock mounted to the sub's bulkhead. He felt the ship begin to increase its rise angle. "We're coming up to a periscope depth. It should be starting." "Everyone, conduct another triple check of each other's equipment," he said, his voice boldly concealing his nerves. Like himself, every man in the Special Forces unit was an officer. Though 26 and with 4.5 years' experience, he was the oldest for his squad. They were part of the Naval Special Commandos, a subunit of the Type 1 Wu Jing. Unlike the 6th, 8th, and 12th Special Warfare Groups, the NSC specialized in maritime operations. And though training had been slow for the last 2 years, Ma knew something was amiss. It's like some sort of a switch flipped when America had that earthquake, he had told the 3 teammates he was closest with. Chinese soldiers, elite or not, did not cast large nets in which to toss their opinions. The risk of superiors finding out their deepest thoughts was too great. "They should be starting already, huh?" Zhu Yong said excitedly. He began to look over every inch of Ma's dry suit, oxygen rebreather, weapons, and all gear that had been attached with lanyards. He finished by double-checking that the swim fins duct taped to Ma's calves were secure. Ma began to perform the same check on his buddy. Before he could speak, the compartment's red lights turned on and the white lights dissolved. Prepare for dive operations." They heard a nameless submarine sailor blare into the compartment's overhead speakers. A flurry of sailors began to check pressure gauges and the condition of valves with checklists. "First 4, Ma heard a submarine officer bark. He nodded at Zoo and 2 others from his 8-man squad. In all, it would take each submarine 4 evolutions with the lockout chambers to get the 32 commandos out and into the black, cold Bering Sea. Under the yellow and green glow of chemical lights, the commandos retrieved inflatable boats from topside compartments and lashed them down onto the submarine's topside as trained. They partially inflated the rafts, which made them start to strain against their lashings, the air cells searching for the surface as if starving to breathe. Though they couldn't see the sister sub a mere 70 meters away, there was a small comfort in knowing they were there. At 02:15 on the surface, within 10 seconds of each other, 3 200-kilogram solid tungsten hypersonic projectiles screamed from a low space orbit of 30 miles in altitude, piercing the hulls of the 3 Russian combatant ships with such inertial energy that the act of hitting fuel or ammunition spacers was merely an unnecessary bonus. The force of the 6-foot-long skinny-heavy bullets ripped through the steel and titanium with enough force to peel the ships open like cans of cat food. Before a sailor could even sound an alarm, the high-speed devices were already several hundred feet down, well on their way to their final resting places on the sea floor. The ensuing explosions finished the job, the ship sinking in under 3 minutes, the fastest being 84 seconds. Emergency shelters popped off automatically when the vessel's hulls reached 25 meters of submergence. The escort ships had been leading the pack, spread out over a width of 12 miles and length of nearly 40. The initial ships to witness the brazen attack spent a few seconds reviewing their own data. What the hell just happened? Those closest then picked up their pace and went to battle stations, rousting sailors from their racks in the middle of the night. They would need to begin searching for survivors immediately. The Naval Commando unit's target was not any of these ships, but rather the last ship in the procession, the Ivan Gren. It was a lead boat in its class of transport ships, and capturing it intact was critical. And as Ma and the other 31 commandos braved the cold and dark hostile ocean, the 2 submarines had quietly placed themselves directly to the port and starboard of its heading. When the ship was 200 meters away, the submarines turned on the red light on top of each boat's rudder for 2 seconds. "It's time," Ma said to himself excitedly. He gave the hand signal, and the commandos of the 2 quads on the sub began to unleash their inflatable boats. Free from their bindings, the craft began to rise, with the commandos positioning themselves over them. The more the crafts ascended, the faster the air inside the cells expanded under less oceanic pressure. It was a chain reaction of speed, as the cells were fully pressurized when the little boats broke through the 6-foot waves, all of them positioned near a corner of the ship that was just passing through. "As we practiced," Ma commanded in his head, not believing in telepathy, but hoping in that moment that his men felt his encouragement. 2 men enabled the small electric motors within seconds, allowing the black rubber boats to begin keeping pace. 2 others launched a compressed gas tube that sent powerful magnets to the ship's hull with a thud. Though loud, the reality was that those spots on the ships were carefully selected based on the far side of the hull being some form of water or fuel tank or unmanned machinery space. Within 20 seconds, all 4 craft were lashed and matching speed with the mother ship, which helped a bit, but didn't completely dispel the rough tossing the men were receiving. After ensuring all 7 other men in this boat had removed diving helmets and rebreathers, he looked at the 2 on the bow. They had reloaded the compressed launcher to throw heavy lines and hooks up to the bow of the tall ship. The final task for this dangerous boarding evolution was to get the big climbing net hanging from their prey structure near the deck above. "Now!" Ma Nan yelled with a wave. "For China!" This has been Venom Spear, Blades of Grass, Book 1, a Cascadia Fallen apocalyptic war thriller, written by Austin Chambers, narrated by Sunny Patel. Copyright 2022 by Austin Chambers, production copyright by Austin Chambers.